Vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your flap. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Miles, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing bottom line. Treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Miles, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover keytar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm gonna keep ticking, but no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
What are you talking about?
No, it's not him. There's only one more. There is only one more. That's it. One more.
Get a rest!
No!
They saw your team put up zero effort.
Wake up!
Remember in the old days, they used to have oxygen for them. Where's the oxygen?
Play like absolute just garbage.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Yay!
Man, can you keep it down? I'm trying to introduce here. With Errol Marks and Speedy Petey.
You're not even a has-been. You're a never was. You're a never was.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Thanksgiving edition of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Speedy Petey. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth, which airs every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to check out all our local listings is go to www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speeder, happy Thanksgiving. Man.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving. I hope all the fans have a happy Thanksgiving. If you guys are traveling, especially, hopefully you're listening to us while you're traveling, if you're on a long trip as well.
That's right.
To our show, the Sports Lab.
Vermont, Florida, wherever you're heading.
Yeah, cross country, wherever. All
Montauk,
across the country.
I don't know if that's cross country.
Well, it's for Long Island standards. I guess
east.
as close as you're going to get.
2 hours, baby. 2 hours.
Yeah, if you make it all the way to the end, I guess you can count for that. It's probably shorter than a lot of the distances in some of the smaller states.
Yes, and this is a 4-hour edition show. We are not doing a show on Wednesday or Thursday, so obviously it's Turkey Day, Thanksgiving Eve. Everybody's enjoying their families, getting ready to stuff their faces all over Thursday and watch Thursday's football games. It's going to be fun. There's 3 games as it is every single year, and every single year the Cowboys are on Thursday. So if you're a Cowboy fan, aka the Beef, you should be excited, as you will have the chance to see your team lose again. I don't know.
I don't know. The Washington Commanders just allowed almost 300 yards to Tommy DeVito. So
that doesn't mean that Mr. Howell can't have a good game. He's been playing very good football. He's been one of the better fantasy quarterbacks. If you play fantasy football, you should know that Sam Howell is one of the best fantasy quarterbacks in the league. So I think he's a top 5.
He was
3.
the start of the week. I don't know about after this week because he had a bad game.
He had a bad game, but he's still a top 5. How could he fall off out, or even out of the top 5? I can't see it. I still believe he's in the top 5 when it comes to points. And I have him on both my fantasy teams. So I'm rolling with Mr. Sam Howell. I also have Justin Fields. I have a lot. And by the way, happy Thanksgiving to Snug the Cat. I know he said, oh my goodness, but happy Thanksgiving to all. It's going to be a fun show. We have a great show lined up for you guys. It's a great lineup, as we all know. At 9:30, we will be talking to former Ravens, Cardinals, Patriots, and Raiders cornerback Duane Starks. And he was part of the Super Bowl champion 2000, probably one of the greatest defenses of all time. Yes, the Baltimore Ravens. At 10 o'clock, we'll be talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos and NFL analyst Lance Sanders. He's been on the show before, and it's Sanderson, I'm sorry. But he's been on a show before. He's fun. He's energetic, and I'm sure he has a lot to talk about when it comes to the Broncos.
4 in a row they've won now.
That's right. I mean, you should be excited. Maybe Russell Wilson will squeak into the playoffs for this Broncos team. But maybe Sean Payton has this team by its ass. I don't know. But we will get into it.
Lance was very critical of Sean Payton, too.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. So it's going to be very interesting. And yes, happy Thanksgiving to Jeff, even though he's a pain in the ass. He won't put my name there, by the way.
Oh, Jeff.
He will never put my name. But it's okay. He's going to stuff his face, and maybe he'll sink to the bottom of the ocean.
I don't know, Snug. You're asking about these
beast of a man.
Snug,
or a woman, whatever we call them.
Snug, you're asking about these special brownies. I don't know if I'm going to have control of those.
That's right. Joe Burrow out for the season with a torn ligament in his right wrist. So we will get into that. I'm sure a lot of Bengal fans have their own thoughts to this, and the season is over for the Bengals. There's no way the Bengals make it in that division in the North. I think that's probably the best division in football. 3 teams are going to come out in the AFC out of the North, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun race all the way to the end. The Jets bench Zach Wilson for Tim Boyle with a start versus the Dolphins. So Tim Boyle will be pitching and throwing for the first time as a quarterback for the New York Jets, and probably the first time he's a starting quarterback in his NFL career for the New York Jets against the Dolphins on the first Black Friday game. So that'll be fun to watch. But
Josh will get to watch it in person with his brother.
Right. That's right. He's going to the game. He'll be up in the rafters all the way to the top.
just to watch the Jets get blown out, and then Mike White will come into the game in the 4th quarter and throw a touchdown pass to Braxton Berrios.
Absolutely. Adam Schefter says that he expects the Jets to go after Davante Adams this offseason. And I will give a shout out to Jeff because he did reach out to me during, I think last week on Friday or Thursday after the show. He said that he has an inside source that the Jets will be going after Davante Adams, and that Davante Adams, no matter what, wants to be a Jet next year. So I'll give him his props, even though he doesn't give anybody else their props. Travis Kelce says he's pondering on retirement more than I could ever imagine. So obviously he's probably going to think of retirement at the end of the season. He wants to get married. I don't know if it's going to be with Taylor Swift. I know he wants Swiftie babies, maybe. I don't know. But Travis Kelce coming out. We all know that Jason Kelce, if they win a Super Bowl this coming year, and if the Eagles get a chance to win a Super Bowl this coming year, I think they'll be on their I think he will be on his way out for his career with the Eagles. He's still one of the best centers, if not the best center in the league. You could see it. You saw him on Sunday. So he's fantastic. And by the way, congratulations to the Eagles knocking off Kansas City. The first time Jason Kelce beats his brother. That now he's 1-3 against his brother Travis. So
one of our guests said that Andy Reid has never lost when he's with the Chiefs to the Eagles or vice versa. Too,
nah,
so not
it's
anymore.
crazy. Let's parlay. Wes will be on tonight at 8:30. So will Mo and Derek. No Chaz. Chaz is on vacation. I think he's in Brazil.
He's in Brazil for at least a month.
Well, look at him. He's enjoying the sun, enjoying the fish. Hopefully he doesn't go in the water. There could be deadly fish in there. He might be eaten by a piranha. Who knows? Zach Levine says he doesn't see the Bulls as a competitive enough team. Now he's throwing his team under the bus. I feel so bad for Donovan. I really, Billy Donovan, I love him as a coach. He's from Long Island. I still think he's one of the better coaches in the NBA, and it's a shame. This team has just given up on him. So he could be fired before the season's end. The Knicks sue the Raptors for $10 million over the theft of information. So now the Knicks are suing people. Jim Harbaugh could be suspended into next season, and the Raiders and the Bears are interested in him if he steps down, which I predicted was going to happen. He will step down, and he probably heads to the NFL. He is another Pete Carroll, ladies and gentlemen. The window to sign Yamamoto has officially opened. Mets betting favorites, but there has been sources that have said that the Yankees and the Red Sox are most likely to land him. And Week 12 NFL picks. So, before we get into that, Speedy, what are you doing for the holidays?
I will be traveling tomorrow to my family's house in Connecticut. My grandmother, unfortunately, could not travel. She said she wasn't feeling well, and it's a lot harder for her to travel. So it'll just be my immediate family over there. We'll be doing Thanksgiving. Old school. The way we always
playing card games, board games.
We hosted it every year, pretty much. Outside of 2018, I think, and 2012, where my grandparents on my father's side hosted it those years. We've been hosting it pretty much every year, but a lot of people, just a lot harder to travel right now. So I'll just be traveling on my own.
Look at you, Speedy. You are a gift from God. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor announced that Joe Burrow will miss the remainder of the season with a torn ligament in his right wrist. Burrow said he felt pain in the second quarter after throwing a touchdown pass to Joe Mixon. Burrow already had an injury calf for the first 5 weeks of the season before the Bengals went on a 4-game winning streak. Burrow had 2,309 passing yards, 15 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions in 9 games before getting hurt. Burrow signed a 5-year, $275 million deal this offseason. NFL Network's Tom Passario reports that the NFL is investigating why Joe Burrow was not on the injury report going into Thursday night's matchup against the Ravens. Burrow was reportedly seen with a black brace and a compression sleeve on during Wednesday's practices, but the Bengals did not give him an injury diagnosis for Thursday's game. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what is true and what is false with this story. All I do know is the Bengals are done. There is no way the Bengals are going to find a way to make the playoffs with their division as good as it is. You have the Ravens right now that are still, I believe, the best team in their division. I still think they're the flat-out top team in their division. I still like Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson's still an elite quarterback in this league. I think everybody believes that. And we do believe the Steelers could sneak into the playoffs. Tomlin has always had a winning record. He is a very well-coached machine when it comes to his players. He's very loved by his players. I don't trust their quarterback. I don't. And we've seen more than enough of this team offensively to be worried if this team is going to sneak into the playoffs. But this is still one of the elite defenses in the league, like it always is. They can get at you in so many different ways. TJ Watt is right now up for Defensive Player of the Year. He probably won't win it. I still think it's Myles Garrett.
Could be Max Crosby, too.
Crosby's having a good season, too, but I still think it's Myles Garrett. They have the best defense in the league in the Browns, and they're doing it without a quarterback. They really are.
They don't trust the great Joe Flacco?
Joe Flacco is the backup now. I mean, honestly, no, I don't. He's not starting. I think Robinson.
He's only on the practice squad right now.
He's on the practice squad, and they'll probably bring him up gradually as the season moves forward because, hey, if they sneak into the playoffs and Robinson can't do it, you bring in Joe Flacco. This guy has been an elite quarterback in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
As a matter of fact, he's one of the winningest quarterbacks in NFL history in the playoffs. And this guy could go on a run. Now, I don't know if it's the old Joe Flacco that we remember with the Ravens, but we do believe that that's the reason why the Browns brought him in. He understands how to run an offense, especially in the playoffs, as we saw over the years with the Ravens. But the Ravens right now, I believe, is still the team besides the Chiefs to beat in all of the AFC. Now, I did pick the Jaguars, and the Jaguars right now are 7-3. I still don't know what the Jaguars are because Trevor Lawrence has not had a good season. He really hasn't. And Travis Etienne, who I thought was going to have a breakout season, I thought he was going to have 1,700 yards, about 15 touchdowns. He has not been as elite like we thought he was going to be. He's been healthy enough to be on the field, but he's not healthy enough to put his feet in the turf and run all over the teams that we expected him to run all over. So I question the coaching of Doug Peterson right now. We would expect the growth of Trevor Lawrence, especially the growth what we saw last year after knocking off the Chargers, falling behind at 21-0, I think, going into the second half, and then coming back from the Chargers and winning that game. And they played a flat-out great game against the Chiefs. They just fell short. I look at the position that the Bengals are in right now. They're 5-5. They're probably going to maybe win one more game, two more games, depending on who they match up against. They're not good enough to beat anybody without a quarterback. Jamar Chase is going to be expecting a big contract in the offseason, as you would. Higgins is going to be expecting a big contract at the end of the season. I don't know if they're going to be able to give it to both of them. They're going to have to pay for certain other positions. So I don't know if they're going to be able to keep both of them. And you look at the position that they're in moving forward. Are they moving backwards? And that's the thing. Zach Taylor, I believe, has taken them as far as he can take them. There are other coaches that could be available in the offseason that could take them further. This is a very talented team. They have weapons, and they have one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And when you look at the youth that they have in certain positions on this team, you would think right now that the Bengals will compete every single year. The question is, when you look at their division and you look at the youth of the Ravens right now, and the Ravens are still fairly very young. They have Lamar Jackson, who just signed an extension. He's there for the long haul. And now the Browns, who are very young too, and they still have Deshaun Watson. I don't know what Deshaun Watson is, and who knows? They're going to be overpaying him for the next couple of years. So I expect him to be back next year because nobody's going to take that $63 million a year for the next 4 years. I don't see it happening. So right now, the Browns are still a really good defense. They have a very good offensive line and young offensive line, and they're looking up. And they're going to get Chubb back next year, too. So they're going to have an elite running game again next year, even though their running game's been good with Hunt and obviously Jerome Ford. I sit here right now. What do we see going forward for the Bengals? And the only thing that sells me right now for the Bengals is the quarterback. But the quarterback in the last 3 years has not been healthy. The guy cannot stay healthy. And maybe it's because he's tall and thin and slender. I don't know. He's not built like some of these quarterbacks in this league. He's not. Now, either is Lamar Jackson, but Lamar Jackson knows how to get out of the way, get out of harm's way. And we saw that with Eli Manning. He was so thin and so tall, but the guy, no matter how hard he got hit, he'd get back up and get back into the huddle.
Especially at the end of his career when the Giants' O-lines were horrible.
I don't see that with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow will put his body on the line. We've seen it. But he has not stayed healthy. He's had tremendous amount of problems. Knee problems. He's had elbow problems. He's had wrist problems. He's had back problems. This is a 25, 26-year-old quarterback, and he already has these problems. What are the Bengals going to do? Now, their offensive line is fairly good. It's not a bad offensive line. They added Brown in the offseason. He's, to me, one of the better left tackles in the league. So you can't really blame the offensive line on the reason why Joe Burrow got hurt. And the running game has really been flat all season long. And that could be the effectiveness on really forcing Joe Burrow in the pocket to make the throws.
Yeah, we've seen Joe Burrow also have to throw 40, 50 times in a game a lot more often, too, than last year, too, because of the regression of the running game as a whole. Samaje Perine goes to the Broncos in the offseason, who was a big part of him and Mixon kind of tandeming together, because Mixon really didn't have the feature year we've seen him have in years past, too. And as a result, Zach Taylor, I think, has really put him in harm's way because of that. Throwing the ball almost 50 times every game is going to get him hit. Yes, the offensive line is better than it was, but it's not something you would call an elite offensive line like the Lions or the Chiefs or the Eagles that you could just trust every time, too. And now also added up with a calf injury, also added up with the ACL tear he had his rookie year or two, which he's had to play through. It's been very hard for him to deal with, and the Bengals cannot make the same mistake the Colts did with Andrew Luck, because guess what happened to them? He retired early, and they've been searching for a QB ever since.
And that's the worry part of this possible move in the offseason with Zach Taylor. I don't know if you bring Zach Taylor back. And I'm not blaming Zach Taylor on the reason why Burrow got hurt. I'm not going to blame him. It's not his fault. But I think he's taken this team as far as he can take them, because we've seen this. I'm not saying Zach Taylor isn't a good coach. He's a good coach.
Good, but not great.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. How many great coaches are there in the NFL?
Right.
2, 3, maybe at most. So if you're a good coach, you can go anywhere and coach in the NFL. Maybe if the Bengals let go of Zach Taylor, maybe he goes to the Bills if they decide to fire their coach.
Yeah.
So there are other positions. Maybe if the Patriots decide to part ways with Bill Belichick and they can't get Mike Vrabel, maybe he'd go there. So maybe if the Jets fire Robert Saleh, he goes there. So there's a lot of questions on where the Bengals are heading, and I don't know if it's going up. I think it's more like going down, and they're going to have a lot of questions in the offseason because they're not going to be able to sign all these guys. And as good as Higgins is, and even though he's not had a good season, as good as Jamar Chase is, where he started very slow this year, there's a lot of questions to this team and where this team is heading automatically when you go to the offseason and you know that your quarterback is coming back from another surgery and another injury that could be costly moving forward.
And you also look at the Bengals structure right now. They built a lot on defense for their first 2 years of Burrow's career, where they signed a lot on free agency. Now, a lot of those guys since have gone to other teams. Now, DJ Reader's still there. They still signed Logan Wilson, their young linebacker. But a lot of those guys, like we were talking about at the beginning of the season, those secondary players are now gone. Now all the money seems to be invested into the offense. They paid Mixon. They paid Orlando Brown that big contract, and they've tried it out with Lyle Collins. That didn't work. They waived him. I think he's still a free agent right now. And you're right. They're going to have to pay Chase, and they're probably not going to be able to pay Higgins because Higgins is going to want wide receiver one money, which he might get somewhere else, a team like Chicago, Carolina, a team like that.
He's going to want $20-something million.
Oh, at least at the minimum, $20
And
million.
even though it looks like the Bengals will have about $45 million under the cap, they're still going to have to pay Jamar Chase, who's going to want $30-something million.
Right.
And they still have other positions they need to fill in that they're weak in. How about the running back position? And I hear Jeff, you don't pay a running back. But right now, what are you going to do? You're going to depend on maybe going after a rookie running back and expecting him to run the ball better than Joe Mixon, who's been a Pro Bowl player? I don't know. And Joe Mixon, even though he's under contract, I don't know how bad the dead cap is for Joe Mixon. Maybe they let go of Joe Mixon.
I think he's a free agent at the end of the year.
I don't even know.
Yeah, so the dead cap that Mixon would get, I think, is a little not bad, but they're going to let him go at the end of the season regardless because he's done well in the playoffs, but as like an overall like workhorse running back, he's not the same anymore.
No, and that is where I feel when you're trying to drop knowledge on where this team is heading. I don't know if they're heading to, again, moving up. I think they're moving towards, I wouldn't say down, but even slope. And that's why when you look at teams like Miami, they're going to be good for many, many years to come. I mean, they have weapons, and if they could stay healthy, I think McDaniel is one of the better coaches, one of the better young coaches in the NFL. He's one of the quirkiest ones, but the guy is fun. He really, throws out a good offense that, it throws a lot of defenses off balance. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm interested to see how the Jets defense could play against this defense that's fast-paced, very fast on the outside, and a running game. Chan is going to be back now. He's going to be able to run the ball. Mostert is another good running back, and the Jets have had problems against speedy running backs. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do on Black Friday. I don't think it's going to be fun to watch because I think Miami's going to put up a 30 spot. No matter how good the Jets defense is going to be, if they're on the field too long, it's not going to make a difference. It really isn't. And I will get into the Jets in just a few moments because I'm going to get into Robert Saleh at his press conference and what I think about Robert Saleh right now, who I believe should be fired at the end of the year. If the Jets lose out again this season, I think the Jets part ways with Robert Saleh. I don't care what Aaron Rodgers wants because right now it doesn't look good for the Jets. Bringing somebody like him back where he has nothing good to say. He says he has nothing good to say about where this team is going, but he's making excuses for Zach Wilson and he believes still that Zach Wilson could be an efficient and good quarterback in the NFL. And I'm going to get into numbers why I believe he doesn't have a chance to start in the NFL ever again. But nevertheless, you look at the AFC North, there are 3 teams that could qualify to make the playoffs. I don't think the Jets are making the playoffs. We know the Patriots aren't making the playoffs. The Bills are a borderline playoff team. They're 6-5. I mean, they beat the Jets. Is that something to brag about? No, because they can't score. So I want to see the Bills do it against good teams. I think they still have a game against Miami.
Yeah, they do.
And I want to see what they're going to do against Miami. Again, they beat Miami on the first game.
I don't know. Chiefs too.
I don't know if it's going to be that easy again against Miami, especially now that they're at full strength. And if they could stay healthy and Tua could stay healthy, they're so good offensively. They're going to be fun to watch all throughout the rest of the season. And again, the Jaguars and the Texans, don't count out the Texans. I think the Texans are for real. CJ Stroud has been as good as any quarterback in the NFL right now. I mean, you can't argue it. He is an MVP candidate. You would say right now, I would say Tua as my number 1. I would argue you could put Patrick Mahomes there.
Yeah.
And then you would probably put CJ Stroud.
Yeah, with Jared Goff having a lot of interceptions recently, too. That's probably knocked his stock down for that.
You would probably put CJ Stroud. So could a rookie actually win the MVP in his first year when everybody doubted him? And obviously the Carolina Panthers, who traded the farm away to bring in Young, maybe they made a mistake. And it looks like they did. Well, now it's only one season. Right. We have to see what Young is going to do as he moves forward. He has a good coach there. He has a good coaching staff over there in Carolina. So we'll see. They have to build offensive players around him, but they don't have a first-round draft pick. That goes to Chicago this year. Yeah. So what are they going to do? There are quite a few good wide receivers that are coming out of this year's draft. I was reading about this guy, Neighbor.
From LSU.
From LSU.
Neighbors,
he looks really good too. Everybody keeps talking about Marvin Harrison Jr., but he's got better numbers than Marvin Harrison Jr. Yep. So it's going to be interesting moving forward on how the draft is going to fall out. Is the Patriots going to sit there now at 3 or even 2? Arizona's now at 2. The Giants fall out. I think they're 4th.
Yeah.
And they still have a chance to get a quarterback. Now people are predicting that. I know right now the Giants are 5th. Chicago moves to 4.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So right now it would be Chicago. It would be Arizona. It would be the Patriots. It would be Chicago again. And then it would be the Giants. Mm-hmm. And now they're saying the Giants are going to draft an offensive lineman, the Notre Dame guy.
Olds, yep.
Oh, yeah. So who knows? Who knows how it's going to fall out? But I still think the Giants should go after a quarterback. If they're sitting in the top 5, it makes a lot of sense. But Drake May might fall to the Patriots. I know, obviously, Jeff would probably pee his pants if it happens because that's what he believes is the proper fit, and he would die to have Drake May on that roster. But we'll see. We'll see what happens and how everything falls by the end of the season, because I think the Giants play the Patriots this week.
Yep.
And who knows? Maybe the Patriots knock them off and it flip-flops. So
one more Giants-Patriots matchup for Bill Belichick.
Who knows? Maybe Bill Belichick does come back next year. We don't know the situation for
but I don't know if they play the Giants anyway, so it might be his last Patriots-Giants matchup. By the way, speaking of the Giants and speaking of our pre-Thanksgiving show, we have Kenny on the phone.
Kenny, what's up, bud? I don't hear Kenny. I don't, Speedy. You're going to have to get him on, pull him in, pull him out. But you get him on, and we'll get Kenny on the phone. Is he on? He's not on still. There he is. There he is. Kenny?
Hello.
What's up, Kenny?
Hey, did you know I am in January going to take sports broadcasting school.
Good for you, Kenny. Good for you.
I
Where are you
want
going?
to, if the streaming doesn't work out and becomes successful, maybe you'll hire me as a writer in the future.
Absolutely, Kenny. If you want to write, you can write right now.
I'm saying I might want to learn the skills first.
All right. Good for you, Kenny. Are you?
And be good at. I am going to start writing on a blog.
You should.
You
should.
The uncensored version after I get the schooling and even now.
Where are you going to school, Kenny?
I'll be starting the Dan Patrick.
All right, you're going to Dan Patrick School. Okay, I know the school.
Yeah.
Dan Patrick.
You can do it online because I ain't going to Florida for it.
No, I obviously I don't think you're going
you want
to
to visit Jeff in Florida, Kenny?
And it's not that much per semester. It's like $15,000 if I can't find anybody to pay for it, like my dad. I can get
That's not a
financial
lot.
aid.
Yeah, you could get financial aid, but that's a lot, Kenny. I mean, you definitely get financial aid, but that's a significant
But to
chunk
pay
change.
for it afterwards, it's not like Harvard or something.
No,
You'll be, like, into
you're
debt
not
for the
getting
rest
into
of your
Harvard
life.
anyways, buddy. Okay.
I'm just saying
I
they're like
know.
$50,000 a semester.
Oh, you're saying Harvard is not going to hire him to chase geese off the campus?
No, I'm saying that like that's a lot more. Per
No, of
semester.
course. And listen, I wish you all the luck in the world, and that's good that you're going to school and you're trying to better yourself, educate yourself when it comes to media. I think it would be good for you. I think you'll learn how to flow and speak even better, and really build a vocabulary and really put yourself in a position where you can be successful.
And plus, sports broadcasting is not like what you're broadcasting about. You guys start the earliest with that. It's ageless. You don't have to have a certain point to start. It's better, but not really.
It doesn't matter how old you are. I mean, it is a young man's game. Everybody would tell you that, because you got to go through obstacles to get where you want to go. But once you break through, you will build success. It's all about breaking through. Once you break through, it opens up so many passages and doors for you. And I listen, if you believe in yourself and you believe that you can do it and you can get through the program, don't start something and don't finish it, Kenny. I mean,
I definitely won't.
Go through it and work hard, study, and put your time
It takes 2.5 years.
I know. It's a associate's degree. So, and it gives
I think I wanted to do that.
Yeah, and it'll open up opportunities for you, absolutely. But just remember,
Who knows?
do your
I might write for Bristol, Connecticut, or something like that one day.
maybe you'll be a big part of Bristol, Connecticut's radio station over there.
Before you let me go, how do you know the Patriots are truly going to beat the Giants? They both suck to the same degree at this point.
They do.
First of all, I love what I seen with Tommy DeVito. He threw 3 touchdowns in that game. And by the way, not even Zach Wilson in all his career in the 3 years he was the quarterback for the Jets ever threw 3 touchdowns in a game. So I'll get into that. But Tommy DeVito played very well. He got beaten up. He was sacked 9 times. The Giants could not protect him. He stood in the pocket. He took the beating. And I respect him for that. It shows grit. And that's something that you look for a quarterback. Eli Manning had grit. You could say whatever you want about Eli and how, in certain aspects of his game, he was sloppy and weird.
The loss was Washington's fault. They are the people that they gave up.
I don't know about that.
Turnovers.
Yeah, but turnovers, that's because of the defense. That's because
you have
of the
to give
blitz.
Wink Martindale credit for that. They mixed things up
Defense
defensively.
created that, and DeVito capitalized on.
No question that he capitalized on it. I mean, how many times did we see the Jets get into the red zone for years in games, back to back, 3 times, 4 times because of defensive, takeaways, and still they couldn't put the ball in the end zone. I mean, at least Tommy DeVito did.
Yeah,
that
Tommy DeVito also got 2 guys, Darius Slayton and Bellinger, involved too. That were really good.
That's a problem you pointed out recently, Errol. They have the worst quarterback in the history of their team.
Don't worry, I'm going to get into it, my friend. The history of the team in the NFL.
I was
in the
all
NFL.
with you on that one.
In
Yeah,
the
he
NFL.
definitely is the worst ever in Jets history.
Jets history, NFL history beyond. Listen, I would take any 3rd-string quarterback right now. That is a 3rd-string quarterback on any team. Tim Boyle is Aaron Rodgers right now for the New York Jets. That's not saying much, but
really, I wish I could have had 5 minutes in that meeting of decision on Rodgers. I would say last year he had a broken thumb for all season. He's not Tom Brady. He's nearly 40. bet you give him $80 million or close to it, and you don't even get your money's worth. There's probably a bunch of free agents that are younger and didn't have a broken thumb next year and a lot cheaper.
It wasn't a broken thumb. He tore his Achilles, one. Number two, I just want to let you know something, Kenny. Aaron Rodgers, I'm not going into who I think is better, Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady. But if you ask players that are in the league right now, a lot of people would tell you they would prefer Aaron Rodgers than Tom Brady. Not because of the championships, because of his ability to throw the ball and his accuracy. So I don't know. Listen, I think Tom Brady is one of the top 3 quarterbacks to ever play this game. And if Aaron Rodgers could ever win another Super Bowl, he will be compared to all the greats because of what he has done in a limited amount of time that he has done it as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Okay, when did he win that championship?
2010. 2010, 13 years ago.
Okay, just like they got Brett Favre at the end of his career.
Yep.
He wasn't going to help them win nothing because he already won it.
Brett Favre didn't want to be there. Brett Favre didn't want to be there. Aaron Rodgers wants to be there. That's the difference.
That's true.
There's a difference there. When you want to be there.
Even if he plays another whole season.
He's going to play another whole season. He's going to play next year, and he might even play the year after.
If he even plays another one, they're never going to get their money's worth because
I disagree.
Even if he plays 2
I
seasons,
disagree.
He gets injured again. He's at the age where they're injury prone.
I disagree. It all depends on if they can protect him. If they can protect him and the Jets do what they need to do in the offseason to build that line, which has been putrid to be exact, they can't stay healthy. I mean, Elijah Vera Tucker, as good as he is when he's on the field, the guy can't stay on the field. But we'll see what happens. I think Tippmann's the real
for
deal.
that season.
We'll see. We'll see.
So right so far, they haven't gotten their money's worth on him.
Right so far, he only played 4 plays. I mean, we haven't seen him. I mean,
Kenny, nobody can
predict
season-ending injury.
Let's see, Kenny. Let's see.
Right, how much are they paying him for this whole season?
Not much. I think he's making $30 million. I think he took a pay cut.
35 or something.
Yeah, he took a pay cut.
A waste of $35 million.
I would agree.
Kenny, nobody can anticipate week 1 season-ending injuries.
Joe Burrow just got a big contract, $263. He's out for the rest of the season, so they're overpaying him. So I guess they're not getting their money's worth either.
Kenny paying quarterbacks logic. Don't worry, Kenny. At least the Giants won't have to pay Tommy DeVito that much. I guess he's the best quarterback now.
I love you, Kenny.
Okay, and my last question for you is, in the next time period, when do you think Mr. Jacobs will call you back?
Oh,
educate guess.
I don't know.
I think he changed his number, unfortunately.
Did he change his number?
The last time I texted him a couple of weeks ago, it said message send failure. So
really,
I don't know. He might have changed his number, which he did in the past too. So
yeah, because people
call a couple other Giants, see who bites.
Don't worry.
Return some message,
Kenny. Don't worry. You'll get your opportunity. Don't worry.
Now, Kenny,
I'm surprised that Brandon. Did you reach out to Brandon?
I've emailed him a few times since then, but
he doesn't want to talk to us because he lost the bet. Poor Brandon. He doesn't want to live up to the bet, but it's okay.
Now, Kenny, before we let you go too, there's 2 other questions. One of which Snug wants to know if you're done any puppet shows recently, and then the other one is when are we getting our Thanksgiving dinner that's from 6 years ago?
I doubled. It's double or nothing, so that bet is kind of.
All right.
I was roped into that.
I got it. Oh, Kenny, we love you.
I got roped into the next bet that you lost.
We okay. So I did lose.
That's why you go double or nothing, because the odds are you might win more or maybe not. But
all right. Do you want to make a double or nothing this week if the Giants?
No, I already did make a double or nothing. The bet you haven't paid on.
Dude, you didn't pay for 5 years. You're telling me I didn't pay on. It's been what, 6 months?
2018.
It's been 6 months.
To come with a turkey dinner.
It's been 6 months.
You can keep me hanging on as long as you want.
What are you smoking today? What are you smoking?
I don't know. Regular OJ Kush.
Oh, OJ Kush. All right.
I didn't experiment. If I smoke all day, will I pass out? Haven't yet.
I think you should try that. I think and
record it.
Record it.
Since 7 a.m. and it's a nighttime indica, and I did it all day. Didn't fall asleep.
Oh man, Kenny, you are a rock star, man. You are a rock star. You are the weed head.
I probably won't do that experiment again, but I did one.
I think we need to start a new experiment. Okay. Maybe you should start drinking at 7 and smoking at the same time and see if you get drunk and get high at the same time and live out the week. I mean, I'm sorry, not the week, the day till 7 o'clock. If you could do that, I'll give you another gift, okay? I'll give you another gift.
What time to what time?
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You got to drink and smoke for the whole day. If you can last it to 7 o'clock before passing out, I'll give you another gift.
No, I cannot last. I can't drink that much anymore. Maybe 20 years ago. I'm
How
not
old
the
you,
kind of
Kenny?
drinker anymore.
How old are you, Kenny?
I wouldn't. Maybe if a game's on or something, I might drink during the day, but I wouldn't intentionally drink during the day for any other reason.
All
I
right,
wouldn't
Kenny.
do all day.
All right,
Those
Kenny.
days are over.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
We'll talk
Thanksgiving.
to you soon, buddy.
You too, guys, and everybody else watching, and anybody else in the network. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenny. Everybody listening too, Kenny. So thank you.
Hopefully, I have a show someday.
You will, and you're entertaining as well. Thank you, Kenny. All right.
Thank you for taking the call.
Kenny Rayner, ladies and gentlemen, upstate New York, enjoying his smoke on. He was smoking from 7 to 7. OJ Kush, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, he's still going to enjoy himself throughout Thanksgiving. He'll hang out with his father, his mother, and hopefully doesn't smoke himself to death. Robert Saleh, yes, announced that Tim Boyle will be the Jets starting quarterback in their Black Friday matchup versus the Dolphins. Trevor Siemian is listed as the backup, while Zach Wilson is listed as a third-string quarterback. Saleh said about why he's changing quarterbacks, just to give him an opportunity, different style of quarterback. So really, it's just to give him an opportunity to see if we can do something with the offense. Wilson had a 57.9 passing rating, 46.7 completion percentage, 81 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception before being pulled in the third quarter against the Bills. The Jets were also 0 for 11 on third downs versus the Bills. Wilson also was not able to complete a pass to a wide receiver in the game. Tim Boyle has 3 career NFL starts, all with the Lions in 2021. He has 3 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 526 passing yards, a 64.9 completion percentage, and a 63.5 passer rating in those games. Before we get into this, I want to play a minute of Robert Saleh's press conference on Monday. Are you kidding me? What drugs are you on, man? What are you smoking? Maybe you're hanging out with Kenny. Maybe you smoked from 7 to 7 before the game. What are you watching? What are you watching? Are you making excuses just to save your job? Which, by the way, is not in a good position to keep, by the way. I have no idea what Robert Saleh's rubbish coming out of his mouth has any knowledge on what he is watching when it comes to Zach Wilson. Look at these numbers. Are you blind? A 57.9 passer rating. Have we ever seen a quarterback in the NFL in the last three years that's had a worse game at 57.9 passing rating, 46.7 completion percentage? You're talking about under 50%. How many quarterbacks have done that? Are you out of your mind? Are you on drugs? You think that Zach Wilson is going to have a good career in the NFL? I've seen enough. Stop making excuses. It's a 53-man team. First of all, it's 56, by the way. And that's one. I don't know what number you're missing. Maybe you're counting yourself as the next, you and your coaches are the next 3 guys if somebody gets hurt. I have no idea what is going on with this team. I really don't. And if you sit here and you sit back and you understand what you're watching crap. Okay, that's what you're watching. Offensively, this is the worst offense I have seen the New York Jets have in over 25 years. You heard it, 25 years. You're talking about some of the worst quarterback play that you ever seen. Yes, Mark Sanchez looks like a Hall of Famer. To Zach Wilson.
Sam Darnold looks like a Pro Bowler compared to Zach Wilson.
Sam Darnold looks like a god. I mean, he is a ghost. I mean, seriously, the ghost of Darnold. This has been putrid, okay? I can't sit here and make any more excuses for this kid, okay? I did it for 2 years. I did. I'll sit back. I know the beef came out and told me, I told you he was going to suck. How do you know? You don't watch college football. I watched BYU play. I watched what this kid could do. The revolution of stepping on an NFL football field, the speed of an NFL football game, the guy has lost his marbles. I don't even know if he ever had marbles. We'll have to ask his mother's best friend. I mean, seriously, I can't sit here and say, to me, as a Jet fan, that what Robert Saleh said only will slowly tell me at the end of the season that he is not the right guy for the job.
Maybe if Zach Wilson had marbles, he'd try to throw them too. I don't even know if you would want to trust him to do that at this point.
I do not believe everything that I've heard at Monday's press conference that Robert Saleh is the future coach of this NFL team. As a matter of fact, we brought numbers to everybody's attention here. So for all you Robert Saleh lovers, or you think that Robert Saleh will fix this or he's going to fix this, look at these numbers. If the Jets lose out for the rest of the season, Saleh would be or have a .294 winning percentage, which is 8th worst in NFL history among coaches that have coached 50-plus games. Speedy, could you give us all the rest? Do you have all the rest?
Yeah, I know some of them were in the 40s and the 50s. I know Steve Spagnuolo was one. Pat Shurmur,
who's never going to coach again.
It's Don Shula's son, Dave, who tried in the
Remember
90s.
Dave?
Gus Bradley, who was horrible for the Jags.
Now is a defensive coordinator in the league.
Yep, and 2 guys in the 40s. Burt Bell and Jimmy Phelan are the only ones that
nobody
would be
even
worse.
knows who they are.
They're both in the 40s, so those are the only ones that would be worse. If Robert Saleh were to lose out, it would be a 15-51 overall record, a 294 overall win percentage.
15-51 record. And the Jets are going to keep Robert Saleh? I'm sorry for all you Jet fans sitting here today and trying to figure out, hey, maybe it's just Zach Wilson. Who kept Zach Wilson in after week 3? Who was the one? Who's the coach of this team? I don't want to hear that Woody Johnson and Joe Douglas told him to keep him in. That's a crock of you-know-what. He coaches this team. He tells the GM, he tells ownership he's not the guy. Or he's not good enough. We need to bring somebody in. Why did you pass up on Carson Wentz? Why did you pass up on Matt Ryan? I would take Matt Ryan with one arm than Zach Wilson. Yeah, you heard it. I think Matt Ryan holding the ball and throwing the ball with one arm would be better than Zach Wilson. Or even Matt Ryan with one leg.
Matt Ryan throwing lefty?
Whatever. I mean, seriously, Zach Wilson can't complete a pass. I think we've seen more passes to the ground than he has to a wide receiver. I mean, you sit here, and I know that's Jeff, and you don't put him on yet, but you could bring him on. I can't wait to hear this because I know what he's going to say. He's going to say, well, you thought he was the best quarterback in that draft class. What I saw with Zach Wilson at BYU, and I understand he doesn't play in the SEC, the Big 12 or the Pac-12 or the Big 10, okay? I know he doesn't play in those conferences, all right? But I saw enough of Zach Wilson to think that Zach Wilson was going to be an efficient quarterback in this league. But I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the bright lights in New York. Maybe it's just him not understanding the playbook, that this guy is just not the real deal. And you sit here and you have weapons like Garrett Wilson, who, by the way, did nothing in the game. He got me 2 points on my fantasy team, did nothing in the game. And then you look at Breece Hall, who to me is one of the more dominant running backs in the league, and he only touches the ball 12 times because maybe Nathaniel Hackett has lost his mind. Why would he not feed? You look at the Giants. What did the Giants do good? They feed Saquon Barkley the ball over and over and over and over again. What does that do? It wears out the defenses. That's what it does. Why? Why is Breece Hall only touching the ball 12 to 15 times? Why is that? What is the excuse here? What are the excuses now for the New York Jets? Because there is none. Do you know that Breece Hall had 10 carries for 23 yards? 10 carries for 23 yards. That means offensively, they're putrid. I mean, if you look at Tim Boyle, who's 7 for 14. You look at Zach Wilson, 7 for 15. Boyle had no touchdowns and 1 interception. Zach Wilson had 1 touchdown and 1 interception. I mean, Thomas Moorhead was 1 for 1 with 18 yards. I'd rather him start as my quarterback.
Can't wait for that to happen when this other experiment falls through. And this is also a defense in the Bills that just lost Tre'Davious White for the season. They had no Micah Hyde. They lost Taylor Rapp, their other safety, in that game. Had a scary injury. Hope he's okay.
Adams, yeah.
Yeah. And Matt Milano for the season as well was a good coverage linebacker. And they couldn't even take advantage of that. And this is now.
Oh, you're talking about Buffalo. I'm talking about the Jets.
Yeah.
The Jets lost.
Yeah, Jets also lost
Adams. They lost Adams. I don't know what he did with his finger, but it looked bad.
Right.
It looked really bad. It looked like he jammed it or something.
Yeah. And this is
dislocated it.
Now, 2 of the last 3 weeks, they faced the Chargers secondary, which has been the worst in the NFL.
100%.
They've allowed 391 passing yards a game or something like that. They've allowed 5 of the 7 400-yard passing games this year. They couldn't do anything on that. The Raiders' pass defense is pretty good, but their run defense is horrible, yet they couldn't run the ball in that game either. And the Bills have all these injuries on defense. So, yeah, the Jets' offense might just be horrible.
I mean, seriously, if you're a Jet fan, you can't sit here and make any excuses. And to think that the Jets are going to win any more games is crazy to think, too. Tim Boyle going to win a game. They're not beating Washington, okay? I know everybody says, well, it's a winnable game. They're not beating Washington. They're not beating Atlanta, who's 4-6, and they've looked really bad for the last 3 games.
I would have been worried about Atlanta anyway. Against
they're not beating.
Healthy, yeah.
They're not beating Atlanta. They're not. They're not beating Atlanta because even Ritter. I think Ritter is a better quarterback than any quarterback the Jets have had over the last couple of years.
Except Ritter would fit the mold with the Jets. He still has all those issues with red zone turnovers too.
It doesn't matter. He's a better quarterback than any Jet quarterback on that roster. I mean, seriously, the fact that the Jets passed up on Carson Wentz is just a joke. It is an absolute joke. I'm not saying Carson Wentz is the next big thing, and I'm not saying that he's going to win the Jets a Super Bowl, but I bet you the Jets have 6 wins right now if they had Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz doesn't throw for less than 150 yards against the Chargers.
I mean, seriously, there's no way they'd be where they are today at 4-6. There's no way the Jets are making the playoffs. And the fact that you've heard there was a story that came out that in 2 weeks, Rodgers wants to come back to practices. Why? Why would Aaron Rodgers want to come back right now? They don't stand a chance. What, is Rodgers going to come back and show everybody that if he's in the lineup, they can maybe win 1 or 2 games? What is that going to do for the Jets? That only hurts the Jets getting a top pick. It doesn't make sense. Why would Aaron come back, sit out for the season, get ready for next year, and the Jets will rebuild that offensive line? That would be the more, I guess, logical way of thinking. But again, Aaron Rodgers is the coach of this team. Aaron Rodgers runs this team because whatever Aaron says goes. And that's why Zach Wilson won't be waived at the end of the season. I really believe it. He will be a part of this roster one way or another, 3rd string or no string. This guy will be on the roster because he knows that Zach Wilson will get on his knees and suck as you know what.
Maybe the Jets will put Zach Wilson on the practice squad and see if anyone takes it.
It's putrid. It's a putrid way of watching the quarterback play. It is just disgusting. And I don't know what to say. Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Zach Wilson is. Much better. I would take Mac Jones right now. If the Patriots dropped him, I would pick up Mac Jones in a heartbeat. And that's not saying much because Mac Jones isn't any good.
All right. To answer your question before we get Jeff on, Tim Boyle beat the New England Patriots. There's no way the Patriots. There's no way the Patriots. What could be Bill Belichick's last game with the team is going to lose to the Jets.
No, the Jets are going to lose against the Patriots. I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots beat him by 50. Okay, and it's not because of the Jets defense, because the Jets are going to just sit out their defensive players and say, you know what, the season's over. Sauce looks like he's given up. You saw that in the game, and Sauce was sticking up for himself for the touchdown that they gave up. That was the first touchdown they gave up, I think, since the week 1 against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I would say that's the worst misplay of his career. So.
Yeah, it was a bad play, and he has every right to complain to the fans for what he has done so far in the NFL. But there's no excuses. He did not read the play right. Now, put him on.
All right, Jeff, welcome.
All right, I want to just add a few critiques and hopefully civilly here, Earl. Because,
if you don't pronounce my name again right, we're hanging up the phone. So I'm giving you again. You pronounce my name right, or we're hanging up the phone. You ready?
We're gonna do this civil.
Yeah, let's do it civil.
Number one. Your critique of Robert Saleh, I understand it. Okay, I do understand it. However, Robert Saleh is a defensive guy, and the defense is terrific. So, he hasn't been terrible, right? Like that, he was the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. They had a great defense. They brought him over. The defense is very good. So, and all of the Jet struggles, almost all of them, are on the offensive side of the football. Correct?
Yes, in some aspects, yeah.
So he's not a terrible coach, right? Like he's not. He's done what every coach in the league, like Belichick, he's a defensive guy. He knows nothing about offense. Patriots offense sucks, right? Like you look at other teams and they have good offenses with terrible defense because that's what their head coach is, right? So that's kind of what the deal is.
All right, before you get into the other stuff that you want to critique on me, okay? I'm going to give you the reason why I know that Robert Saleh isn't calling the defensive plays. It's Jeff Ulbrich, first of all. He's calling the defensive plays. How many times have we seen him on the sidelines when the defense is on the field not look at his play calling and anything? It's hanging from his waist. He's not doing anything. He's standing there twiddling his thumbs, okay? So it's Jeff Ulbrich.
It's his defense. It's his scheme. It's that thing. Someone else calls the plays. Like Belichick gets credit for the defense. Does anyone know Gerard Mayo calls the plays for the defense?
Yes.
No, right, you do, Speedy, but everyone gives Belichick the credit for the defense, correct? So it's the same thing with Saleh. He's a defensive guy, and the defense is good.
Yeah. How long did
the offense would be better if Aaron Rodgers?
How long did it last with Rex Ryan? He had a great defense. How long did it last with the Jets? 5 years? He had a great defense too. Top 5 defense, just like Robert Saleh. What did that do for the Jets? I don't know. It had Mark Sanchez leaving, going to the Eagles, and sucking for the rest of his career everywhere he went.
Well, that brings me to the next critique. Okay, and I don't want to harp on the best quarterback in the draft. I've done that 1,000 times to you. I'm almost getting tired of it. Okay, but when you sit there and say, "Oh, I saw enough of Zach Wilson to say he could be good in the league," dude, he played for 1 year. That's all he played for.
I know that.
Mac Jones, he played for 1 year. He stinks. Trey Lance, he played less than 1 year. Can't get on the field. You didn't see anything. You saw 1 season. So you saw nothing.
How about Joe Burrow? How many years did Joe Burrow play? Come on, are you going to make excuses? How many years did he play as a starter? He went to LSU. He was a third-string quarterback. He went to LSU, and he became the Heisman Trophy winner. He won a national championship, and it was the number 1 pick. So please, don't bring up the 1 year. I just brought up something, so don't attack something for what I said.
But he was right. You did bring it up, but he was also a lot older because he spent 4 years at Ohio State before going to LSU. So he was a 5th-year guy. So he had 2 more years there, more football, more learning. Right? Technically, this would be. Zach Wilson's rookie year compared to what Joe Burrow played and had for experience.
Well, Zach Wilson was on the team for at least 2 years before he had to be on the team for 2 or 3 years. So he had experience
but he left as soon as he could his junior year. Right? That's as early as you can leave. And he only started for 1 year. Burrow had 4 years and his 5th was at LSU. So that's what it would be. So that's extra experience, that's extra time. That dude was just looking for the money and left, and he wasn't ready yet. Same with Mac Jones. Mac Jones was around forever, but he only started for 1 year.
Well, he's also behind two really good quarterbacks.
I don't care who he was behind, and he was only behind one other good quarterback.
Tua,
right? And then they threw him out of school, and he went to Oklahoma.
Yep, it was Tua. Tua was still on that roster, wasn't he? And so was
yes,
and so was
I think Bryce Young was there
and Hurts
too.
And
he started the next year.
Bryce Young was after Mac.
Yeah, but I think he was still on the roster. He just didn't start that year.
No, Bryce Young started as a freshman.
Oh, okay.
No, Bryce Young wasn't a part. It was Hurts and Tua. They were both on that roster. And I remember because they took a picture together, and I've seen the picture. All three of those guys on the sidelines in an Alabama jersey.
But to say that you saw enough to think that Zach could be good, and I'm not.
That's just my opinion. That's my opinion. It doesn't mean I was right.
Didn't really see anything because he didn't play anybody, and it's only one season, and he wasn't even all that good in that one season.
What I saw his year when he was the starting quarter, and by the way, he did play a quarter of the year before too. He did come in the quarter of the year and actually played decent, half decent before the season ended.
Well, then Joe Burrow had 2 years started because he played like the last 3 games for LSU the year before or something.
Right. Okay, whatever. But what I'm saying is, what I've seen, and I just brought up Joe Burrow. I'm sure there are other quarterbacks that played 1 year of college ball, came into the NFL, and played well. Okay, so it's not just Joe Burrow. You're right. I will give you credit. I would give you credit because you have said it before. Usually, quarterbacks that play 4 years of eligibility football or are part of a team with eligibility, playing 4 years of college ball, usually are good when they make it to the NFL. You've said that. Okay, so
almost nobody that just starts for 1 year and goes is any good. Almost nobody.
Okay, almost nobody, but there are still quarterbacks that have.
I mean, name one.
I just told you, Joe Burrow.
Even Trevor Lawrence was a 3-year starter.
Trevor Lawrence,
a freshman. No, Trevor Lawrence was a 3-year starter.
Mm-hmm.
So he had 3 seasons of playing football.
I have to think about it. I have to look, but I think obviously Mark Sanchez, I think, played 1 year, didn't he? He played one full year.
He played several years for USC.
No, but I don't think he played several years. I think he played 1 full year. And that's why Pete Carroll wanted him to stay and play at least another year of football.
He played multiple years and only left because that was the year I think Matt Barkley was showing up.
Something.
Yes.
I don't know. I have to look. I have to look into it. I don't know. I
think he's the one that took over. Did he take over for Carson
Cody Kessler
Palmer?
was somewhere in between too. I don't remember where.
I'm trying to think from the past.
But most guys have a couple of years of playing quarterback.
Some of them,
look at this year. They do. But look at this year's class. Bo Nix is going to come out. Bo Nix started for 2 years at Auburn. Now he's been starting for 2 years at Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Michael Penix started for 2 years at Indiana, started for 2 years now with Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like every quarterback has several years of starting experience.
And we'll see how they turn out.
Except for almost that entire draft class.
Jaden Daniels had a year for Kansas too, right, Jeff? Because I know he had the 2 years for LSU.
No. Jaden Daniels has 2 years. It wasn't Kansas. He was a 2-year starter at LSU, and before that, he was a 2 or 3 year starter at Arizona State.
Arizona State. Okay, that's what it was. I remember the name from some other school that's not normally good at football.
Right, but like that's what you're dealing with now. Like it was an irresponsible pick to pick him or Trey Lance.
I would agree with you.
Trey Lance played the least amount of football. What did he play? 3 college games?
Yeah,
how much football
like that.
I would agree with you. I thought it was a bad move by the New York Jets. And I'm sure, I don't know if you heard the press conference, he did say when they asked him, I'll tell you the one part that really stuck out to me is when one of the, I don't remember what presser asked him this. They asked him, they said, were you involved with drafting Zach Wilson? Did you have your own thoughts before you drafted him? He said, I had my own thoughts. I spoke to Joe, but I'm not going to tell you what I said. So obviously he didn't want Zach Wilson. And he's making excuses. He's trying to build around it.
Now, though,
yeah, I know. I agree with you. And that's why if Robert Saleh loses out for the rest of the year, that's 2 years, back-to-back years that he loses out in the second part of the season, he should be fired. They should not bring him back.
But they don't. But that's not going to, that doesn't need to happen because the defense is still really great. And if things go the way they can this offseason, you'll draft a couple of linemen in the draft, get Davante Adams, and the offense will be supremely better because I like Breece Hall and Garrett, even though Garrett Wilson lately, bud, sorry to say, he's got a case of the drops lately.
He has, and I think the big problem is he's the ball's getting forced to him, and he's getting double teamed, and the Jets have no weapons on the other side. They have nothing. Allen Lazard is a bust.
Allen Lazard's been open, but he's been dropping everything thrown his way too.
Yeah, he stinks. He's another one that the Jets wasted the
Jets
money
have a ton of great receivers. They got Mecole Hardman in the offseason, and
I can't believe they didn't use Mecole Hardman.
He's terrific.
No, Cobb sucks. Please.
37 years old or whatever he is, the old man.
If they bring him back.
We got to go back. We got to do this because this happens every year. And honestly, this is one of my favorite times of the year because this is like
I know what he's going to say.
Mid-transition. No, this is mid-transition, right? Because every year, as far as back as I can remember, right, since the Joe Douglas era starts, it's the new day for the Jets. The Jets are great. Week one.
New day.
All right, they lost one. No
New
big deal.
day. How many wins did I call the Jets having this year, Speedy?
11.
It was 11 with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And without Aaron Rodgers, what did I say? I think it was 6. Okay. I said if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, hold on. It said if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, the Jets win 11 games. If Aaron Rodgers if he gets hurt, they're not winning more than 6 games. That's what I said. And what did the Jets have? They have 4 wins. So
right, but every year,
I'm not lying here.
But every year it's been the same thing.
Stop,
Their big
Jeff.
acquisition. Every year their big acquisition gets hurt. Last year, Breece Hall, he goes, oh, well, that's the year before Mekhi Becton's just a fat pig. So, there goes that. He'll be better next year, right? Like every time it's like, we're going to be so great. We got these guys. They immediately get hurt and it's, wait till next year.
No, I didn't. I didn't say wait till next year. You're the one who says wait until next year. I didn't say it. I didn't say, well, I don't know. You keep Robert Saleh, you get a couple offensive linemen, you get Davante Adams. You're right there. You're right there in the mix. I don't believe that. I think the Jets need to fire Robert Saleh. He has lost the locker room. I don't think he knows what he's doing, and you could see it in his face. I don't know. You don't watch the press conference. If you look at his face, he is out there. He is out of – dude, it's like when you look at somebody and you understand what he is thinking in his mind, you can see it. You could see he's completely lost. He is completely lost. The fact that this guy decided to keep Zach Wilson, the quarterback of the team, they didn't talk to Carson Wentz. They didn't talk to Matt Ryan. They didn't talk to anybody. They didn't talk to nobody.
No. Hold on. Let's go back preseason now. And this isn't a shot at you. This is just a legitimate thing because I also agreed with you. Okay? They get Aaron Rodgers, and you're like, no, this is great. Let's keep Zach Wilson. We want to keep Zach Wilson.
Third string. I wanted another guy on the bench.
Because he's going to learn behind him. And instead, okay. But they couldn't do third string because Joe Douglas was acting like a drunk 17-year-old playing Madden on franchise mode because it was Nicole Hardman for $10 million and another
$7 million.
$8 million
Lazard for 13 or whatever. Yeah.
Lazard got 13 this year.
Cook, another $8 million to Dalvin Cook, another this here, another for all guys that blow. Rather than because I agree with you. They should have given. I think it's crazy that no one's at least taken a chance on Carson Wentz. Like nobody needs a halfway decent bat. Like Carson Wentz could have been an MVP in the league if he didn't get hurt that one year.
I agree. Right. Tom Brady won the MVP that year.
Right.
He had a great year that year. Anyways, Tom Brady.
They should have taken a chance and given it to him. Like Tim Boyle, we know what Tim Boyle is. He stinks. And if you wanted to keep Zach Wilson, so don't.
Hold on. I wanted to see if Nathaniel Hackett could change it because I didn't think Mike LaFleur was any good. I said maybe under a guy that actually knows how to run an offense. He's run an offense with many different quarterbacks and not just Aaron Rodgers, but he's actually coached an offense that has gone to an AFC title game with a quarterback that wasn't any good. So Blake Bortles was not good, okay? And he was the offensive coordinator.
This is a fair question, and you're not going to like it because it's fair. But does this season change your opinion at all of Mike LaFleur? Because
he stinks.
Nathaniel Hackett is fucking terrible.
I would say that right now, but we'll see. You said if Aaron Rodgers comes back and Nathaniel Hackett's the offensive coordinator, this could change. I don't think it's going to change. Here's what I think the Jets need to do. I don't care what Aaron Rodgers says. I don't. You fire Robert Saleh. You want to keep Nathaniel Hackett as the offensive coordinator, that's your decision. You bring in another coach that could run this team and actually run it on all three issues that the Jets have. Their defense in certain aspects of the game, especially in the fourth quarter, gets tired and they lose confidence. They do. You saw it. They lose confidence in the fourth quarter.
That is an absolute non-issue.
Really?
It's a non-issue.
Really?
No, it's a non-issue because they won't be tired and lose confidence if their offense goes more than 4 yards on every.
Well, that's true too. I guess that could be an argument too. So I mean, watching the Jets and watching this offense, this is the worst offense I've ever seen.
Heavy lifting, so I'd be pissed too, and you would be too if you were on that defense in the fourth quarter.
100%.
And it was 31.
But I also think that if you watch and you can watch, and I don't care what Sauce says. Sauce gave up on that. He gave up on that play. He gave up in the
Khalil Shakir, he 100% gave up on it.
Absolutely gave up on that play. And I don't care what he says after the game. He says, I went for the interception. I went full force. I don't want to hear it from Sauce because Sauce wants to brag about, we haven't given up a touchdown since week 1 against the Buffalo Bills. And then all of a sudden you give up one and then you find a way to make excuses. There is no excuse. You made a bad play. You gave up on the play. You were jogging down the field. You probably would have stopped them.
Bad play. I would make the argument I don't think it was a bad play, right? Because I would just look at the time in the game and look at the score, and you got to take a chance to get a turnover, and he took that chance and lost. Like that just happens.
He had no chance. He had no chance of intercepting that ball.
Right, but you still got to take the chance to try to get the ball. And so he went under the play and missed. Like that just it is what it is. But like he has to take that chance to try to get a turnover.
I would have just tried to bat the ball out of the, bat the ball. He had a chance to bat the ball, but instead he tried to jump and try to undergrade it or undertone it, whatever the hell it is.
Undercut it.
Yeah, undercut it. That's even better. But I'm honestly, I've seen enough of this team. I don't think they win another game.
This is just.
I don't think they win another game. I'm telling you right now, they're going to lose both games against Miami. They're going to lose against Atlanta. I think Atlanta's going to kill them. Okay, because they're going to just run the ball. Bijan Robinson's going to get the ball. He's going to be fed. The Jets have had problems on running backs that run on the outside that are fast. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The Miami Dolphins are going to eat them up alive because they have 2 speed demons in the backfield. 2 really fast guys. So I
told you about that Devin A chain.
Yeah, you did. It's a Chan. He doesn't want to be called a chain, by the way.
I don't give a shit.
I'm just telling you.
We had a Miami Dolphins guy on the show that confirmed that.
Yeah,
so.
he was complaining. Everybody, including
Look,
him.
Earl can pronounce everybody's
There
name
you go.
wrong,
I told you not to call me that. I told you not to call me that.
But Jeff, we actually have proof that a Miami Dolphins guy who writes for Sports Illustrated actually said that he told Alan Pupar is his name. Chan told him that
it's Elaine.
No, it's not. And
it's Elaine. It's Elaine because he's got the eye. He's French Canadian.
And
Elaine
we've
Pupar.
had him on the show twice. We know how it's pronounced, Jeff. But he also said a Chan's name has been pronounced wrong by several broadcasters in the past too.
Don't care. He's a beast.
I agree. I'm not disputing that.
I tried to tell you there was more running backs in this draft.
I liked him too. I liked the Chan too. I was just curious.
I didn't know who he was. I'm not going to lie to you.
I was just curious.
I didn't watch enough. I didn't watch enough of Texas A&M. But I'm sorry.
Do you remember me telling you I had a list?
You did. You did. I know you watch a lot of college football. I did not watch Texas A&M. So I don't know anything about him. I do know who their coach is. I can't stand him
anymore. He's bought out.
There you go. Well, thank God. I Jimbo. I mean, seriously.
But I'm having a great time. You know, dude, I got to turn you on to this thing I found on YouTube. It is a phenomenal watch.
What is it?
It's New Yorkers, and they watch the Jets, right? The channel is called the New York Jokes. And I'm telling you, these guys are the biggest Jets fans. And all they do is sit there and whine and cry and scream.
I don't want to watch it.
And like the Jets game. Dude, it's hilarious.
I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. I do enough of it. If they I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it Black Friday. I'm going to record myself. I'm going to record myself watching the whole game.
Show to other Jets fans.
Oh my God.
That is what the world needs.
I'm going to. You guys will be on the floor. I was on the boat. I was at. We went on. Me and Brittany went away for a couple of days. We were there with the Kansas City Chiefs, and we watched. The Jets got robbed in that game. Whatever. And I'm standing there in the fourth quarter, and I'm standing there, and everybody's like they're watching the game, they're drinking, they're getting drunk. Somebody's playing the piano, playing some James Brown tunes and stuff like that. And I'm standing there, and in the fourth quarter, everything that could have happened. And I told the guy that was singing the James Brown, could you stop playing that garbage? I'm watching a damn football game. He looked at me and says, you don't like it? Go in the other room. And I'm screaming at the TV. I'm throwing things at the TV. The security was watching me. They were afraid I was going to blow up and do something stupid. By the end of the game, I told Brittany, I was like, I don't even want to go out tonight. I just want to go up to my room and close my eyes and forget that I watched that godforsaken game. So, I mean, it was horrible. Everybody was laughing at me. They thought it was funny. But it just shows you the garbage that you watch every single year. It is garbage. And I don't want to hear from Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh has no excuse anymore. There is none. His
defense is really good. Come on.
I call it Jeff Ulbrich, and I think Ulbrich's going to get a job at the end of the season. I think he's going to be gone. I think he's got your job. I think somebody's going to hire him.
Anybody that hires any coach off this Jet staff should be immediately fired.
No, I think Ulbrich's going to be a good coach in this league. I really do. And I think Wink Martindale's going to get a chance too, one way or another. He's a little bit older. Ulbrich is still young, and I think somebody's going to give him a shot. But Wink Martindale deserves another interview because I think he's done a great job, phenomenal job on a defense that honestly is not really that good. So,
and it also bothers me a little bit that you're like the referees robbed the Jets in that Kansas City Chiefs game.
They did.
Because okay,
they did.
You're also okay.
They did.
It was a terrible call.
They did, Jeff.
Okay, all right. You're also ignoring the fact that the Jets got a gift horse collar call that led to a touchdown. So if we're erasing calls, let's erase the call on third and
How many times did we see Kansas City holding Johnson in the game, holding Quinn Williams in the game? Are you kidding me? They didn't call nothing. All they cared about is Taylor Swift.
Well, they did.
So they care. Look, it's a Swiftie.
They called a horse collar on the Chiefs that wasn't a horse collar, and it led to a touchdown. First down that led to a touchdown. So like it's one of those things that like you
Jeff,
can't.
You hate the Jets. I understand.
Hold on. First of all, I hate New Yorkers. You're all troglodytes. But I haven't said anything that isn't true tonight. I said let's be civilized, and I've made several good points about the defense.
And I've made several good points. You won't give me any credit for what I said.
Offense's fault. It's the offense's fault. They're tired at the end of the game.
Yeah, well.
Right? Like I haven't said anything slanderous or anything. Speedy, have I said anything outrageous?
Outrageous? No, you just slander Zach Wilson, which is justified.
Anyways,
I haven't slandered Zach Wilson. I said I don't believe in guys that only start.
How about
where was the slander?
Listen, you can call back if you want later. We appreciate you. If you don't, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Happy Earl's Giving to everybody.
Goodbye.
Happy Thanksgiving, Jeff.
Thank you. Jesus, man. He can't for once just be a normal person. He's got to be stupid. He really does.
Then again, when Kenny calls, is he ever a normal person either?
No. I mean, obviously not. I mean, I like Kenny. At least Kenny, he shows some personality in his conversation. And I give him a lot of credit going to school. I mean, Kenny's a little bit older. He's in his 40s. Going back to school to learn a little bit about the business that he wants to get into, I give him a lot of credit. I do. He can come and work for us, and I can teach him just as much as he would learn with Dan Patrick. I mean, well, Dan Patrick's not going to be there. He's not going to learn from Danny, but his guys are there, I guess. I mean, I don't know much about it, but Adam Schefter reports that the Jets are expected to pursue Davante Adams this offseason. The Jets were reportedly very interested in a deal with the Raiders for Davante Adams at the trade deadline, but fell short on that. Adams has been frustrated at Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler in the past, and both guys were fired 3 weeks ago. With Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback, Adams had 669 receptions, 8,121 yards, and 73 touchdowns. Adams has had 3 seasons over 1,300 yards and 5 seasons over double-digit touchdowns with Rodgers. Rodgers has 2 more years left on his restructured contract with the Jets, set to make over $75 million in those 2 years. So, and he will restructure that. I guarantee you, Aaron Rodgers will restructure that if they can bring Davante Adams in. There's no question that he will. And Davante Adams will restructure his deal because they want to win a Super Bowl. And if they can match him up with Garrett Wilson, but here's the thing. Davante is going to be 31 years old next year. There's no way that I believe the Raiders are going to get a first-round draft pick for him. Maybe a swap, maybe. That could make sense that the Jets would swap him if they have a higher pick than the Raiders. That could happen. I don't see it happening. I see a third this year and a second next year. That would probably land a Davante Adams. He has 2 years. I think he has 2 years or 3 years left 3 years left on a contract. The Jets are going to have to pick up that contract. So that will be significant. Even if he restructures it, the Jets are going to have to pick up at least $20 million a year on that contract. So that's a significant amount of money that the Jets are going to have to pick up. So there's a lot of questions with this. If I were the Jets, I draft a wide receiver in the first round. That's what I would do. Neighbor will be there. If the Jets are drafting in top 10, they can get Neighbor from LSU. You put him on the other side with Garrett Wilson. You have two youngsters that are going to be there for many, many years to come. But here's the thing. We don't know what Neighbor is going to be in the NFL. We know what Davante Adams is with Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers is going to push the Jets to pursue it. That's what they're going to do. Aaron Rodgers coming back. He is playing 2 years. He's come out numerous amount of times on the Pat McAfee show when Pat McAfee said, are you going to play next year? He says, absolutely. How about the year after? He says, I made a promise to the Jets that I'm going to be there until my contract is up, which means he has 2 years left. So he will be there for 2 years. I just think that if the Jets fall into the top 10, do they draft a quarterback? Do they have somebody sitting behind Aaron Rodgers for the next 2 years to learn the offense, to understand how to run an offense if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt? That's something that the Jets are going to have to make a decision. Or do the Jets, if they do trade a third this year, they don't have a second and a third. Do they trade down and they get more picks for that first round draft pick? If they have a top 10 and somebody wants a quarterback, you trade out of that pick, you get a late first round and you get a second round, and then you could start rebuilding that way. So I think that could be a Joe Douglas move too, and still get two really good players in the first and second round. I question the whole Davante Adams thing because we've seen this before. The Jets have bring veteran quarterbacks, Antonio Holmes in. It didn't work. It worked for 1 year. They extended him. They gave him an extension of 3 or 4 years. It didn't work out. They brought in Braylon Edwards. Braylon Edwards was a good wide receiver for the Jets for 2 years. They extended him. It didn't work out with the extension. I could go on and on and on of all the wide receivers the Jets have brought in over the years, and it never was worth the money that they invested. If you look at Davante Adams is 31. The Jets have to at least pay him for those 2 years before the dead cap opens up or lowers. So you're going to have to give Davante Adams $20 million, or maybe if he takes an $8 million pay cut, and then they're going to have to give him another $20 million the year after, or $21 million if he takes a pay cut. And then the final year, you can drop him, but that's dead cap space that the Jets are going to have to pay. So there's a lot of questions with this. I don't know if it makes sense, but again, it's the Jets if they're trying to win. And if Robert Saleh does come back, they're going to go all in on this next year. But going all in, is that going to be enough to get them over the hump, get them in the playoffs and be efficient enough to be competitive? Because their schedule next year is still going to be really hard. I think they match up against the North.
AFC South.
Is it the South?
Yeah, AFC South. It depends on where they finish, too. Because remember, if the Jets still finish...
Is it the South?
It's the South next year.
You sure it's not the North?
No, it was the North last year. So it would be the South this year.
Okay.
And
so
they'll play either third or
easy.
Last place, whoever they play, depending on where they stack up with the Patriots. They'll play the third place team in the AFC North and the third place team in the AFC West.
Who do they play in the NFC?
So the NFC, I believe it's the West next year.
It's going to be hard.
So, yeah, that's going to be hard, especially if the Cardinals do get another top talent, too. That could be hard.
They're going to get a top wide receiver.
Yeah.
They're going to get Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 2, and they're going to have Kyler Murray there, and they're going to be explosive. And then Seattle's explosive. The Rams will be pretty good next year.
The Rams, even losing Stafford, they could still draft a quarterback, too. And that could be interesting.
The 49ers are going to be good again. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be easy. I will say that they have a chance against the South but not really, because I think the Colts will be better next year because I'll have Richardson back. The Texans, CJ Stroud, he's the real deal. And the Jaguars and the Titans, I think Will Levis is the real deal too. I think that's a good division. So for a division that everybody looked at as a joke of a division is becoming a better and more efficient division over the last couple of weeks that we've seen so far.
And great quarterback play we've seen from Richardson when he was healthy too. And obviously we're seeing now from Stroud and Lawrence. We know he's capable of it. He just got to get back to that form.
I don't know what's going on with Trevor Lawrence.
I still think he can find a way. He was a second half quarterback last year, but still, like, that's the upside of that division is definitely there. But going back to Davante Adams, definitely a weird scenario because the Raiders, most of what he did not like with the Raiders were dealing with Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler. Now, the Derek Carr situation made it worse, obviously, benching him at the end of the year, then letting him go to the Saints. And the Raiders still have a big unknown at quarterback with what they're going to be able to do. Now, they're going to have a middle round, first round pick probably, unless they lose out the rest of their games too. So it might be harder for them to get a quarterback. Did they make a trade for one of these other guys that could become available, like a Justin Fields or something like that? Maybe, but it's not going to be enough to be able to keep Davante Adams there if they can't get a quarterback. And they're not a quarterback away either. So it's interesting to say because he does want to stay in the city of Las Vegas.
He's not staying there. There's no way he's staying there. And I'm telling you right now, and I'm saying this very, very nicely for all the people that like what's going on right now with Vegas. They're not keeping the coaching staff.
I don't think they will either. They should.
Jim Harbaugh is definitely going to be out there. And if he becomes available, which he probably will, because he is going to be suspended for half the season next year. I believe that. There's no way he's going to come back to Michigan. He's going to want to coach. He was looking at jobs last year. He obviously went out there and talked to the Broncos. Mm-hmm. He is going to talk to other teams if the right job opens up. And why not? The Raiders will probably give him ownership. I mean, seriously, why wouldn't they? I mean, Tom Brady's buying into ownership. Why wouldn't Jim Harbaugh get bought in as an owner of that team?
So basically what you're saying is Caleb, the Raiders are going to trade their entire future for Caleb Williams just so he can have ownership too.
I don't know about that.
That was a joke.
I don't think that's going to happen, but I could see the Raiders absolutely drafting a quarterback. McCarty is definitely a guy that could be available. He coached him over there with Michigan, and if it's his offense, why not bring in a young quarterback that knows his offense? That makes a lot of sense. And I don't know where the Raiders draft, but McCarty's going to fall probably closer to the late teens, early 20s, and he will be available. And if a team wants him, he's efficient. And who knows what he could be the best quarterback in this class. Who knows what he's going to? He did get coached by a quarterback that was very successful in the NFL, and Jim Harbaugh. He was a successful quarterback. He wasn't a superstar quarterback, but he was a good, efficient quarterback in the NFL. So,
and that's the other thing that makes the situation tricky with Davante Adams is, are they going to trust that the Raiders are going to make that kind of move to get a quarterback that he wants too? Because JJ McCarthy, if Harbaugh goes over there, I still have my doubts on. I don't think he's gonna be a great NFL quarterback, but regardless of who they get,
what do you see that doesn't make him a good quarterback?
I think his game is very basic.
He has a good arm. He can stand in the pocket and make every single throw.
Right. I think his game is suitable.
That's Joe Burrow, right?
I think
I'm not saying he's Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
but he's efficient.
I think Burrow is better intermediate throws. I think Burrow's better with rolling out. His game seems very basic to me, but nevertheless, Davante Adams, it has to be a quarterback that's going to be able to keep him there in order to stay there, because the Raiders are not just a quarterback away either. And how good of a connection you'll have with Jim Harbaugh or wherever other coach they bring in is another question. Now, from the Jets' perspective, the Jets need a lot on the offensive line, probably losing Mekhi Becton this offseason, and they're going to lose a lot of the veteran guys that they have there. You can't trust Elijah Vera Tucker to stay healthy, and can you trust enough of those guys in what is a transformation of a different, not different scheme, because Nathaniel Hackett will still be there, but playing with Aaron Rodgers too, to be able to say, all right, can roll out this mostly same group of the offensive line? Because we talk about it with our guests all the time. Offensive line is a team unit. You can sign one big guy. It doesn't mean it's going to go good overnight.
Here's what I would do. Elijah Vera Tucker is your starting right tackle next year, no matter what. Tippmann is your starting center. If you draft an offensive lineman in the first round, which they could, I wouldn't. I bring in a veteran left tackle. I would go after a guy that is still fairly middle age. You can get him at 30, 31 years old. He's not a superstar tackle, but he's a good tackle. And then you can build in the later rounds for the guard positions. You can draft a guard here and draft a guard there. Max Mitchell could be a good guard if you get the right guard for the left side of the ball. So he could be good on the right side with Elijah Vera Tucker. So maybe go after one guard in the later rounds, a good guard, because the interior you could find him in the later rounds. So I still think that the Jets could still go after a quarterback, still go after a wide receiver in the first round if somebody falls of their liking. You don't want to make a mistake in the first round this year. I think Will McDonald's going to be a big piece of the Jets defense next year. I really do. And when we have seen him out there for the little bit we have seen him, he's been pretty efficient coming off the edge. The only problem here is everybody keeps saying, why is he on the field? Did we see Johnson on the field a lot last year? He was only there on third downs. And now look how efficient Johnson has been this year. I think Johnson's going to be a star in this league. He's only played one full season.
Right. Now, the thing is with the Jets, though, is I also don't think they're one offensive lineman away either. And I think that's where, when you're judging what to do with a priority first round pick.
Well, hold on one second. What are the three most important positions on the offensive line? Right tackle, left tackle, and center. If the Jets bring in a veteran left tackle, Mekhi Becton's done. I'm done with him, okay? We're done. If you can bring in a tackle, you want to bring Bakhtiari in, but he's not the only guy. You have to bring in another guy to play behind him that you know that is going to be efficient, not Brown. Get rid of him. No more him. Bring in Bakhtiari because he knows the offense. He knows Nathaniel Hackett. He knows Aaron Rodgers. You want to bring him, you bring him up on a cheap contract. You could do that. Bakhtiari's 32 years old? Bring him in. But you got to bring somebody else in to play behind him just in case. And then you build through that. You get 2 guards. That's all they need, really. You could bring in veteran guys that'll play behind him. Schweitzer, he was playing well before he got hurt. You bring Schweitzer back to be a guard. Or not as a starting guard, but a backup center guard that could play right behind Tippmann. You still have pieces. You could still, bunch them together. The problem with the Jets is when Brown fell in the first game, and then all of a sudden you had to switch it around, and then you move Mekhi Becton to the left tackle position when he was playing right tackle all through the preseason. Made no sense for the Jets. And then you move Elijah Vera Tucker to the right tackle position. He looked great, but he didn't play the position. And the way he hurt himself, the way he tore his Achilles, he positioned his body wrong, and the defensive lineman fell on top of his ankle, which twisted his ankle, which took his Achilles. So he wasn't playing at that natural position all summer. If you start him at the right tackle position, he'll be able to position himself and get ready for the season to be ready for that position. I think the Jets really planned this all wrong on the offensive line of the ball. And also, what did they do with this? They bring Izzy back. Izzy comes back from his injury. Why didn't he touch the ball? Why didn't he touch the ball? I watched him in the preseason. This kid is explosive. We have Bilal Powell on. He knows who Izzy is. He reminds me. Izzy reminds me of a young Bilal Powell, a guy that can find inside, find outside, do things that other Jet guys can't do. He's small, he's fast, and he can find his way in. Why did they draft him if they're not going to use him? I understand they're trying to get Dalvin Cook involved. Dalvin Cook is done. He's done. He's washed. I don't think he'll ever start in the NFL again. He'll be a backup running back. That's what happens. We've seen this before. Dalvin Cook is no longer Dalvin Cook. It's amazing after 1 year and not play, 1 year after he goes to the Jets and doesn't have a preseason, didn't have much of an offseason, that he is done. He looks like he's washed.
Mm-hmm. And it just shows you too that Aaron Rodgers really needs to elevate a lot of these other weapons to make this Jets offense work, no matter what combination they're going to be doing it. And that's why I think they definitely have to invest more in quantity with the offensive line too. Now that could come with more money, like you're saying. If they go after a veteran tackle, they could definitely stack that up and maybe drop some interior after that. But that's why this Davante Adams situation is tricky too, because then you're going to be taking on a lot of money with the wide receivers. Yes, I think if Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams are reunited together, they will restructure their deals to play with each other again.
No question.
I'm not doubting that.
Yeah.
But I think the process of what the Jets are going to have to go through is a lot easier to be able to trust Aaron Rodgers to make the rest of those receivers good rather than make the rest of the offensive line good, which I think is a lot tougher to trust with a new scheme all at once and new pieces all at once. It's going to be very hard to do that with offensive
That's
line.
why they're going to bring in Bakhtiari. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to bring in a veteran left tackle that can teach the line. He's a guy that he's one of Aaron Rodgers' biggest, supporters, as we know. And they're going to bring all these if I'm telling you, if Jones gets dropped, the Jets will bring Jones in. I could see it happening. I don't want it. I want to see Breece Hall as the lead back, and it's Izzy to be out there and do what he is good at and get him more involved in the offense. Dalvin Cook can't be on this team. He can't be on this roster next year. There's a lot of questions on what we have seen so far with this team and how they're running their offense. It doesn't make any sense. And Nathaniel Hackett should be ashamed of himself, because as good as an offensive coordinator he's been in the past with Blake Bortles, and I'm not saying Zach Wilson's anywhere close to Blake Bortles because he's not. I mean, Blake Bortles was a horrible quarterback, and he took that team all the way to the AFC title game. Zach Wilson couldn't take a peewee football team to a playoff game, okay? He's that bad. I mean, Derek, who's a tight end, who's a semi-pro tight end, I think Derek would be a better quarterback than Zach Wilson. I mean, seriously, I don't even throw a football, and I was a good wide receiver and quarterback. I'd probably be a better quarterback and efficient more enough. Hey, listen, you're standing in the pocket. How do you not? There's green jerseys all over the place. How do you not see and scope out the field, look one way, look the other way, scope one guy that's open and throw him the ball? You have a good arm. It doesn't make any sense. Every single time he was looking at one player, one side of the field. It didn't make any sense. And you're telling me this guy watches film? This guy doesn't watch film. The only film he's watching is pornos. Okay?
Who's he watching film with? Kyler Murray?
He's probably watching it with his mother's best friend.
Oh, yeah. So, now, before we get to Let's Parlay, I just want to mention that if you're
hopefully he's not looking at, Playboy magazines, not Playgirl magazines. That's what it is.
Now, do you really want to trust Derek to be the Jets starting quarterback when Derek is known as the Jets jinx?
He's the Jets killer. That's what we call him. Every time he picks the Jets lose. It's a fact. I mean,
whatever Derek says about the Jets game, usually take the opposite.
Well, I tell you what, I was right about the Eagles, was I not?
Yeah, you were. No, you said that all year. This will be the first time.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If the Eagles keep playing the way they are and they get healthy like this, I'm not a big fan of their coach because I don't like his little flying on the sidelines. But the Eagles are as good as any football team right now in the NFL.
If their defense can get back into form, they will be the best.
They're good. Yeah. And Swift ran the ball very well yesterday. They can run the ball. Jalen Hurts is finally starting to play like Jalen Hurts last year. I love what I see so far. But when we come back, we are going to have Derek, Worldwide West, with his Canadian flag behind him, as always, the CFL, the mania of himself.
That's right. It's Montreal Alouettes.
Yeah,
winning it all.
That's right. When we come back, let's parlay here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat. Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
What is this? I remember this track, by the way. This is for Wes, okay? Thanksgiving Wes. 631-672. What is he drinking over there? I don't know. Looks like he's drinking some beer. Anyways, 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth, which airs every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. We have Game On, which airs every single Friday. We have a bunch of shows. And, yes, Worldwide West and his great betting show every single Saturday morning with Chaz the Mania as he's in Brazil hanging out with some bikini ladies, or hopefully not being eaten by a piranha or something like that. Could you imagine it come back and he says he gets bitten by a piranha? I could see him doing that. Anyways, Chaz has stories after stories. But anyways, before we introduce our guys, I want to give a shout out to our social media guy, a guy that's going to be a part of our show moving forward very, very soon is Tommy. He's doing a great job on our social media. If you haven't checked out the Worldwide Sports Radio social media, well, then you're missing it. Twitter is being posted every single, I would say every single 2 hours. He's posting something. Even on my Twitter at Errol Marks 34, he posts up all the different stories, every single thing that's going on in sports right now, games, everything, processes of everything. Even Robert Saleh, taking a crap, he probably has posted up something about that. But anyways, thank you to Tommy. I'm going to figure out a nickname for Tommy. He's going to be doing our Sports Minute, and he's going to be a part of our show moving forward. So we're very excited to add him to a very good show. So I don't want to blow ourselves up. I mean, Derek could blow us up. As, somebody like Wes.
Derek, the starting quarterback for the New York Jets eventually.
Wes needs to take a shave, man. I think he's going to too many Ohio State games. Anyways, And now, ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Let's Parlay.
Parlay, ole, ole, ole. It's time for Let's Parlay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's known as Worldwide Wes. You call him Blackhawk Wes. I call him Mr. CFL Mania himself. His name is Wes. Wes, what's up, bud?
Man, my feet still haven't hit the ground from that future play on the Grey Cup. I mean, I've hit some futures before, but never a plus 1,200 that I called out in June. And that was great.
We got you on a bad, feed over here.
Yeah, you're a little staticky. Go out and back in, Wes.
We'll get you on a better feed. Come on, come back in. And obviously...
Out and back in.
Yes.
Out and back in. Come on, Wes. You know, I don't want to say anything perverted. I don't want to throw you off there, but you said out and back in. I mean,
you heard me say that, so
I mean, I can help you out with that. I mean, I don't want to help you. Anyways, let's get off that subject here. Anyways,
let me switch devices.
Yes, absolutely. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our friend, as we all know him, Mr. Mountaineer himself. I call him the Mountaineer because he's climbing the mountains, or he's in Boston enjoying himself. He's got a mountain over there, and he's got a beautiful girlfriend. He's got a beautiful family. We know him as Derek Mountain. Derek, what's up, man?
Feeling great after last night. That was a good W for the Eagles.
Is that why you're wearing green? Is that why you're wearing green?
I'm repping.
It is.
You always know. I'm always repping, Errol. Yeah, it hasn't been pretty for them, but they're 9-1. I feel like they kind of haven't even put a full game together, but they got the best record in the league, so I can't complain too much.
I saw a tweet, Derek. Eagles fans can be happy of having the best record in the league and still want to fire their offensive coordinator.
Yes, that's exactly how you feel when you watch the game. I mean, and there was a report that Hurts audibled at the line of scrimmage before that bomb to Davante Smith because I think he was just sick of running a screen every damn play. I mean, it was hard to watch, but they got it done. And the Chiefs defense is really good. I mean, give credit to them. That defense is legit. But yeah, they're just finding ways to win. That's a good sign.
Spags is going to get another job. I know somebody's going to offer him a job the way he's coaching this team because he's got a bunch of young guys on this roster. They're starting to develop, and he's been there for a while, and he's helped Andy Reid out. And you'll see it. Nagy's going to get another job eventually. It's going to take him a couple of years, but he'll get another job. I think I want to see Bieniemy get a job, but I would agree with you. My second team is the Philadelphia Eagles. I love what I see with the Philadelphia. I love Jalen Hurts. I absolutely love him. And I think he's going to discover certain things that he discovered in the second half of the season last year. And I think things are going to start to, it's going to start picking up offensively. I saw him on the side, A.J. Brown on the sidelines, him and A.J. Brown. And you see Jalen Hurts. He's not going to attack. He kind of sits back. He listens to everybody. You don't see him yelling at anybody on the sidelines. That's what I love about him. A.J. Brown was really upset. He was upset. He threw that interception. He wanted him to throw him over the top. He threw it under, and that's because he didn't see anybody going under the ball. That was an absolute great defensive play. But Jalen Hurts, he still needs to figure things out. I think he will. I still like this team. I think they're fun and they're exciting to watch. So I think you're right, Derek. I think we haven't seen the best of the Philadelphia Eagles, not at all.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. And I feel much better about Sean Desai calling the defense and Gannon last year. I mean, they've been spectacular in the second half of games. The defense, you've seen it. The Cowboys game, they got some stops when they needed to in the end. The Rams game, they struggled that first half, completely shut down Stafford, Cooper Kupp back in his first week back, Puka Nacua. Last night, they shut down the Chiefs. So, yeah, no, they've that's what you want to see. Because Gannon, as we all know, wasn't making too many adjustments last year, especially when it mattered most in the Super Bowl. So
you know what I watched? You know what I loved about?
I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I can't tell you you're wrong.
He's a Kansas City fan, so here we go.
Well, no, the Eagles they have the best record in the league. Their defense is fantastic, but you can't take credit for shutting down the Chiefs in the second half because the Chiefs have shut themselves down in the second half in the last 3 games.
No, you're not
I would argue that if they figured out a way to show up in the second half, they wouldn't have a loss on their record. Their offense is just, it blows me away. You got a generational talent at quarterback on pace to become undisputedly the best ever. And they can't find the end zone in the second half.
And also another thing that I saw the Eagles do very, very well, which I've been complaining about why other teams are not doing it, is planting a spy on Travis Kelce. Do not let Travis Kelce get open. If Travis Kelce doesn't get open, you win the game. You shut them down, because then the other guys, the secondary guys, the Rices of the world, all these other guys, Mecole Hardman, they have to make a play, and they haven't made. Tony hasn't made a play. That's what the Eagles did. They shut down Travis Kelce had a touchdown because they moved him in the slot. And when you move a big man like that is very fast for a guy like that, you move him in the slot, it's very hard to stop him. And again, they still played it very, very well. Even when he had a touchdown, I wasn't worried about the Eagles because they had a great game plan. Shut Travis Kelce down, you shut down this offense. And that's what's been going on right now. And I'm telling you, Kelce is the secret here.
They beat him up so good that I mean, they were all over him. I mean, they forced that turnover in the red zone when Kelce fumbled. I mean, that wasn't a mistake Kelce made. They took the ball from him. I mean, that was tremendous defense. They were all over him all game. Noah Gray was our focal point, and it was almost like the Chiefs were prepared for them to be all over Kelce, because there was a point when they just kept throwing the ball to Noah Gray.
Oh, it was a great defensive game plan. I question the offensive coordinator of the Eagles. I didn't like those screen passes. There was so many of them. There had to be like 20 screen passes by Jalen Hurts. You could see him at the line of scrimmage calling, when he's calling the audibles at the line of scrimmage. He was not happy about the play calling. And I'm going to tell you this right now. They could fire their offensive coordinator no matter what their record is. If they don't figure it out, they can't go into the playoffs and expect to win like that against the San Francisco 49ers. They will eat them up alive defensively in those games if they play like that. No way.
Is it possible though? Because just in the 8 minutes we've been having discussion, and I was listening before I jumped in. You were talking about the Jets offensive coordinator.
100%.
I just completely threw the Chiefs offense under the bus. You now have some things to say about improvement for the Eagles offensive coordinator. Is it possible that the league is shifting to defense?
No question.
Because if you and it's this weird thing, because Miami's the best offense in the league, although they can't do it against teams with a winning record. I mean, that's well documented, but they're the number 4 seed. The Chiefs are sitting at 2, Baltimore sitting at 1. Defense is what's winning it for them with some contributions from the offense. You look at San Francisco, that team leads with defense. So all these O coordinators, like the farm needs to be restocked with these O coordinators.
I also think, and we're going to I know everybody is looking forward to hearing these guys' picks because they've been dead on. And I know, wait a second, guys.
Except for last week when Derek went 0-4.
Anthony Andriosi, it doesn't matter. Derek's been doing very, very well. His numbers are pretty good over the last couple of weeks.
Derek got robbed by 1 yard for receiver ice. He needed 40. He had 42 and a half.
One of those weeks, Speedy. It happens, I
will
do it long enough.
I will sit here and I will sit here and go, and I look at what's going on in the NFL and offensively, and now defensive coordinators are figuring out how to play defense with these new rules. And it's starting to you're seeing all these corners get drafted, and there are a lot of good corners in the league now, and they're starting to dominate. If they can square off one-on-one on one side of the field, you can use those safeties in your blitz packages. You can use them as linebackers. You see the Giants doing it week by week. So it's working. And now it's all about draft the right corners. You find the right corners that can play the position, play one-on-one, you could dominate. Say whatever you want about the Jets. Why are the Jets so good defensively? They got the best corner in football. He didn't look good against the Buffalo Bills this past week, but they do. They have the number 1 corner in football. And when you can shut down a team on one side, ask Darrelle Revis, he did it for years. Ask Deion Sanders, he did it for years. Ask anybody that's been a good corner in the league. You could shut him down. And now, dude, you can name 10 legitimate shutdown corners in the NFL. And it's different. Look at Kansas City. Look at the youngsters that they drafted. Nobody would have thought that any of these guys were going to turn out to be as good as they are. But in the Spagnuolo defense, the way he uses them, and he likes to bring them under a lot of receivers, and in the way they set up their defense on rushing on certain aspects, the nose tackles and everything like that. They move. How many times do they move Chris Jones on one side of the field, then they move him inside? Aaron Donald's been doing it for years, and now you look what Miami, Jalen Ramsey comes back, and look at their defense. Look how great their defense has played over the last couple of weeks. It's different. So shutdown corners can change everything, and we're seeing that week in and week out. It's been unbelievable. It really has been fun to watch. All right, boys, are you guys ready? So you guys know the trade here. Wes, you're going to go first. Derek, you're going to go second. We're going to go back and forth. 4 picks as your fourth pick, your parlay. Let's do it. Speedy, ready? Yeah, let's go.
So I typically avoid Thanksgiving, and you guys know I avoid NFC East matchups. So I'm not giving any Thanksgiving plays. I think that you should enjoy the day with the family. Go put $1 at a DraftKings and attempt to win $1 million and leave it be. So I'm going to go to college first, and these games are in no particular order, time and day. But I'm going to Oregon, and this spread's been all over the place. It opened it was at 14. I caught it at 12.5. I think it's back up to 13.5. So there's a lot of discrepancy in terms of who wants to bet it where, because there was activity on taking points at the 14, and then it just sniffed 12.5, and a lot of money went into it and drove it back up to 13. But I'm in it at 12.5. I think Oregon's the best team in the country. I'm sorry. There's a lot of controversy around who the best team in the country is. Oregon had Washington beat. That coach got cocky for one moment and went for it on a 4th and short on their end of the field, and that's what cost them. If Oregon would have beat Washington, we're talking about them completely different. They, in their wins, there's only been 2 wins that are under 20, and most of them are flirting with a 30-point margin of victory. It's going to be very difficult for them to get into the playoffs as a 1-win conference champion just because of what they're going to have to deal with. There is an SEC bias. We know it. And I think that the big disaster is, what happens when, and this is probably a different rabbit hole, but what happens when Bama beats Georgia? Does Bama and Texas get in? You can't leave the SEC champion out. Does Georgia go out? So I think that controversy is gonna really work against Oregon. They need to win. They need to win big. And I think that this 12.5 points is a gift. I think they're going to smoke Washington State. They're going to smoke Oregon State. And then I think that they're going to convincingly win against Washington.
Wow. They make it to the Final Four?
I don't know that they do, because there's so many outside factors. I think that first Washington matchup is really what hurt them. But I do believe that the way they're playing, I think that Bo Nix is playing better than any quarterback in the country. There's arguments to be built, but I put him 1. We saw what happened to Caleb Williams when pressure got put on him and they started to see some real defenses. So you got to throw him out the window. But I believe that Oregon is the best team in the country. They haven't had a lot of close wins. The Pac-12 has had a lot of they just haven't been close in a lot of games. So I don't know how they get in, but I love laying 12.5 this week.
Okay. All right, Derek, give us your first draw.
Wes, you're a better man than me. I got 2 Thanksgiving plays out of the 4, but I'm going to go to NBA first tonight. I think I can count on maybe one hand the NBA plays I've given on this show. Usually I stick to other sports because I think there are just so many factors in the NBA. You just got to worry about load management. You see guys that they're probable all day. They're not in the injury report. Then they're out last minute and it ruins the entire game. But to give credit to Adam Silver, I think he's kind of he's helped with the 65 game threshold parameter. The in-season tournament's a little goofy, but it seems like stars are playing a lot more. You still have situational spots where, a team plays in a back-to-back. If it's a blowout, then guys don't play, and it kind of screws up the script. Player props, spreads, total stuff like that. So it's tough. But nevertheless, I'm going to give an NBA play. I'm going with Keontae George over 6.5 assists tonight in the Jazz-Lakers game. This is a guy I loved at Baylor. 5-star recruit, comes in at Baylor last year. He plays really well. He was hurt a little bit He was a contender to be a lottery pick. I think he went 15 or 16 to the Jazz. He's been the starting lineup the last 5 years as that point guard alongside Horn Tucker. And he's been a little bit of a distributor, which is why I like this assist total. He's surrounded by a lot of guys that could shoot the ball, guys that could score around the rim like Lauri Markkanen, John Collins, Jordan Clarkson. He's been kind of that ball creator for this team. In his last 5, he has averaged over 30 minutes per game. He has hit this prop in 4 of his last 5, and now he gets a really nice matchup. He's going against D'Angelo Russell. D'Angelo Russell is not known for his defense. He just gave up 16 assists the other night to Fred VanVleet with the Rockets. So I still think there's some value here in this spot with George. We've seen him hit double-digit assists twice already this year as rookie year, so over 6.5 I really like tonight.
Interesting. So Derek has his pick. All right. Wes, give us your second draw.
I am going to stay with college. And I'm going to lay the 6.5 on Florida State. I don't even care about the quarterback. Rodemaker is not a bad quarterback. He very easily could be a starter somewhere else. They're going against Florida. Florida State still has an incredible defense. And I think in a scenario like this, you could call it a trap. If Jordan Travis was playing, you would call this a trap game. I think we'd be looking at a different number. But just because they have the conference championship next week, that's clinched. But they need the win, that's for sure, if they're going to stay alive in the playoff race. But they also need to get this quarterback some reps. So their defense is going to win this game for them. Their need for quarterback reps and to work the run game and rework the identity against a really weak Florida team. And I think it's questionable whether or not this team even cares about that coach's job, which is sad because Florida's a great program. They just can't figure out the right coach. The country is better when Florida is good.
No question.
Mm-hmm. But nonetheless, at least somebody to challenge Georgia, just get another team other than Tennessee. At least Missouri. But 6.5 is a touchdown, and I'm going to lay it. I think their run game is going to get it done. I think Rodemaker's probably going to get 2, possibly 3 touchdowns, and he's got a pair of legs on him. So they are not completely back to zero and this statue of a quarterback that can't do anything. This is a legitimate quarterback that would probably start in D1 if not for one of the best quarterbacks in the country ahead of him. So I'm laying 6.5. I'm taking Florida State in the swamp.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'm a Florida State fan, so I love it. Hopefully we see Florida State in the Final Four. I don't know if it's going to make a difference. I think
I don't see how they get left out as an undefeated Power 5 conference champion.
Right. I love this. Look at this. It's good, baby. You know this, Derek. You know it. Wes, you know it. All right, Derek, give us your second draw.
All right, I'm going to game 1 of the Thanksgiving slate, Green Bay at Detroit. I'm going Jahmyr Gibbs over 78.5 rushing and receiving yards, so total yards, scrimmage yards. This is one where I'm always wary of betting on these receiving and rushing threats. So think of guys like Aaron Jones, Jalen Warren, Rashad White, those kinds of guys. When you're maybe betting on one of those, receiving or rushing, and maybe the script goes the other way and they have a dominant game from rushing. So this kind of covers our backs here. I'm just going to take him to get at least 79 scrimmage yards in this game. It's a really nice matchup. Green Bay's bottom 10 and rushing success rate, rushing EPA per play. They're not known to stop the run, and Gibbs has got it going. I still think there is room to go in terms of this number for the sports books to catch up. I still think people are a little wary of David Montgomery, but Gibbs has played in 58 and 56% of snaps in the last 2 games, even with Montgomery back. Jahmyr Gibbs is here. I think people were really frustrated, fantasy guys, gambling guys, the first month of the year, first 6 weeks of the year, seeing the role that Monty had in the beginning of the year. And it's still a prominent role. He scored the last two weeks, but this is a true 2-headed monster. This is maybe the best backfield in football, and Gibbs is a huge part of their offense. In his last 4, His lowest rushing total in that last 4 is 35 yards. His lowest receiving total is 36 yards. Those didn't come in the same game. He has hit this prop in 4 straight. I just think he's too big a part of this offense. He's going to be dialed up for his 13, 14, 15 touches moving forward. And this is a great matchup. We're in a dome, so you don't have to worry about any weather factors for this game. So give me Jahmyr Gibbs to hit at least 79 scrimmage yards on Thanksgiving.
That's a good one. I like that one. All right, Wes, give us your third.
I'm going to jump to the NFL for this one, and I'm going to lay 3 points, and I'm taking Philadelphia. We see Buffalo is good Josh, bad Josh, and we're coming off of a good Josh beating up a division opponent that you were talking about it earlier. They just can't score points. So, I mean, they're just a mess. That's Buffalo did what they were supposed to do against the Jets, but that won't happen against the Eagles. And Josh Allen is going to take the field trying to keep that momentum going from what happened against the Jets, and it will not happen against the Eagles. I listened to some of those players post-game with the Eagles, and they are pissed. They did not play a good football game. At least they did not play to their standard. If you listen to Jalen Hurts, that is not the game that they wanted to be playing. They didn't want to be in the position that they were in. They didn't want to have to come from behind. They're going to be at home midday. So in the second half, it's going to be dark outside. Josh Allen probably will have committed a turnover in the first half. The Buffalo rush defense is not, it's just very not good. And we saw what Swift can do yesterday.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts did not use his legs anywhere near the amount of time he's capable of it. And he has this weird thing where he can run for 80 yards in a game and only pass for 120, and that gets it done. It's enough to really annoy the defense. And the Eagles last night, they won a game against an incredible team. I mean, you have Mahomes and Kelce commit turnovers, and that put them in a really good position to win. Now they had to jump on that. You're going to get a lot more of those opportunities against Buffalo, and I really like Philadelphia in this spot. They're going to be a very pissed off team going against Buffalo.
It's crazy. They're 9-1 and they're pissed off.
They're not happy with the way that they played. I mean, they
I
are.
know. I just think it's funny. Hey, I'm pissed off. I'm 9-1. I just beat the Super Bowl champions in Kansas City. I'm pissed off.
Wes, I don't know if you heard this before when you cut out of the feed for a second, but I was joking with Derek. I saw a tweet. The Eagles fans could be happy that they're 9-1, have the best record in the NFL, and still want their offensive coordinator fired.
Yeah, and it's amazing, but I don't. The defense is getting things done. Offenses today just need to not mess it up and don't make a mistake. And the Eagles are not making the mistake. And then they got that brotherly shove thing that just can't be stopped. You got a quarterback that squats 700 pounds.
You know what's so funny? Jason Kelce said that on New Heights. They called it the brotherly shove, and now everybody's using that. It's not the quarterback sneak anymore. It's just it's the brotherly shove. They've been doing it for years. Now it's the brotherly shove.
Well,
I got to give Jason Kelce a lot of credit. I mean, and by the way, by far the best center in football. There's no argument. By far the best center in football. And he's going to retire after this year. It's crazy. He already said that if win or lose this year, he's done. So he said that last year, but I think he thought going into this year, they have a very good chance. Same roster, younger defense, better, faster defense. They can win a Super Bowl this year. He just wants to win another one just like his brother, and he can go out on top. And I think they have a very good chance. They just need to figure out this offense a little bit more. I mean, they do that. This defense is for real. They're going to get at you. Slay is fantastic. I mean, Bradbury's good. I mean, they've got a great second. Slay, I'll tell you this right now. People forget how good Slay is, okay? Because he can't stay healthy. But when he's on the field, that defense is a completely different defense. So, and you can see that. But anyways, Derek, give us your third draw.
I'm going to the second Thanksgiving game. Cowboys at Commanders. I'm going with Dak Prescott over 267.5 passing yards. I grabbed this one earlier today. Numbers jumped all the way up to 275.5, which I still like. I think it's a good idea to just fade this Commanders defense, this secondary specifically, until further notice. I mean, they just made Tommy DeVito look like Dan Marino on Sunday. I mean, that was embarrassing. And I know you could think maybe it's a good time to buy into the Cowboys, 10.5-point favorite. I mean, that's really rich. I think you're kind of buying the Cowboys at their peak, the Commanders at their lowest value. I'm not going to buy into that. But even with the game script, I'm not worried about it. The Cowboys blow out inferior teams, and they're not afraid to run up the score. I mean, we saw it 2 weeks ago against the Giants. CeeDee Lamb's playing in the fourth quarter of a blowout game, chasing a record, going for the third straight game of 10 catches, 150 yards when they're up by 30-plus points. McCarthy, those guys, they don't seem to care about load management and maybe protecting their starters. They're still going to throw the ball 40 times, even if this game's a blowout. I will read off some alarming numbers of the Commanders and the passing yardage that they have given up recently. So DeVito just threw for 246 this past week. Tommy DeVito. Before that, 369, 220, 319, 279, 307, 282, and 319 yards. So for those keeping score at home, they have given up six of the last 7 to 220. As you would maybe guess, Mac Jones and the Patriots. Not very surprising there. But Dak has hit this on his own 4 of his last 5. Like I said, even if this game is a blowout, like Vegas is expecting with this 10.5-point spread, I'm not worried about it. Dallas is going to throw the ball 35, 40 times in this game. The Commanders are a really fast pace per play offense. They throw the ball a ton. They're not really a ball control offense like they were last year. So I love this number. I think even if you could grab this 275, 276 now, I still think it's a good bet.
That confirms that Tommy DeVito is a better quarterback than Mac Jones.
It's better than Zach Wilson. He blows Zach Wilson out of the water. I'm telling you, Zach Wilson. I looked up the numbers in 3 years. He's never thrown 3 touchdowns in a game ever. And Tommy DeVito did it in his second game.
Well, that leads me to this, Wes. How many CFL quarterbacks could you think could take over for the Jets right now?
Any one of them.
Cody Fajardo, Zach Collaris, Vernon Adams Jr. I mean, Chad Kelly, the starters. I mean, and the NFL could really take a page out of the CFL book, because there was a point in the CFL season where almost every QB1 except for 2, I think, were out or faced injury, and QB2 stepped in, and some of these teams did not miss a beat. And the NFL, they've had to go through quite a bit of it this year.
All right, Wes, give us your final pick of the night, your parlay, baby.
Yeah, so I normally am more attracted to taking points, and I realized that the first 3 plays I gave out, we're taking favorites. I gave a good hard look to Arkansas and taking the points at home, but I decided I'm not going to do that because Mizzou is just a really sound team. So I'm actually going to take Air Force. I'm taking the 6.5 points on Air Force at Boise State. Boise is coming off of 2 games that they won, and they were on the receiving end of 5 turnovers. Air Force is always disciplined. They're very hard to game plan. Boise is a very terrible pass defense, and Air Force, out of the 3 military academies, they're not afraid to throw the ball. I know they're only averaging 80 yards a game passing, but they will throw the football, and if they have success doing it, it wouldn't surprise me if they had 7 to 10 pass attempts and burn Boise at least once on it. We know how they run the ball. They play incredible defense. This is an 8-2 football team. They probably will be ranked by the end of this week. They've been ranked at some point this year, but I think Air Force is going to win this thing outright. I'm taking 6.5 points going to the blue turf.
All right, that's Wes Parlay. All right, Derek, give us your final pick of the night.
So we've been talking about how much offense has struggled this year. I feel like I've given out way more unders and overs on the show. I've already given out 2 overs today, though, so I have to give an under. Because last week I think I only gave overs. 0 for 4.
You gave 3 overs and then your Rasheed Rice prop.
Speedy likes to throw you to the wolves, man.
He does. It is what it is. I can take it, Errol. It's fine. Tough crowd. So I have to throw in an under. I'm going to go with Will Levis under 224.5 passing yards against the Carolina Panthers this Sunday. So I like Will Levis. I like what I've seen from him. I think the first 2 games he really flashed a lot against. Who was the first game he had 4 touchdown passes? I'm blanking. Was it Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta had 4 touchdown passes. Pittsburgh on that Thursday night quick turnaround. He throws for 250 on a Mike Tomlin defense. I mean, really impressive stuff. Last 2 weeks, some clunkers in there against Jacksonville this past week and against Tampa Bay, where they only scored 6 points. I think there are environmental concerns more with Levis than anything. I think he's played well, but that O-line is just so rough. They lost another O-lineman for the year this week. Treylon Burks just hasn't produced when he's been on the field. DeAndre Hopkins and him have a little bit of a rapport, but they've cooled off the last 2 weeks. This feels like a pretty high number for him, especially his last 2 weeks where he hasn't even eclipsed 200 yards. I think people are going to see the Carolina matchup on paper and go, oh, Carolina, they're a bad team. They're the worst record in the league right now. They're a top 5 passing defense by efficiency this season. Dak only threw for 189 on them this last week. They've been horrible against the ground. And what does Tennessee want to do with Mike Vrabel and Derrick Henry? They are a ground and pound unit. They're not very good at it, but that's what they want to do. That's how they want to live. They're a 4-point favorite going into this game. I don't have an opinion on the spread. I think that's pretty fair. But if you're just going by what Vegas thinks, how the market and Vegas think this game is going to play out, it's probably going to be an ugly 1-possession game. There's a really low point total. I don't think there's a threat of Carolina kind of running away with this one with how bad that offense is, and Will Levis has to throw their way back in the game. I think this is either going to be a 1-possession game either way, or Will Levis is nursing a lead and handing the ball off to Derrick Henry 25 times. So if one of those scenarios plays out, I think it's going to be really hard for him to reach 225 passing yards. So I'm going to take this under. I'm going to hope for a low-scoring game in this one.
Wes, before we let you go and wrap up this segment, talk about your Alouettes bet and the beginning of the season. Like, how big was it?
Well, I'll never share dollar amounts. I don't. I speak in units. But preseason it was a unit, and then for the first 3 weeks of the season, I did that thing where I bet a nickel of a unit. Parlayed, with other plays. So Alouettes cover the spread this week, parlayed with the future, and Winnipeg covers the spread, parlayed with the future. And then I laid off it for a little while because they just didn't look good, and Cody got injured at one point, and it took him a minute on defense. I mean, Austin Mack has been great all year. Another Buckeye. But
ex-Giant too. I remember him. He was briefly there.
But when we got to the end of the season, I started to get the vibe that I did last year with Toronto, because the thing with the CFL, it's top heavy. There's the top 3 and 4 teams. We got to a place in September where Toronto had gone so long without playing meaningful football. You can't just turn that thing back on again. So I had this idea that they were going to beat Toronto, and with that idea comes, well, that means they're going to the Grey Cup, and they got a shot. And if they beat Toronto, it's probably going to be with some turnover. So September and October, I started hitting it again with nickel units, dime units, and just all kinds of parlays. When we got to the Grey Cup after they beat Toronto, I cashed half of it out, and some of those cash outs were 5 and 6 to 1 cash outs. So when I went into the game, I just started betting normal numbers with normal units, first half overs and things like that. It was a really good cash out. It was up there. It was top 5 for me financially. It's going to make closing costs on some real estate. That's for sure.
Well, there he goes, Mr. Real Estate Man himself. But happy Thanksgiving to both of you guys, to you and your families. Derek, to you and your family. Wes, to you and your newborn and your wife. I mean, I'm sure you're going to enjoy and eat a lot of turkey. Hopefully you don't fall asleep, and don't smoke from 7 to 7 like Kenny. Okay, don't try that. Okay, I mean, Kenny was OG or OJ Kush, 7-7. He wanted to see if he was going to pass out. He stayed up. So I said, Kenny, maybe you should try smoking and drinking from 7-7. He says, oh, I can't drink like that anymore. Oh, man, Kenny. Oh, he's lost. But we really appreciate him calling us as well. But, guys, you're great. We'll tune in, and we'll see where you guys hit, and we'll see you next week.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Yeah, happy holidays. Be safe, everybody.
Absolutely. Worldwide West, Derek, a.k.a. Mountaineer, fantastic. All of them. They're fantastic. And, it's interesting. Their thoughts, and by the way, Wes, he makes money. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you right now, he probably made about 15 grand off that bet. He had to. I mean, if he say he's buying real estate or he's putting a down payment on real estate, where he's buying real estate, it's between 10 and 15,000 to put down. That's 15 grand that he just won there, where he's going to buy real estate. I should have went with that, man. I should have been picking his picks. He's good at the CFL. He's good at a lot of picks. I mean, the guy makes a living doing it. So obviously he knows what he's doing. He studies it, and he watches a lot of CFL football. So, I mean, these guys are the best, man. We wouldn't put them on if they weren't going to win you some money. So
even gave some quarterbacks you could add for the Jets with Derek as the backup.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I'm telling you right now, if Derek was the quarterback for the New York Jets, it would be a different story. I mean, it's just, Derek was a good football player. He was a tight end. I mean, if COVID didn't happen, maybe Derek's in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a different world. You know, when COVID really screwed a lot of things up for people. It really did. And maybe he screwed up his career, but you know what? Derek comes from a good family. He's a good kid, and he's moving. I mean, he's in Boston. He's doing his stuff. So I think Derek's going to be very successful. Smart kid. He knows what he's doing. I mean, you like to bite him when he's losing.
He was 0-4, yeah.
Oh, he was 0-4. You know,
he was 0-4. He was. I think that was his first week under 500 in a long time, though.
He's been on point. These guys have been on point every single week. These guys are on point. So. And Chaz is, hanging out with the piranhas. You know, hopefully he's not being eaten by one right now, or an alligator, crocodile,
some
or
poisonous snake that's in the Amazon.
Or maybe arachnophobia if he's afraid of. There's a lot of big spiders over there too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could die from so many different things over there. Maybe a rhino. Could you imagine Chaz trying to hide behind a bush, trying to get away from a rhino? He's a nice guy. Chaz is a nice guy, and I'll tell you this, man. We met him in Port Jefferson. He came on the ferry and he hung out with us. We got a burger with him. He's a pretty down to earth person too. So nice guys, and we really enjoy them on the show. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, Travis Kelce said that he ponders retirement more than he could ever imagine. Kelce is 34 years old and has only missed 4 regular season games in his career, but also had 10 surgeries. Jason Kelce has also thought about retirement in recent years, and there is a belief that they could retire at the same time. Travis Kelce has 2 more years on his contract, worth a combined of $30.25 million. Kelce has 64 catches for 641 yards, 5 touchdowns this season. For his career, Kelce has 878 catches, 4th most by a tight end in history, 10,985 yards, 4th most from tight ends in history, 74 touchdowns, tied for 5th most for tight ends in NFL history. Travis Kelce is a Hall of Famer. Jason Kelce is a Hall of Famer. The thing is, Travis Kelce wants to have children. Travis Kelce wants to settle down. It looks like him and Taylor Swift are for real. Taylor Swift is a billionaire. I don't think if they ever wind up together, I don't think Travis Kelce is going to worry about money. Okay, so, and he's worth about $75 million. So his kids are never going to have to worry about money. So the money that he is going to be losing, 30.25, they have the #1 podcast in the country. Okay, on Apple Podcasts, it's ranked #1 by a dozen. Okay, so the endorsements that they're going to get very, very soon when they do this full time, you're talking about they could be making more money as podcasters than they are live radio guys than they would be doing right now as professional football players. And they don't have to beat up their bodies. They don't have to worry about head trauma or any of the body, beatings that they're going to get throughout the year. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think a lot of different organizations, DraftKings, Amazon, one of these big organizations are going to offer them a boatload of money. And they're not going to have to worry about money anymore. They'll be sitting in a seat like we are. And because of who they are and what they're doing on the outskirts of their life, everybody's going to want to tune in. So I'm not surprised from this story. I could see Travis Kelce retiring if he wins another Super Bowl this year. If he falls short and he plays his brother and Jason wins, I say Kelce plays one more year to try to win another one to beat out his brother. But I think that if Travis Kelce wins, I think he's done. I think he walks away. I think he's made enough money. I don't think he needs to play anymore. Patrick Mahomes obviously will fight him to the end and not let him leave. But I believe that the Kelce brothers have stuff brewing after football. And I think this podcast, they never thought that New Heights was going to take off like it has. It's taken off. I mean, you're talking about they're probably breaking about 10,000 listeners downloaded a week on Apple Podcasts. I mean, we broke, what was it, 14,000 in the first month, which is a lot for our show, which is not on a major network. We're not professional football players. We're not professional basketball or hockey or baseball players. So we're doing pretty good on what our podcast is doing, what our show is doing on a podcast on Apple and hopefully soon on Spotify. But congratulations to the Kelce brothers. Whatever they decide to do, these guys are Hall of Famers.
Yeah, and you look at Travis Kelce, when it comes to his legacy, too, he's already going to be cemented as a top 3 tight end.
No doubt.
And
No doubt.
A lot of people think he's the best receiving tight end of all time. It's just a matter of how much he cares.
I disagree on that.
Yeah, I know Tony Gonzalez will be still in that range, too. And I think he's still right now.
Gronk was pretty damn good, too.
Gronk is probably the other one that you would say in the competition. I think Gonzalez is still number 1. But if Kelce has a strong finish to the season, there's going to be some receiving records he could definitely get close to Tony Gonzalez and see how much he cares about that too. I'm curious to see, because that would be the only reason I would say he would keep going. You're right. I don't think he cares about the money. He was complaining about a new contract in the offseason. I don't think it was really a big of a deal as people made it. And like you're saying, now that he's having this success with his podcast with his brother, they're branding a name for themselves. You literally said it, like they're already doing these records for this kind of streaming service. It's literally taking it to new heights right now, and
no question, question. And I will say something. I don't know if anybody checked it out before the game yesterday. I mean, Jason Kelce was wearing a Heights, school, I think it was a varsity jacket,
or
a varsity jacket. I think they played in New Heights in Ohio. That's why I think they called their show New Heights. Mm-hmm. So that was his high school jacket, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but I think that's what he was.
It was
wearing.
something like that, either a jacket or
it was lacrosse.
Yeah.
He played lacrosse. He played football. It said the sports that he played. I'm pretty sure they went to school in New Heights, and that's why they call their show New Heights. So, listen. I think the Kelce brothers are going to make money doing what they do when it comes to their podcast. They're very likable guys. You can see it. They're funny. They're outgoing. They both have the same type of personality. Right. You know what I mean? And I think that outside of football, they have a career in radio. I do. I think they're going to be very successful. I don't think they need to worry about playing football anymore. I really don't.
No, neither of them have anything to prove. It's just a matter of how much they care about their own individual legacy at their position.
I think their individual legacy is, are you going to argue that Jason Kelce is not a top 3 of all time at the center position?
No, I don't think so.
He
I'm
is.
saying, how much does he care about it?
I mean, Travis Kelce, if he were to retire right now, is he a top 3, top 4 tight end of all time? Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
I mean, what do they need to prove? Yeah. They're amongst the league. They're two brothers that have dominated on their respectable positions. And I don't really sit here right now. If they play 2 or 3 more years and they won 2 or 3 more Super Bowls, it would make a difference. I think they are who they are. Right. And now I think both of them, one's 34, the other one's 36, going to be 37. What do they have to prove? I don't think they have to prove anything. I think both guys deserve legitimately to retire and move forward. I think, listen, there are football players that don't want to settle down until they're done with their careers because their careers are their love. I'm one to believe that with my career. I want to push forward with my career and do what I say I'm going to do with my career before I settle down and have children. Because to me, once you have children, it holds. I'm not saying it holds you back, but it starts to position you to realize that they're first and you're second. So I think with Travis, I think Jason has 3 girls. I mean, beautiful girls, by the way, and he wants to, and I think Travis sees that, and Travis wants to settle down and see what's out there for himself. I do believe that this Taylor Swift thing is for real. I never did, but now I'm starting to believe it. Taylor was trying to get on a plane to go to the game yesterday with her family. She got caught up, on a plane or something like that. But I do believe that this is legit, and I really do believe that in the next year, if they're still together, they're going to get engaged. So I'm not going to be surprised if a year from now you hear that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged and she might be pregnant. Okay, so I wouldn't. I mean, they're hanging out a lot. When he had his bye week, he went overseas to go and see her at Argentina, I think he was.
Wow.
To see her concert and hang out with her family, her father. So I think this is for real. I don't think it's a joke. I did in the beginning, but maybe this is real, and I think that he's ready to figure out what's next in his career and his life. So I give him a lot of credit if he decides to walk away. Walking away from a team that's still on top, still one of the better teams, as a quarterback that could be generational. And Jason Kelce too. He's on a great young team with a generational type of defensive talent that they have. I mean, and his offensive line is arguably still, if not the best, the second best in all of football.
It's been steadily the best in football for the last 5 years, probably.
Johnson's still there. I mean, still intact. Him walking away changes everything to that offensive line.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Because they've developed offensive linemen very well, too, but you're not going to be able to replace Jason Kelce like that overnight. They've drafted 2 guards that can play center, but I don't think any of them will be Jason Kelce.
It's very unique when you try to compare and contrast certain players that have been in the league for a significant amount of time, and you're comparing them with some of the best at their positions. And when you look at Jason, honestly, Jason was like a 4th or 5th round draft pick. He was a late, draft pick. He wasn't a high draft pick. And what Philadelphia, and by the way, who drafted him? Chip Kelly.
Yep.
Okay. And after that, you see who drafted Travis Kelce? Andy Reid. Both guys part of the Eagles organization. So I think there's not a coincidence when it comes to that. I think the thought of where Travis Kelce has really become one of the elite guys at his position, and Jason Kelce being the elite guy at his position, it's not a surprise. Okay, so whatever happens between these 2 guys, they have a career outside of football. I'm telling you right now, these guys, they're going to be signed. ESPN will sign them. Somebody will sign them. Amazon, somebody will give them a big time contract because they're a big draw. Especially if Travis marries or it gets a baby with Taylor Swift. Okay, I mean, you're getting all the Swiftie fans. Okay, it's ridiculous. So they're already a big draw right now. Could you imagine? If that happens?
Oh, that kid will be an instant celebrity.
100%. College football insider Bruce Feldman reports that Jim Harbaugh's suspension could extend into 2024 season, and he could be suspended for the majority of next season. He also added that the NCAA could give Harbaugh an additional punishment from what he has already got from the Big Ten. The Athletic Mike Jones reports that the Bears and the Raiders will be 2 teams expecting to be involved in pursuing Jim Harbaugh if he becomes available next offseason. For NFL season, Harbaugh had a 49-22-1 record and went to a Super Bowl appearance and 3 straight NFC championship appearances. ESPN reports that Michigan could part ways with Harbaugh if they lose to Ohio State in the upcoming week. Both Ohio State and Michigan are undefeated going into their matchup. Ohio State is number 2 and Michigan is number 3 in the current AP poll. I've been saying this. Jim Harbaugh almost left to go coach the Broncos. And then obviously the Broncos dug deep took their first-round draft pick they got from Miami, traded it away to bring in Sean Payton. Is Sean Payton working out? It looks like they're starting to figure things out. And I think Sean Payton's a great coach. He's been away from football for a couple of years, so it took him a little while to figure things out. It did same thing that's happened for Gruden. It took Gruden maybe about a year to figure it out, and he put that Raider team together. Jim Harbaugh is a big name. When he was here in the NFL with the 49ers, he changed everything for them. The 49ers were one of the worst teams in the league. He redefined their defense. He redefined the offensive line. He redefined the quarterback position. Alex Smith became from one of the worst quarterbacks in the league to mediocre, I would say top 10, 11 in the league. And then they drafted Colin Kaepernick, and Colin Kaepernick took them all the way to the Super Bowl. One play away from winning a Super Bowl. I think Jim Harbaugh is better and more fit to the NFL, the style of game. College has not worked out for him. He never got over the hump. They never won a national championship. I mean, there's a lot of questions about Jim Harbaugh and personality-wise and what he has done on and off the field over the last couple of years. And hey, listen, every college coach over the years have figured out ways to cheat. I mean, it's not just football. It's happened in basketball. How many times have we seen this over and over and over again? Am I surprised that Jim Harbaugh's name has come out in the public eye? Nobody likes Jim Harbaugh. Nobody likes John Harbaugh. Nobody likes the Harbaugh family and what they stand for. But what I would say about Jim Harbaugh is you can't redefine or define who he is as a coach. What you've seen Jim Harbaugh as a successful NFL coach, you can't say that just because he did it with San Francisco. San Francisco sucked, okay? Yeah. When he took over that roster, it sucked. He made them they went back to back NFC title games. They went to a Super Bowl. That isn't a coincidence, guys. And then after he left, that team was really built ready for whoever was taking over for that coaching job. I think that people forget what Jim Harbaugh is and what he was as a quarterback in the NFL. Was he an elite quarterback? Was he McNair? Was he as good as somebody like a McNair? No. Was he as good as I don't know, Joe Montana or one of those guys in those days? No. But if you compare and contrast, was he as good as Phil Simms? If you look at their numbers,
I think he's better.
He's better.
Yeah.
He was better than Phil Simms. And Phil Simms, well, he won 2 Super Bowls, but he wasn't a quarterback for one of them. Right. Hostetler was. Yep. But Jim Harbaugh was a better quarterback than Phil Simms. I mean, if you look at his comparable numbers to Boomer Esiason won an MVP, they're almost comparable. So, I mean, Jim Harbaugh wasn't a bad quarterback. He really wasn't. So, and he's a good NFL coach. I don't know if he's an NCAA coach. He's been there for a while. He's made a lot of money. I don't know if it's worked out over there in Michigan, but success is in the eyes of the beholder. And Duane Starks will mention that. He had a long-term career, and he played for that unbelievable Ravens defense in 2000. I can't wait to ask him about that team and how good that defense was. But I will say this. You sit back and you wonder, where these coaches go, and some of them leave the NFL. They go to college. It took them a couple of years to figure things out in college to come back to the NFL. Ask Pete Carroll, okay? Pete Carroll was not a successful coach in the NFL in the beginning stint. He was right there with the Patriots. He took over for the Jets. He was gone in a year and a half. Then he went to the Patriots. He was there for a year. He was gone from the Patriots. Then he decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go to USC. I'm going to take that USC job. He became a pretty good recruiting guy. He recruited Matt Leinart. He recruited all these different running backs over the years. We all know about one of them who had a Heisman stolen from him. I disagree the way the NCAA treated him. That's just my opinion. I'm sure Mr. Starks has his own opinion towards it. I look at the league and I look at the understanding of the way the NFL game is faster. It's different than the NCAA. And when you look at the game now and how it's transitioned, it's a different game than it was in the 90s and the early 2000s. It's become more of an offensive game. Now it's becoming a defensive game now with all these star corners, which we were talking about with Wes and Derek. So it's a different game. And I think Jim Harbaugh fits the NFL style of game. And I think Jim Harbaugh, no matter where he goes, if he leaves college and he goes to Vegas, or he goes whoever takes him on, or he wants the Bears, if he goes to the Bears and he finds gets the quarterback that he wants to develop, I think Jim Harbaugh can change everything for an organization just as fast as we've seen other coaches do it. Pete Carroll doing it with Seattle. So.
Yep. Quickly before we get Duane on, I just want to mention too that I think also the experience at Michigan, like redefining himself with college, with young kids, is helpful to grow to any young team. The Bears, the Raiders, whoever takes him on is probably going to be a young team. And you saw at the end of his 49ers stint, it really got out of hand at the locker room. He was a hothead for a lot of it. And I think this is
got to stop wearing those ugly khakis.
Yeah, I think it's a good learning experience for him in his second time as head coach. And especially a team like the Bears that's very young, that could be very interesting to see if they end up signing him.
He just wears too many polos and these ugly khakis. I have to say this. I remember his wife saying that he has he sticks to this color, the same color khakis. It looks like he wears the same khakis every single week. Does he wear the same boxer shorts every single week? I mean, seriously, I wouldn't. Hey, if it works for him, it might work for everybody else. Maybe we'll get Ray Lewis on, and maybe we'll ask Ray Lewis if he used the same boxer shorts every single time he went into the playoffs. Or maybe the same jock strap. Maybe they weren't wearing jock straps. I don't know.
We can ask Duane. We can ask Duane that after the break.
When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on our show, we will be talking to former Ravens, Cardinals, Patriots, and Raiders cornerback Duane Starks here on the Sports Loudmouth.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Hi, this is Terry Crews, actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind, like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind, like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama, like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
It's bad boy, bitch. I love this track. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You are listening to the Sports Loudmouth. Yes, I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speeder himself, Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth, which airs every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. Obviously, it's Tuesday. It's Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving week. We're doing one show, 4 hours, as we have our very first guest of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now talking to former Ravens, Cardinals, Patriots, Raiders, cornerback, and Super Bowl champion, Duane Starks. Duane, what's up?
Man, what's up? What's up? What's up, Speedy? What's up, Errol?
Well, you know what? What's up with you? I mean, I've been watching everything that you've been doing. Obviously, your career's over, and you're enjoying the afterlife of playing professional football, and you have a ring to show for it. Obviously, you're doing great things right now, and I think it's fantastic what you're doing. But before we get into your career and your thoughts to the NFL now, obviously tell the fans what you've been doing after football.
Oh, man, for the past 6-7 years, I've been still working alongside the NFLPA with the trust, which is basically, I engage all the former players and let them know about the benefits that they have within the NFL and the NFLPA. We have different affiliates and different partners that we partner with to make sure that all of our former players are taken care of, whether that's education, whether that's, entrepreneurship, brain and body exams, all of those different things that's available for them because they've earned it.
It's so interesting. We've had so many former NFL players been on our show, Hall of Famers, everything, and they've complained about the way the NFL has treated them after football. I mean, with the CTE situation, the money that they won $100 million, the players won $100 million. How are you going to divide out $100 million to thousands of players? It makes no sense. Tell us how you have seen the NFL. Do you believe the NFL has done enough for some of these former players?
I'm not going to say enough. I mean, some guys, of course, they get taken care of right away. A lot of guys wait years and years and years just to get rewarded something that they deserve. So I can go back and forth with that all day. But at the same time, it's like, yes, the NFLPA with the trust, we're trying to make things better. We're trying to make sure that guys are taken care of in some capacity. We started out in the 2012 collective bargaining agreement where the NFL owners have agreed to basically put together some funds or pledge funds every year for a 10-year contract. So we're up for renewal soon this year. This is our 10th year. We're actually going to different city doing our 10-year anniversaries. But overall, I think it's getting a little better. Can a lot more be done? Yes. But there are stipulations here and there. And, we're working to change that at every moment. Have we helped a lot of guys? Of course, we've helped thousands of guys either, get a sound and sane mind. If they have a drug abuse problem, then we can got facilities that would actually help them. And, it's just other benefits, them finding medical issues that was wrong with them when they go to our, brain and body exams, even at Cleveland Clinic, Tulane, UNC, General Mass, all of those different locations is available for those guys. So it's amazing, man, just being able to help these guys help myself after the fact and, try to get everyone on the right track and just continue to try to make things happen and change.
So one of the things that's been affecting the NFL this year is a lot of non-contact injuries. We saw that really starting in the 2017 season, and the grass versus the turf is something that a lot of players have spoken out on. One, did you have a preference on that as a player? And two, do you think the NFL has to do a better job at compensating for these major non-contact injuries?
Well, the injury is an injury. I mean, anyone going their job, I don't care if they get hurt typing on the typewriter, it's an injury, right? So, but as your point about, I'd rather play on grass or rather I play on turf, I'd rather play on grass any day. I like the give of the grass a little more. It kind of takes some of the injuries away as long as the grass is well kept. But the turf, you think about the turf fields that we played on, playing against St. Louis, I played there and I didn't really care for it, but St. Louis loved it. Greatest show on turf, right? And then, the Philly, you got to think about Philly's football field at the time when I was playing. It was horrible. We actually went out there for a preseason game and did not play. We walked out because the turf was just sliding everywhere. So that would have been so many different injuries, risking so many different injuries just for a preseason game. Of course, they got a better field now. I don't even know if they on turf or grass right now, but, the time and the difference, and now everyone wants to go back to grass. I don't blame them. I would want to do the same.
As everybody knows, we are talking to former Ravens, Cardinals, Patriots, and Raiders cornerback Duane Starks. Duane, you were a first-round draft pick. You were drafted 10th overall in 1998. What was it like being drafted in the top 10? What was it like being drafted by a very good organization, defensive organization like the Baltimore Ravens?
Well, I like to say I was a part of making that a great defense. You remember they were in their third year, man, from 90. Well, let me see. They started out in 95 or 96. Ray Lewis, which I played with at the University of Miami, he went over there. And then, when they moved over from Cleveland. So that was a good deal because being the 10th pick overall, going to a new organization, the expectations were good for me. I mean, there was no super expectations, which I had, later on in my career, and I'll talk about that soon. But the Ravens, man, I was so proud, so glad that they gave me the opportunity. They actually came and worked me out at the University of Miami twice. And I didn't know that, they can do that. But I went, they came out, they sent a guy down, and, pro day was over with. The next day, then they brought up Marvin Lewis down, say, hey, I got to take a look at this guy myself, and, I went out there, did some other drills, and he was impressed. Next thing you know, 10th pick, baby. That's all she wrote from there.
You're damn right. In 2000, arguably one of the greatest, if not the greatest defense ever to win a Super Bowl. There's no question.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Thank
want to
you.
ask I wanted to ask about a lot of the players on that defense, a lot of both free agents and also the homegrown guys, like you were saying. Ray Lewis was probably the first
unbelievable defense,
first pick of that team's history, probably the best middle linebacker ever play. You had Chris McAllister, another guy we've been trying to get on our show too, alongside you, Tony Siragusa, Peter Boulware. Like, what was that whole season like, and what were some of the best personalities on that defense off the field?
Oh man, just naming those names, that'll give you a great example on why I was the most underrated corner in the league.
The league in passes deflected that year.
I had to play on the team with those guys. You heard those names, Ray Lewis. You didn't even mention Michael McCrary, the Rob Burnett's, the Sam Adams. Man, those guys were, and Rod Woodson. Those guys were good, man. They were good.
You look at the game, and there's so many good corners now in the league, and the transformation of the way the league is played from when you played. I mean, it's faster, obviously. It's become more of an offensive game, and now we just had a bunch of guys on the show, and we were talking about how it's been like all these offensive coordinators are getting picked up by these teams to be coaches. Now all of a sudden it's become more dominant this year for defenses, and we're seeing the transformation because there's great corners. What have you seen so far over the last 2 or 3 years from these corners that are getting drafted, and why they've been more dominant at that position than we've seen over the 5 years before that?
I look at it like this. There was a little transition. You only had a few teams that kind of ran those type of run shoot offense, or 5 wides, 4 wides type of offense before, which was, pretty much San Francisco 49ers. You might have had the Houston Oilers at the time. The Tennessee Titans was the Houston Oilers back then. And then they became, whatever. So back then it was a little, I'm not going to say easier, because it wasn't easier to play the game. It was better for us because we, as defensive backs, we could be a little physical. During my time is when they changed it. Every year, man, the referees come into the locker room and they tell you the do's and this year's do's and don'ts, and they're all the don'ts. It was basically on against our team. You'll see the Ravens. You'll see the Ravens on there. No more slamming the quarterback. No more this. No more that. And it was all of our plays. So it was like, man, is this? They got it in against the Ravens. I guess our defense was so good. But these corners these days, they're pretty good, man. They have to be even better. I'll tell you why. Even though they've changed the offense, the referees is not on their side. They've changed it offensively, where they want more points being scored. They want more entertainment, and I can understand that. Entertainment pays the bills, right? But when it comes to referees, they can call a penalty at any time. Anytime they see something on the field, they can throw the flag if they want to. And that's why I feel like they kind of control the game. But now, as a defensive back, man, those guys, if you're good at a defensive back right now, you're really good.
So 1 year you played in 2005 with the Patriots with Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick's been in the storylines a lot. He might be leaving the Patriots. Robert Kraft might get rid of him. So what was he like when you were there, the 1 year you were there in 2005 as a head coach? And what are your thoughts on this whole storylines with Belichick recently?
You know what? I haven't followed the storylines with Belichick recently, but, my experience there in New England was with Belichick. I mean, it was good. It was a positive situation. He allowed I'm not going to say inmates to run the asylum, but he did give the veterans, you had 6, 7, 8 years in, gave them a lot of breaks, gave them a lot of control if they were true leaders. And, it was his way or no way. So basically, regardless of rather him giving guys the leeway to control the team, he was always strictly business. If you wasn't about that, you couldn't fit in there. So that's one thing about it. He stayed there in and out. I don't think he ever went home when I was there. I think he must got a Royal King suite up in that stadium somewhere, because that was his office all the time. I don't care. You get there in the morning, he's already there. You leaving at night, he's still there. So, I mean, he takes his job very seriously, and you can see it on the sideline. He's serious about what he does. Now, the success, he hadn't really had any success recently, especially since Brady left, which is another great guy, stayed in the film, knows how to control his team, knows how to, be okay with everyone, and everyone's comfortable with him. So he gains the respect in many different ways. And, that's what made that team really special. Belichick, with his wits and his smart, Daniels, offense coordinator, very smart guy as well. So as you can see, a lot of things are changing. You lose one game here and there, and you can be out of it because you got some teams out there that's really, really playing.
I think Robert Kraft was just angry at him because he wouldn't hang out with him in his private life. You don't want to go in a rubbing talk, salon. I'm not friends with you anymore. Get the hell out of here.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna leave that one alone. I know when to keep quiet. I'm gonna leave that one alone.
I'll reach out to Robert if he wants a buddy. I'll go with him.
Hey, listen. I've been married 18 years now, but listen, about 23 years ago, yeah, maybe.
He'd pay for it too. He's a billionaire.
Exactly. Hey.
You want her? I want her. I want her.
Hey, and it's under the rug.
That's right. You brush it under the rug. Who knows?
Maybe he'll reach out to Giselle. Maybe that's how Giselle will get revenge.
And maybe Giselle found out that he was hanging out too much with Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
Oh, as everybody knows, we were talking to former Ravens, Cardinals, Patriots, and Raiders cornerback Duane Starks. Duane, you look at the league as a whole, and you look at the quarterbacks. You mentioned Tom Brady, obviously Drew Brees, Peyton Manning. You were there to see some of the greatest quarterbacks of this era. And now you transition. Now you look at the quarterbacks now. Patrick Mahomes, he looks like he could be a record breaker and a trender.
Yeah.
And then you have Justin Herbert, and then you have Trevor Lawrence, all these young kids. When you look at the quarterbacks these days, from the time that you saw the dominant quarterbacks and where they are now as retired guys, do you think the quarterbacks these days are anywhere close to the quarterbacks that you played against in the time that the quarterback position was really dominating?
That's a tough question. I mean, and I'll tell you why. You think about the quarterbacks that we had coming up. You got even the running quarterbacks. You got Warren Moon, you got Randall Cunningham,
Steve McNair,
Michael Vick, all of those guys. They were amazing quarterbacks, and that I take nothing away from. I give them all of their props. And it's the same thing with these guys. It's a new offense, defense, offensive schemes. One thing I don't like is that they cry too much.
Oh.
They want a penalty for everything. You swipe the shoestring, they want a penalty and roughing the passer. Come on, man.
That's the Tom Brady act.
Exactly. Hey, and I would definitely say every quarterback rule came from Tom Brady.
100%. 100%. I mean, that whole you can't drive your body to the knees anymore when he tore his ACL, that was taken out of the league because of Tom Brady. You name it. And listen, I don't take away how great Tom Brady is. I hated him. I'm a Jet fan. I couldn't stand him. Okay. But when he's done, and I said it, when he was going to retire, you sit back and you look at guys like Michael Jordan. I couldn't stand Michael Jordan, but nobody's going to pass up to say, I think Michael Jordan is the greatest athlete to ever play in professional sports in history. Like what I've seen, the dominance of what he did. Kids don't understand. I think when you look at these guys like Ray Lewis and what he did for football and how he dominated the linebacker position. And now you look at guys like CJ Mosley, you look at all these younger guys starting to try to catch up to guys like Ray Lewis and Brian Urlacher. It's not the same. It really isn't, because I think in the time that you played, and you look at guys like I mentioned, Ray Lewis and Brian Urlacher, it was a rougher sport. It was, the defenses were more vicious and vindictive, and they're not going to, when they land on top of you, you won't see them saying the things that they're saying, but you know that it wasn't nice stuff that they were saying when they were on top of each other. So it was more, it was, I didn't want to see a Raven play for a Pittsburgh Steeler team, because they were going to, you wanted to see the Raven guys stay with the Ravens and dominate for years. And at the time, Ray Lewis never left the Ravens. You saw all these great guys stay. Ed Reed never left the Ravens. They stayed there. And I don't think you see that anymore in the NFL.
Right. No, you don't see that as much. I mean, you think about this, a guy like Ray Lewis, he fuels his team. A guy like Mike Singletary, back, even going that far back, they fueled their team. Jerry Rice, he didn't move around until latter in his career, which, he should have been done by then. But he could have easily, just finished up with San Fran and been done. But finding guys like that, like you say, it was a tougher game. And to my point, what I mentioned earlier, not only that the quarterbacks are whining, you got receivers whining, you got everybody else whining. But back in the day, you get out there, and I don't want to sound like the old guy that's, say it was much better, but it was much tougher. If you got hit in the mouth, the next play around, you came back and hit this guy in the mouth. You get my drift. So that's the only thing that not the only thing, but one of the things that I think has really changed the game. But, it's for a good reason. Guys has been getting hurt, concussion settlement, all of those things that's costing the NFL billions of dollars. We don't want that. We want the game to be what it is, but at the same time, you have to be fair and try to keep everyone safe.
So, I wanted to ask about the wide receivers. Who was the toughest wide receiver that you had to face in your career? And also, from a wide receiver perspective, because there's a lot of them, who was the biggest trash talker?
Trash talker? You know what? Not many talk trash against me, because it was always a battle. I mean, I was always like that little net that keeps buzzing at you, and you just couldn't get rid of. And every now and then, I steal a piece of cake. So it's but the toughest. I'll say the toughest guy that I've ever played against was Jimmy Smith, Hines Ward.
We almost had Jimmy Smith on the show
twice.
Yes.
Oh man, yeah. Jimmy was amazing. I mean, he was a fast guy, big, good in size, ran every route at the same speed. So you really didn't know what he was doing unless you understood what the offense was doing, because he ran his routes that well at top speed. And that's hard for a lot of receivers to do at that size. Hines Ward, of course, that's a physical battle every time, and he's going to catch the ball. Keenan McCardle, which is, alongside Jimmy Smith, and the list goes on. But the toughest, those top two I mentioned, Jimmy Smith, Hines Ward, definitely.
Interesting. We are talking to former Ravens, Cardinals, Patriots, Raiders, and cornerback Duane Starks. We say that because we want everybody. We don't want any of the teams that you played for to hate us because we didn't mention them. Okay,
The Raiders still might hate us anyway. Because of the Raiders.
I want to slightly throw you a curveball here. One time we had somebody on the show. Okay, and we finished the interview and we forgot one team that he played for, and I got DM'd. Like crazy on Twitter.
Wow.
It's X now, saying that you don't know what you're talking about. Did you forget about this team? Did you forget about that team? I was getting shock putted, over there on being DM'd. So I have to mention all the teams that you played for, because respectfully, I want to make sure that they get the credit to have you. Okay, so there you go. Duane Brown played for really good teams, the Ravens, the Cardinals, the Patriots, and Raiders, but one team really stuck out of all of them, and that was the 2000 Super Bowl champion Ravens. What was so special about that defense? One, and what was it like to go to the Super Bowl and just pulverize the New York Giants the way you guys did?
I think we were overlooked in a sense. I think everyone knew that we had a great defense, but they didn't realize how good it was until we got to that point. We also had, we beat some teams. I think we won four out of 6 or 4 out of 5 games without scoring an offensive touchdown. Wow. But they didn't think that it was all about the defense. They just thought our offense was horrible, right? So, and going down that stretch, of course, the Minnesota Vikings, who had a great offense at the time, the Giants that was playing really well, they beat the Minnesota Vikings. I'm sorry, that's a correction. And they blew them out like 41-0 at what was a playoff game.
And, NFC Championship game. My dad and my uncle were actually there.
It was Brett Favre, wasn't it?
No,
it wasn't Brett Favre. I'm sorry, that was later.
No, that was Randall Cunningham. I think
that was later.
Right. So you think about it. You got a New York Giant team coming in that just blew out a pretty decent Minnesota Vikings team. Was it Randall or was it Dante Culpepper?
Oh, it might have been Culpepper. Yeah, I think you're
right. Yeah, Culpepper. Right. So
biggest legs I've ever seen on a quarterback.
And then you have, of course, the Baltimore Ravens, great defense, but not a great offense to actually go along with it. But we're getting the job done. So they didn't realize, man, when we faced teams, we were ready. They didn't know what they were up against. They know that we had some star-studded players on our team. They know that we had 2 great corners, great duo, myself and Chris McAllister, and complimentary of definitely Rod Woodson and Corey Harris and Kim Herring at the safeties. And do I even need to mention the linebackers we had? Jamie Sharper, Ray Lewis, Peter Boyle, all of those guys. It was just amazing to have what we have. And the thing is, you didn't know it until it was over. I look back today and think about the team that we had, and I was like, wow, man, we were special.
How about the coaching staff? Look at the coaching staff that you had over there. I mean, all of these guys became head coaches in the NFL. You said Marvin Lewis. How about Rex Ryan? I mean,
Ryan.
There were so many great coaches there. Del Rio was there. I mean, everybody. It was. You guys had a tremendous coaching staff.
Yeah. Man, I was blessed to have a couple of guys coach me out there. And like I say, man, it was amazing playing for that team. And when you look back, when you're going through it, you don't realize like how special it is yourself. You just know you're there to get a job done and you're doing your job at 100%. And I think we all had that mentality. We all had the work ethic to get out there. And we all had the belief that we can go out there and beat anybody as long as we put up, anywhere from 10 to 13 points. You give us 14 points, we're going to win.
I think
that was our mentality.
3 points, you would win. I mean, seriously, it was ridiculous. I remember you guys. I couldn't. I would watch the game. I would pop it on. I'm like, man, nobody's scoring against these guys. Why am I even sitting and watching this game? And fantasy football wasn't around at that time. It didn't really develop really at that time.
Oh man.
It was
definitely.
It started to really blow up in the 2004, 2000. It was there, but nobody. It wasn't what it was.
Rotisserie,
yes.
Like it wasn't with the computers.
It wasn't what it is now. I mean,
right.
Fantasy Yahoo, Fantasy ESPN, Fantasy Prime, Fantasy. Everybody has a fantasy.
Yeah.
Even players are playing like in their own leagues.
Hey, listen, technology blows everything up, man. So as long as they continue to create more technical.
Do you want me? I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what technology proved to me about your defense. I looked at the technological numbers that comparing you guys to the 1985 Bears. Okay. Do you want to hear the numbers to this? And I want you to hear this. In every single statistic in 2000, you guys outplayed them in almost every defensive statistic except one.
Yeah. I agree. When I look back at it and I think about what we've done, and I grew up watching the Chicago Bears. That was one of my teams, of course, especially with Walter Payton there.
Buddy
That was
Ryan.
always the show. But exactly. So
And
it
you
was
had
a show.
Rex. You had sexy Rexy there. So.
Yeah. Buddy Ryan, yeah. So, oh man, I love those brothers, man. I played for both of them, Rex and oh my goodness, in Oakland, Rob, man, those guys was amazing, man. I love them. Yeah, but basically, I looked at what the Chicago Bears did, and I looked at what we did as the Ravens defense, and especially with the offense we had. It was no comparison. I never thought that, being mentioned in the presence or in comparison with the Chicago Bears was amazing, to think about, because everyone can relate to what the Chicago Bears done. And then, like you say, once you do the math, you're like, wow, wait a minute. Why are they mentioning this team with this Baltimore Ravens team? Baltimore Ravens team is just amazing.
And you want to laugh at this? Some people were trying to tell me that the Seattle Seahawks with the Legion of Boom was better than the 2000 Ravens. And I sat there and I said, okay, let's go stat to stat. And I compared. There was not one stat that that the Seattle Seahawks beat you guys at. Not one.
And you guys are tight ends. The Seahawks couldn't for much of that year.
I sat there and I laughed. I said, "Are you guys kidding me?" All these stupid Seattle fans, and I'm not. Listen. I don't care if they hate me. I'll give them the 12th. I'll give them the 12th finger. Okay. I could care less what they have to say. Honestly, when I compare and contrast statistics, and everybody says, "Well, stats doesn't show everything." Well, when it comes to this, when you're trying to compare the greatest defenses of that significant time, I look at yours, and I look at the 85 Bears. I look at the Seattle Seahawks. I look at the Oakland Raiders on that time when they were dominant with Howie Long and that defense. I even look at the Pittsburgh Steelers too, and the time that they were dominated too. That none of those teams, comparison to your statistics in 2000, were even close to you guys. That's how dominant you guys were.
I like watching the Seattle, the Legion, whatever you want to call them, the
Legion
Boom. And, and I'm not throwing any shade because I really like watching those guys.
I don't like their fans. They can
I also, who I also really like was the Denver Broncos, especially where they rated them in that Super Bowl. It was crazy. Von Miller and the rest of those guys. Now going back to defense, right? It's funny, but the 2000 when we held all the records, we still was not the number one defense. And I give credit to the Tennessee Titans, which was the number one defense. But even if you compare those stats, I don't think it's any comparison.
Could we go back and look at what you guys did to Tennessee when you played them? I'm just telling you the truth. I remember when everybody was like, Tennessee's the best team in football. And you guys, I was one of those, I'm pretty sure you guys went to Tennessee and you completely, I can't even figure out the word, just absolutely demolished them. Okay. You embarrassed them on their own friggin' turf. So
those are some memories there, man. That was some good times.
Listen, I'm old enough. I'm 41, man. So I remember you guys. I remember you guys. I might not look 41, but I remember you guys. You guys pissed me the F off. Every time I watched you guys, I was sitting there. I'm like, why am I watching this? It's ridiculous. I knew you guys were winning the Super Bowl. I knew it. I was if I could bid on it, I was betting people at my school. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, they're winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's how we felt.
I was a senior in high school.
We definitely felt the same way. I mean, like, them coming off that high, beating Minnesota 41-0 in the playoff game, and they just didn't know what they were facing. They didn't know what they were walking into. I think their coach kind of knew a little something. He kept them on curfew, and Coach Billick. And Coach Billick with us, he was like, hey, listen, man, guys, you do what you did all year. Just make sure when it rolls around to curfew, you guys are in here. So we took that serious, man. We did whatever we had to do, stayed normal in our lives, stayed normal with our practices or what we had to do. And when it was game time, we were ready. It was nothing else to worry about, nothing else to wish that, hey man, I wish I was at this spot. No, we did that. Come Friday, it is time to lock down, lock in, and get going.
It's funny you mentioned the Broncos. Our next guest is a Broncos analyst, and he actually had a question. He wanted you to talk about the AFC wildcard game. You guys did not allow the Broncos to cross midfield.
Hey, that was an amazing game. It was a tough game too. I think we won like 12-9 or something like that. It wasn't a high scoring game. Well, of course, it's not a high scoring game without defense.
No offense to your quarterback. I mean, but he wasn't the best. He was good. He was efficient, but he wasn't the best.
Exactly. So, I give that win against the Broncos credit to our corners, myself and Chris McAllister, and I'll say the whole season, because without us two and the safeties that we had, we couldn't do all the other stunts. We couldn't free Ray Lewis, but Ray, she's amazing player, sideline to sideline, amazing. So, I'll say that for the whole entire season and career, because basically after I left, Chris was there, and Ozzie told me himself, he's like, man, ever since you left, I couldn't replace you. We get other guys in, and I'm talking about great players. They even brought in Deion Sanders that made a lot of good plays. Samari Rowe, which is a good friend of mine, and also Corey Boucher. We call him Boucher, Corey Fuller. A lot of other guys that came in. He was like, man, we just couldn't replace you, man. So I don't know if he was just stroking my ego, but they didn't have as much success that we had when we were there.
Well, as long as you're not, hanging out with Robert Kraft and letting some other person stroke you.
Now, let's be honest. Did you want to go hang out with him?
No. Hey, listen, I would have hung out with him. Are you kidding me? If he's a billionaire, man, he's going to hang out with me. He's going to say, hey, you could come with me. I'll get you some free strokes. I'll be like, all right, let's go, man.
Some extra fingers, huh?
We were joking about it last week. If Bill Belichick does leave the Patriots, the first move Robert Kraft will make will be taking on Deshaun Watson's contract.
Yeah. So Bill Belichick has been there. He's the longest tenured coach, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, I remember this was 2000. Maybe 2013. He already had like 14 years in with them. So now, how long has he been coaching?
I think since 2000.
It's over 20 years. It's over 20 years.
Definitely over 20 years. So, yeah, he has to be close to 30 years coaching, man.
That's crazy. He's sensational. I'm not gonna take shots at him as a coach. We all know how great. And by the way, Ozzie Newsome is one of the greatest, if not the greatest GM in NFL history. When it comes to finding talent in the draft, I think, first of all, the last gift he gave to the Ravens, Lamar Jackson. So for anybody to sit here, and I'm one of them, I didn't think Lamar was going to develop into a good quarterback in the league. Just by the way, his style of game, skinny, tall, lengthy, I thought he's going to, this man, I mean, he has transitioned the position. If you look at all the quarterbacks besides Josh Allen, which by the way, he's better than, if you look at all the quarterbacks that was drafted in that year where everybody was saying they were much better, much more built for the NFL, Lamar Jackson's transition into the best. So
listen, if you think Michael Vick was one of the toughest quarterbacks to cover, then Lamar Jackson, you can see it. Mm-hmm. And he has a little more accuracy than Michael Vick does. But his ability to run the ball, his ability to find the open guy, and that's what sets him aside a little bit now. And I wish Michael Vick would have had all of his time without the little drama that he had, because he's a great guy.
100%.
He's a great guy, man. I love him. He used to live next door to me too. Lamar Jackson is the truth. You know, him sitting out, and I was just talking to my pops a little earlier about him. My dad asked me about him, and you know, him sitting out waiting on that contract, and his mom negotiating that deal. It's going to start something, man, and I give props to him. For what he's done, what he means to the NFL, what he means to the Baltimore Ravens.
By the way,
of course,
sorry to cut you off. If Lamar played in the playoffs, they go to the Super Bowl, and I'm telling you that right now. They go to the they beat the Bengals 100%, 100%. And I think the way his style of running against the Buffalo Bills. They would have beaten Buffalo because he would have ran the ball and nobody would have been able to stop him. And how slippery and how and Kansas City, I think they beat Kansas City. I really do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think Baltimore is going to the Super Bowl this year. I'll definitely say that, and you can put a penny on it. But I like my chances with the Baltimore Ravens this year. You know, of course, you know you give up some during the season. You know they lost the game with the field goals, stuff like that. But you know, if they're clicking on all cylinders and everyone's healthy, Super Bowl bound we are. And I will definitely be there.
Well, maybe we'll meet up, okay?
Now, what's your opinion on who's going to make it?
Okay. Quickly, I'll tell you who I picked to go to the Super Bowl, so I'm going to stick by it, okay? I had the Eagles going in the NFC from the beginning, and I had the Jaguars going from the AFC. I know. I listen. I'm going to stick to what I started before the season started. Who do I think is going to the Super Bowl now? I like the Ravens. I think the Ravens get to it. I think Miami is very impressive offensively. If Tua could stay healthy, I like McDaniels. I think he's a quirky, weird guy who just dials up these weird plays that I've never seen before. I mean, the speed that they have on the outside is ridiculous. They could be. I don't think Kansas City's going. Okay, so for everybody to know, I last night it proved to me how to stop them. You shut down Kelce, which I've been saying for the last couple of years. You shut down Kelce, you put a spy on him, you shut down their offense. It's not as good.
Nah, you know, I will say that Kansas City will be going back.
Oh, you got them going to the Super Bowl now?
I think they will be going back.
Dwayne, let's make a bet. Let's make a bet, Dwayne. Come on.
I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, here we go.
So you see a lot of things that happened in that game the other night. Philly got a lot of breaks. They got a lot of breaks. The games are controlled by the refs. That's another thing. How many people are going to see the Kansas City Chiefs? A lot of them. All right. So who do you think they want in there?
All right. I'm going to bet you. I got to bet with you. Let's make a bet. All right. I'm going to tell you what. If I lose, if Kansas City goes to the Super Bowl, all right, I take you and your wife to a steak dinner. Okay. I've never many bet. I'm going to win. I'm going to win the Vegas bet.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to lose, actually.
Oh, you're probably going to lose the Vegas
I'm going to lose now. I'm going to lose now because I'm going to lose.
So, wait. Now, let me see. Let me get my divisions because I think the Ravens are going. So,
okay.
Yeah, they're in the different divisions, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely.
No. It's the Super Bowl. We're talking about the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right. So you have Kansas City going to the Super Bowl.
I want the Ravens going to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And who are they facing? That's what I'm checking to make sure. AFC, NFC.
No, they're the AFC. So
so the Chiefs would have to play the Ravens in the AFC Championship game.
Right. That would be AFC Championship. So, no, I like the Ravens. I can't go against my Ravens.
All right. So
I can't go against my Ravens because I know if we face Kansas City, we'll take care of that this year. They didn't pay Lamar too much money.
I think.
Now, you mentioned that, Dolphins playing well as long as Tua's there, but Tua hasn't showed me that he can show up against a
good team.
A good team yet. So I think the game gets too big for him at that time. Now, if he grows confidence, and which I think he is growing that confidence, but if he grows confidence, then they have a big chance. They have a chance, But if they got a team that's going to apply pressure, and cut off those crossing routes and all of those things that they do, they won't make it. Now, I would love to see that. That's my city of Miami, but not against the Ravens.
Interesting. Well, we really appreciate the time. As always, we'd love to get you on again. So much knowledge, and good everything that you're doing for these players. We really, we've interviewed so many ex-NFL players, even NFL players in the league now, and I think that these players need people and ex-players to look out after them, because I think it's knowledge would tell you that there's so much going on with these the head situation, the CTE situation over the last couple of years, and I just want to see these players get what they deserve after their careers. So
definitely, and that's what I'm there for, man. I can't tell you how many people I've helped in a crisis situation, being on the phone, talking someone off a ledge, that type stuff. And that's what I do. And I also work with Drew Rosenhaus with Rosenhaus Sports, sort of doing the same thing for his active players as well. And, I'm coach always say, hey, as much as you can do, do as much as you can do. And that's what I'm trying to do. So if that helps, man, if I can help one guy, that makes me feel good. Nothing else makes me feel as fulfilled as when I'm, other than helping someone else.
Well, I actually know Drew a little bit. I've never interviewed him, but I know him a little bit, and he's an interesting character too. So I'm sure you have a lot of good conversations with him, because he's an interesting character. I've seen enough of him. So,
it's funny. I barely even see Drew, man. He's so busy. He's a family guy. If you notice, he goes a lot of places, and he takes his kids with him and his wife with him. So I commend him for all of that. Just as how busy he is dealing with 80 plus players for the year. And I take my hat off to him and I thank him.
Well, we thank you. We take our hat off, because you've been on the phone. You've been on this call for over 50 minutes. So we really appreciate everything that you've done. So 15. And listen, we get told from a lot of players, I only have 15 minutes. And then they stay on with us for an hour, and they're like, wow, an hour went fast. You guys are good. You guys snuck me in. I was like, no, you guys, we have a good conversation, and it drags, but we really appreciate everything that you're doing. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Oh man, same to you, Speedy Arrow. All right.
And we'll talk to you soon, Duane.
All right, my pleasure, man. Y'all take care.
Duane Starks, Super Bowl champion, 2000, arguably the greatest defense of all time. And that was a great interview, Speedy. Yes. It was great. Great personality, good, calm, collective guy, has a good sense of humor. Let's go to a quick break. And when we come back, our friend, we will be talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos NFL analyst, Lance Sanderson. Lance Sanderson here on the Sports Lounge.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Okay.
Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
So tell me how you go. You smack my buttonhole. I'm just kidding. 631-672-3108. I don't want to scare Lance off. That was stupid, but whatever. I'm crazy. I don't know what to say. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do is check out our local listings. Just go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. By the way, our show is right now on Apple Podcasts by itself. We have the Worldwide Sports Radio Network with all our shows on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Our show right now broke over 14,000 downloads the first month by itself on Apple Podcasts. So we'd like to thank all the fans that are downloading our show and giving us all over the country, all over the world. I mean, if you look at the numbers throughout so thank you to all the fans tuning in and listening to our crazy show. As we want to be ranked. We want to be the best in the country on Apple Podcasts. So I don't know about New Heights. I mean, New Heights will be shining our rear ends when we're done with them. I'm just kidding. Anyways, now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, I'm just kidding. He's been on our show quite a couple of times, and we're happy to have him on again as his Broncos are on a 4-game winning streak, and I'm sure he's jumping for joy with happiness with Sean Payton pulling off wins and wins and wins. No more taking shots at Nathaniel Hackett, not yet at least, but he might. We're now talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos and NFL analyst, our friend, Lance Sanderson. Lance, what's up, buddy?
Kyle, Errol, what's going on, fellas? How we doing? You know what? That was a hell of an intro, by the way, because 4-0 over the last 4 weeks, by the way, is the longest winning streak in the NFL. Been a long goddamn time since the Broncos could actually boast that. It's been since 2016 since the Broncos have won 4 games in a row. Thanks, guys, for having me. It's a pleasure to always be on. I don't necessarily appreciate you putting me on after Duane Starks, though. Damn it, that sucks. It's hard to stand up to an NFL legend like that, but I appreciate you guys for having me on. How we doing, fellas?
We're good, man. I mean, I'm not dancing on my table or anything like that. Thanksgiving's here. I'm ready for some ham, some turkey, watching Speedy get his head shaved by his brothers. I mean,
wait, what? Hold on, wait. Fill me in
He's
on
lying.
this.
Do not listen to him.
Well, I mean, he should be shaving other things, but he,
also do not listen to him.
This show is brought to you guys. This show is brought to you guys by Manscaped. You guys can make sure you get your Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra at manscaped.com. By the way, if you this is not a paid ad. Promo code HUDDLE at manscaped.com. Get you 20% off and free shipping, by the way.
Well, look at that. Well, why don't you help Speedy out? Because he needs some.
Don't influence him.
Oh, man, Speedy. I like I said, I mean, Speedy is his own personality, as everybody knows him, and one of the best. I think, Lance, you've been on a show enough to know he's a little crazy. So am I. I'm a little quirky, but it is what it is. But speaking of quirky, was Sean Payton in the beginning of the year. I mean, he threw himself under the bus quite a few times, taking shots at Nathaniel Hackett. Aaron Rodgers came out, stuck up for Hack, and all that stuff kind of got brushed under the rug because over the last couple of weeks, the Russell Wilson is playing back to form. This defense is starting to play well. They're running the ball better. And now you're starting to see why Sean Payton's one of the best offensive minds in the NFL. What are your thoughts to this team so far going into the second half of the season?
Well, first and foremost, it's good to be 500 at the week 10 break. Like, this is the first time I've been covering the Broncos for milehighhuddle.com since 2018, and I've never seen 500 past week 6. Like, it's just a breath of fresh air to get away from the worst coaching job in NFL history, as Sean Payton so definitely put it. Like, let's be honest here. Last season was absolutely atrocious for this Broncos team, and now it may not be great. And I'm not gonna blow smoke up everybody's butts and call it sunshine, butterfly, and rainbows and gold flakes. Like, it's not great by any stretch of the imagination, especially offensively. But at the same time, there's something that you're seeing with this Sean Payton culture. Let's forget the offense. Let's forget the defense for just a second. Let's talk about the culture of this team. It's been since 2016 that the Denver Broncos have had a winning season. A long time, almost a decade, and over the last couple of seasons, they lost several close games. I mean, think about Vic Fangio and that defense that they had, where it seemed like the Broncos always had a lead, but they found a way to lose games late. I mean, the Chicago Bears game, the Indianapolis Colts game, they lost a game to the New York Jets, giving up over 200 and some odd yards in that stretch of time. Like it's horrible. It's been a horrible stretch of football for this Denver Broncos team, but now you're seeing something different, especially going back to about week 7. This defense is playing opportunistic football. They're forcing a lot of takeaways. They're forcing a lot of turnovers. They're not playing great against the run, but they're finding all these timely plays if they need to. And then they're turning it back over to the offense. And they're not great throughout the first 3 quarters of the game, but then they come out and they find a way to win games. It does not matter how you get to the end point. All that matters is you win games. And the Broncos have done that 4 weeks in a row. And they pulled it off against Chicago after being down early 28-0, essentially. And that's the culture. Sean Payton is bringing that winning culture to this team, and they're starting to turn it around in that way. And eventually, when they finally get to learning how to win games properly, and they're figuring out how to do that right now, everything is going to fall back into line. Get some more talent. This team's going to be very scary moving forward, guys. Maybe not this year, but next couple of years, yeah, absolutely. I think this team's going to be in Super Bowl contention here soon.
Russell Wilson last year was being very criticized. Everyone thought he was washed. Then at the beginning of this year,
I didn't, by the way.
Everyone thought he was washed. And then meanwhile, he wasn't the problem. It was mainly the defense. And what have you seen from him from last year to this year, the improvement?
Like I said, the big thing is just going out there and finding the plays to win games. He's not lighting up the stat sheet by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I don't think he's thrown for 200 yards in the last 4 weeks. But you know what? When you need those critical plays at the end of games, he's doing the same things that he was doing when he was a Seattle Seahawk. Whether it's the deep ball over the top or the big thing here, and I got to give a shout out to my guy Samaje Perine, former Cincinnati Bengal. What they're doing with him right now is they're putting him in pass protection in the last 4 minutes, and they're leaking him out super slowly. And when Russell Wilson breaks contain and gets forward inside the pocket, he's just flipping the football forward to Samaje Perine for 12 or 13 yards, and they're sustaining these long drives at the end of games for then Russell Wilson to go and make the amazing throw that he made to Cortland Sutton against the Minnesota Vikings, or even another example, the 3.2% probability catch that Cortland Sutton had against the Buffalo Bills 2 weeks ago. Like it's not great by any stretch of the imagination. And a guy, I'm not sure if you guys know who he is, Ted Wynn of the Athletic, put out a big video earlier this week about Russell Wilson and how Sean Payton has kind of made him a robot, more like a one read and then check it down, maybe take off with your legs. And Russell Wilson's buying into that. And that, I think, is the biggest change that we've seen with Russell Wilson year over year, is the fact that he's buying into the role that he has on this offense. They're not asking him to go out there and win games. They're asking him to go out there and manage games, take care of the football, and find the plays that you need to make that are absolutely necessary for us to win games. And he's doing that.
As everybody knows, we are talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos and NFL analyst Lance Sanderson, our friend. You know, there's one guy that they have to get involved, and that's Davante Williams, who I think is one of the more underrated running backs in the league. He's coming back from a torn ACL. He's starting to get things moving and rolling. If they get this guy working offensively, this could be a dominant force behind the line of scrimmage. What are your thoughts to Davante Williams? Do you think that they're going to get him more involved in the offense?
I do, actually. This game against the Minnesota Vikings didn't really bode well in terms of a matchup in the running game, just because the offensive line has done a really bad job in terms of pass protection. And this Broncos team is not being efficient on third downs, which is something that the Minnesota Vikings do very well defensively. They are very good on third down. So Sean Payton kind of addressed this earlier in this week in terms of, why aren't you guys focusing on running the football more? Well, you run the football better on first down than any team in the NFL right now. They're averaging like 4.8 yards per carry on first down. And if you're not getting back to that first down, you're not getting the opportunity to then turn around and hand the football off to Javonte Williams. I think a big part of the failures of getting Williams more involved, where he hasn't seen over 100 yards this season, is the fact that this team has struggled on third downs for the majority of this season. So if you can just reset that set of downs, get the first down back going again, you can turn around and feed it to Javonte a lot more. And that's something that they were able to do in the Kansas City, the second Kansas City game a couple of weeks ago, where they were very efficient on third down.
So a lot of buzz was about Pat Surtain at the trade deadline. A lot of people thought the Eagles were very close on a trade. There were a couple other teams that were very interested, but the Broncos hang on to him. So is there anything you were hearing, for one, with the Pat Surtain deal, and two, do you think the Broncos should sign him now before his price maybe goes up?
I absolutely think they should sign him now, but also, so to give you guys a little bit of context here on my opinion on this, a few weeks ago, I was asked to come on by 850 KOA. That's the radio flagship, home of the Denver Broncos. They came on and had me talk with Benjamin Albright and former Broncos safety Nick Ferguson. And I was saying, this might be the most opportune time to trade Pat Surtain, because at the time the Broncos were 1-5, getting ready to go into a game against the Green Bay Packers, and it looked bleak. I mean, we're talking about fire sale on everybody. Cortland Sutton was on the move potentially. Jerry Jeudy was on the move potentially. Josie Jewell, Justin Simmons, and everyone's like, well, Pat Surtain is untouchable. At that particular point, I don't think Pat Surtain was untouchable, because if you're going to start a fire sale, what's the most valuable commodity you have on this team that's not Russell Wilson? It's Pat Surtain. If you can get, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, maybe a couple of players or something like that for a player like Pat Surtain, who I think is the best cornerback in football. Sorry, Jets fans. Sauce Gardner can, whatever.
I disagree.
You're fired up with Jets fans.
No, I like Pat Surtain. I like him, but I don't know if he's better than Sauce, but that's my
Pat Surtain does a hell of a lot more than Sauce Gardner does without grabbing every single receiver.
No, hold on one second. No, they don't throw it to Sauce Gardner. That's not his fault. I mean, this happened with Darrelle Revis. Nobody wants to throw it to his side. That was the first touchdown he gave up all season long. I mean, seriously. I mean, Pat Surtain's fantastic. I love him. I think he's a great player. I followed him from college. And remember, he came from Jacko or whatever. JUCO. Yeah, he was on JUCO. I followed him all the way from high school into the college football. He's a fantastic talent. There's no question that he is, and we expected him. He's a high draft talent, and I remember when the Broncos drafted him. He's sensational. He's an all-pro type of corner. There's no question that he is, but. It's your opinion. I mean, we can go back and forth better. I mean, but I like that. So
it's my opinion that Pat Surtain is better than Sauce Gardner, and I'm right and you're wrong. So there's that. No, I'm playing. But
I know.
But for real right now, and like I said, doing that interview with KOA, I was very much on the let's start the fire sale. I mean, we're 1-5. We just gave up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins. I was 350 yards on the damn ground, guys. Like it was awful. I was more along the lines of let's start to move on from this, rebuild this core in the way that Sean Payton wants to see it. And if you get the right offer for a guy like Pat Surtain, then you have to consider it, because this team lacks talent, plain and simple. Evolve and fast forward 4 weeks. Now you're back to 5-5. You're right in the thick of the playoff chase. The Kansas City Chiefs are not playing the same level of football that we're used to seeing. And the Cincinnati Bengals just lost Joe Burrow. There's a shot here that Denver can go on a little mini run and they could potentially get themselves into the playoff chase. That said, I think Pat Surtain is the best player on this team, and as of right now, this is going on year 3. You better sign him, because he's going to be $130 million cornerback if you don't.
So I know one thing you like to do is make fun of the Raiders. They had you want to say a fire sale joke of a team that shouldn't happen. I know you like to pick on Josh McDaniels, as everyone else does. So what are your thoughts on that whole situation?
My thoughts are this. All you needed to do was take one look at what happened with the Broncos back in 2009, 2010 with Josh McDaniels, and then a second look at what happened with Josh McDaniels when he accepted the job and then backed out of the job with the Indianapolis Colts, to know exactly how the tenure for Josh McDaniels was going to turn out with the Las Vegas Raiders. It's a a laughing stock at the NFL level. I mean, I have it sourced on good information here. One of the first things that Josh McDaniels did at the Las Vegas Raiders training facility when he first got hired on as coach was he reverse tinted all of the windows, mirrored all the windows on the inside so that nobody on the inside of the building could look out over the practice field, so they couldn't take video and send it to their sources. Like he literally made it so that you could not talk about anything Raiders football outside of the building. Like, plain and simple. This dude is toxic. He's a smart offensive football mind, but when you can't figure out a way to build relationships with any of your players, any of your coaches, anybody from the front office, it doesn't matter how smart your X's and O's are. You have to figure out a way to build relationships in the NFL level, and he couldn't do it. And I'm glad. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. Like, let's go. The fact that the Raiders are crashing and burning because of Josh McDaniels, I'm here for this life. I'm here for it.
We are talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos and NFL analyst Lance Sanderson, as he is very happy about the complete dominant drop-off of this horrible Las Vegas Raider team. But, hey, they won 2 games in a row. I mean, hey, they can make the playoffs, too, with the AFC going back and forth. Who knows what's going to happen?
I got to give a shout out to Antonio Pierce, man, because he's encompassing what the enveloping, what the Raider way is all about. He grew up a kid out of Compton, was a huge Raiders fan, played for the Raiders there for a while, and he's brought back that smash mouth mentality. He's got these players playing the right way, offensively and defensively. Turned around what I thought was arguably one of the worst defenses in the NFL. And they played a gritty, hard-nosed, smash-mouth brand of football against the Miami Dolphins. And Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Dolphins, gave him a lot of props after the game. So, I mean,
they lost that game.
They're playing good football right now. So, as much as I want to talk trash on them, I got to give them their props.
No, and you have to give Antonio Pierce. I remembered him more with the Giants, captain of the team, linebacker. He was a big part of those good Giant teams, and a leader in the locker room. It stands for what he believes in, and that's what I like about Antonio Pierce. But you look at the league and you look at the AFC, and we thought that the AFC was going to be so much more dominant than the NFC. And if you look at the NFC's record against the AFC, I mean, the NFC, I think, was beaten more AFC teams than AFC teams have beaten the NFC teams. Why is that in your mind? And what are your thoughts to the AFC this year? Why hasn't the AFC really taken it to that next level?
It's such a strange and multifaceted conversation with the AFC right now, because I think that what you're seeing preseason, obviously, with the Bengals and the Bills and the Chiefs and the Ravens, you're talking about elite quarterbacks under the age of 28 years old, and none of those elite quarterbacks except for Lamar Jackson are playing at a high level right now. I mean, you can argue Pat Mahomes is doing Pat Mahomes things, but that Kansas City Chiefs team right now, they can't find anybody that can catch the football reliably. They're playing great defense, but here's a fun fact for you guys. Everyone wants to make fun of the Broncos offense and how bad they are, but the Kansas City Chiefs have only scored 8 points more than the Broncos this season. There's 225 points for the Chiefs, 217 for the Denver Broncos. And everyone's like, oh, the Chiefs are so vaunted on offense. Really? Are they that vaunted right now? Because they're not playing that way. The Cincinnati Bengals have been so hit and miss offensively. I mean, they lost 37-3 earlier this season. I can't remember who it was, but they've only Joe Burrow has not been playing very well. That offensive line they can't block in the running game. And then Buffalo, I mean, Josh Allen continues to lead the league in interceptions every single year since he's been drafted, and that still remains true this year. They're turning the football over. They can't find their running game, and their defense hasn't been playing nearly as well as everyone thought it was going to. So I think
at least more of a Zach Wilson. At least they don't have him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and then there's that, and there's that coming into the season as well. You have Aaron Rodgers tearing his. Yep, Aaron Rodgers tears his Achilles on the 4th play of the season. Like you're talking Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson for what you want to say. Who else am I missing? That's 7 or Trevor Lawrence in there as well. I mean, you've got 7, 8, 9 guys that you would consider in the top 15 at the NFL level at the quarterback position, and none of them are playing the way that we thought that they were going to play. So like that to me is the bigger thing. The NFC is overperforming. I think that the Dallas Cowboys are overperforming a little bit right now. I think Philadelphia, as good as they are, is they're overperforming just a little bit as well. And then San Francisco, I know that everyone wants to pick the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl, but if San Francisco can play efficiently and Brock Purdy can figure his stuff out, that team is so dangerous. They've got one of the best defenses in the NFL. And to me, I think that the AFC is just underperforming and the NFC is overperforming for what it is right now.
So in terms of the Broncos getting back into the wild card race, is there, like, besides the Bengals, obviously you expect them to fall out with Burrow's injury, but like which teams are you most afraid of trying to hold off in that AFC wild card picture?
The Cleveland Browns right now. And I know that sounds crazy because they just lost Deshaun Watson, but that defense is so elite right now. And the Broncos have to play them next weekend. In fact, they go to Cleveland to play the Browns. Or no, excuse me. That game's in Denver this weekend. You also got the Houston Texans. And I know that everyone's going to laugh at me for saying this, but CJ Stroud might be a top 3 quarterback in the NFL with the way he's saying right now. This dude is incredible. He's come in as a rookie. He put up back-to-back 400-yard performances, another 300-yard performance this last week. Granted, he had 3 interceptions in that game. They ended up losing. But at the same time, he has come out with his hair on fire. And that team is playing inspired football, especially on the offensive side, but defensively. I didn't think that team could play defensive football as well as they're playing. It's not great, but it's not the worst defense in the NFL. So I think Houston's a team you got to watch out for. I think Jacksonville, they're going to figure it out and turn it around. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence is one of those players I was just talking about. Defensively, they'll figure it out as well. They're going to be one of those sneaky teams that's going to find their way in the backside of the playoff if they don't win the AFC South over the Houston Texans. So those are probably the 3 teams that I'm looking out for the most. And then I have no fear of the Chargers. Absolutely zero fear of the Chargers right now. Justin Herbert may be as good as he is. That defense is horrible against the pass, and Brandon Staley is going to be fired in the next 2 weeks. So count the Chargers out right now, and let's just be done with that.
The Chargers have a great stat. I don't know if you saw this one, Lance. The Chargers have lost 5 games by 3 points this year. No other team has lost more than 2.
That's where Bill Belichick's going. That's where I predict. If he becomes available, that's where I think he's going. That's where I think. As everybody knows, we are talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos and NFL analyst Lance Sanderson. Last one for me, my friend. The NFL, okay, this year, you look at all the craziness that's happened. And like you said, the quarterbacks, the defense is really dominated from the offense this year. Everything's transitioning what the NFL wasn't expecting, even with the new rules and all that other stuff. What has stood out to you more than anything so far this year?
Oh, man. I think I kind of elaborated on it. It's just the top level quarterbacks and the teams that everyone thinks are going to be dominating the NFL right now, or they're just not playing the high quality football that you're used to seeing, especially the Kansas City Chiefs offense. Like I know that losing Tyreek Hill to Miami was a huge blow, but even last season without him, the Kansas City Chiefs managed to go on a run. They were scoring 38 points at will, it seemed like. But for some reason this year, it's just not working. And I really like Rashee Rice, but Marquez Valdes-Scantling is not it. Sky Moore, I don't think he's it either. They had to trade for McCole Hardman and get him back in the fold just to try to add a reliable receiver to that group. But that offense is not performing the way that anybody thought it was going to. And let's go back just to the Broncos side of things here. They held Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs offense to 28 points total, 28 points in 2 games over a 3-week span. They played in week 8 and week 10, and they held the Chiefs offense to 28 total points. If you would have told me that leading into this season that the Broncos were going to hold the Chiefs to 28 points, I'd have probably clapped my feet and done a backflip, because I would have never expected that. That would never have crossed my mind. they're not performing. They can't run the football. They're playing elite defense and they're winning that way. And Mahomes is finding enough ways to create enough explosive plays for them to win consistently. But at this point, they might be the most surprising team to me in the NFL this year.
So my last question, I know you're a big draft guy as well. One, the quarterbacks that are so hyped this year, do you have a preference over one or the other? And also any sleepers you have any position?
Oh, so I haven't really gotten into the draft yet this year. Unfortunately, had some rough family stuff going on over the last few weeks. So I do thank you guys for that. I do appreciate it. In terms of the quarterback play, Drake May's quarterback one. The mental fortitude. I saw enough with Caleb Williams over the last couple of weeks. And while I think that his ability to create and extend plays and just be an elite thrower of the football is fine, I also don't think that he has the mental fortitude that's strong enough to play at the NFL level. Not after what we saw after, I believe it's the Washington game. And I'm not going to like call out the guy. He puts his heart and soul on the field, crying on the sideline, whatever it is, what it is. There's been some other things that I've seen, moping and mumbling along the sideline, like pouting his way off the field when things don't go well. That to me is a red flag. I'm a huge Sam Hartman fan. I think that what he was able to do at Wake Forest a couple of years ago, over the last couple of years, and then even this year at Notre Dame, he's not a flashy guy. He's not a guy that you can really like depend on and rely on, I think, as an immediate level starter at the NFL level. But I think that he has the football acumen, the accuracy, the IQ, and everything that you need to succeed as at least a quality player at the NFL level. He may not be a quality starter, but he's going to be a guy. I like him a lot. Who's the Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. is my dude. Out of Washington, this kid, the lefty, what he was able to do on that last drive against Oregon, leading them down to score that touchdown. He made two of the most ridiculous throws I've ever seen in my life from the college level. The pass that he made to Rome Odunze, wide receiver 2, by the way, was just absolutely incredible for the touchdown. I like Michael Penix Jr. And if the Broncos are fortunate enough to be in the area where they could draft him and let him sit behind Russell Wilson even for a year, if they decide to do that, I'm about that life, because I think that he fits in well enough with what Sean Payton wants to do offensively. He throws with timing, throws with accuracy. He has the poise, has the mobility. I understand the injury risks and the concerns that he has there, but Michael Penix Jr. is probably the gem of this draft, and you're going to be able to get him in the 15, 16, 17 area.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, we appreciate you. We'll get you on very soon, and we'll get more inside stuff. If the Broncos are right there in the playoff run, that would be interesting. I think they could be. I mean, the AFC is just so, I don't know what the hell it is, but
it's a wreck, dude. It's a wreck.
It's a wreck. I mean, if it is, Robert Kraft might be.
Oh, God. Whoa, here we go again. Good Lord.
Hey, listen, I got to throw the curveballs when I have a chance to, man.
Oh, you should have heard us last week when we were roasting Deshaun Watson and then we brought that in.
Hey, it's pretty easy to massage this conversation in the proper direction. Let's just try that. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Well, you keep it
around. All right,
guys.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me. It's a short conversation this time. We usually go for about an hour, but I appreciate you having me on. Last thing from
25 minutes, man.
Hell, last time I was on, I think we went for an hour and a half.
I know we love getting you on. We'll get you on. We'll get a bunch of you guys on at the same time when the draft comes around. It'll be. We have a lot of fun with that. So,
dude, that was an absolute blast. Before you let me go, though, I got to say this one thing. Like I was saying, with the culture that Sean Payton is cultivating here in Denver, I'm like the mighty Boss Tones, man. I've never had to knock on wood. I know someone who has. I'm sure it isn't good, but the impression that I get is that Sean Payton is the right coach for this job. Give him another year, and I'm telling you, dude, like it's gonna be awesome to watch this Denver Broncos football team. I do think they're gonna sneak into the playoffs, by the way.
Well, just so you know, if you want to knock on wood, you can reach out to Robert. Okay?
And you're back to that.
Well done.
Thank you. I want to bow down to that. Thank you, Lance. We love you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving to you and everybody here at the Worldwide Sports Talk Radio Network. We appreciate you for having us on, man. And
Thank you.
Go Broncos. Go Broncos.
There you go. Mr. Patrick Surtain. I mean, as he believes Patrick Surtain is the best corner in the NFL. Good for him. I mean, I like Pat. I do. I followed him, JUCO, and he's got an interesting personality. His father was a good player too, so I like him. Anyways, yeah, it's been a good show, Speedy. Should I whip you?
Whip me?
Should I whip you? Should I pull out my Indiana Jones whip?
And yeah, now you just you made Lance want to leave again before you made any other weird jokes.
What can I say? I'm lost, man. I'm lost in translation. Maybe it's the
I
turkey.
see that.
When I eat turkey, I fall asleep. Okay.
All right. Maybe that's what you have to do when Kenny finally gets you.
Remember what I told you that you need to get your mom to make you?
No, that's not happening.
Turkey breast.
See,
Remember,
whenever
turkey breast.
Whenever you
He likes breasts.
No.
So turkey breast.
Whenever you try to test this thing out with Kenny about drinking and smoking for a long hour at a time, maybe you could you could do the same thing.
You could smoke a little bit. You have the munchies.
Who falls asleep first? You eating turkey or
munchies.
Kenny having all that?
And you could have some of that turkey breast.
No, it's a you and Kenny thing.
I like the turkey breast.
Yeah, so
it's nice and fluffy.
Who will fall asleep? You or Kenny?
I don't know. I think I'm going to fall asleep because I would. I don't smoke, so there you go. Anyways, the window to sign Yamamoto has officially opened today. MLB teams have 45 days to sign him. The Mets are early betting odds to sign him, followed by the Red Sox, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Cubs, and the Giants. Buster Olney reports that the Yankees are very interested in Yamamoto, and he will meet with the Yankees in December. Yamamoto will also meet with the Mets in December, and many executives believe the Mets' willingness to spend makes them the favorites to get him. Reports say that the Phillies are also still expected to pursue him, despite signing Aaron Nola to a 7-year, $172 million contract. Other free agent pitchers such as Sonny Gray, Jordan Montgomery, and Blake Snell will likely wait for Yamamoto to sign his contract in order to set the market. Past rumors mention Yamamoto could get a deal worth about $200 million for 7 years. I will say this. I believe that the Yankees have the best chance to land him. And not because I'm a Yankee guy, okay? It has nothing to do with that. It's the pinstripes. He comes from Japan. I know he wants to play with another Japanese superstar. I've heard that story. But it's all about playing in a market that is going to strive and take you to that next level. Everybody knows who you are. Everybody wants you. Everybody has seen you play. Everybody knows your dominance as a pitcher in Japan. There are young kids and fans throughout the country here in New York, Boston, even LA has never seen you pitch. So they don't know what to expect. And we all know a lot of these Japanese pitchers that have come into the major leagues, take away Shohei Ohtani and maybe one or two other guys, they all suck. So to overpay for Yamamoto $200 million, you have to be damn sure he's going to be good. You have to be damn sure that he is going to stand out from all the rest. Because if you waste $200 million on a player and a pitcher that's never pitched, first of all, baseballs are bigger than Japanese baseballs. Yep. Gripping the ball is different than gripping the ball. And I know because I've heard so many Japanese pitchers say this. Now, obviously, Ohtani has been pretty fairly good. I mean, I know everybody says, wow, he's this. He has a 3 ERA in the major leagues. It's not like he has a, Justin Verlander ERA when, dominant for 5 years. He doesn't have that. I mean, he's a great pitcher who's a great power hitter. Yamamoto is a great pitcher. He doesn't hit. So I'm interested to see what he's going to get paid. I do believe that the Yankees are the team, even though they're not the number one team to get him, the Mets are. I think the Yankees are going to sneak in and sneak onto everybody and grab him. I think that's the guy the Yankees have been gunning for. And I think when usually you hear the Yankees name being mention in conversation for a player that they're gunning for, they usually win them. So.
Yeah, it's interesting because it goes against what the Yankees have done in the past in terms of getting these long-term contracts. And same kind of thing with the Mets now coming in with David Stearns. Not that the Mets wouldn't sign him for a long-term deal, but David Stearns, that was not his approach with the Brewers. So it's interesting to see if one of those teams will be able to deviate from that kind of trend. Now, the Yankees and the Mets both need pitching depth, and that's the dilemma here. Like, you want to get this young star, 25 years old, 7-year contracts that he's going to want, but at the same time, what happens if he gets hurt? What happens if, like you said, he's a streaky Japanese pitcher? He's great the first year, and then, like you said, has that sophomore slump. And same kind of thing you have to take into account with Senga now. Is Senga going to be that guy? And is that what you want to build your pitching staff on is another thing. Now, I've said for a while that I think the Red Sox or the Cubs are going to get him because I feel like that's their pattern. They love giving long contracts to pitchers. The Red Sox did it for years with Beckett and all those guys. Did Lester. They re-signed. The Cubs brought in Lester after that and Arrieta. Like David Price with the Red Sox. Like, it fits what they like to do. Now, is that the approach they should take? I don't know, because they also need a lot more pitching depth too. But that's the risk you run with Yamamoto, because you want to sign young pitching now, especially with these new rules. But is it going to be worth it for $200 million and 7 years?
You can hit a home run if you land him, if he turns out to be the pitcher that everybody thinks he's going to be, or you can strike out and really set your team back.
Right.
So the question is, who's going to be willing to do that? Who's going to stand out from all the rest? I do believe the Yankees are that type of team right now because they're desperate. And when you're a desperate team and an organization that needs to make moves quicker than everybody else to get back into the mix of the conversation, that's why I think the Yankees are going to land him, because he's their number one guy. He's been their number one guy since the regular season. We've heard the Yankees go over there with Omar Minaya. I mean, we've heard Brian Cashman go over there quite a few times to see him pitch. They watched him in the World Baseball Classic. I just think that he's the guy that the Yankees are gunning for. Then it will be Soto, and then it'll probably be Hader. Those are the three guys that the Yankees will be gunning for. They'll probably land 2 out of the 3. That's what I believe. So.
I love Hader. Do you want to go in the direction, though, of what the Yankees have done? They've paid a lot of relief pitchers in the past, too, though.
I think Hader's young enough to take a chance with. I mean, I think he's been dominant, and I think he comes to the American League. You put him as your closer now, because now you're moving Michael King to the starting rotation. I mean, your rotation will be pretty damn good if Michael King can stay. You have Michael King, Garrett Cole, you bring Yamamoto in, and then you have Rodon. I mean, that's the best rotation in baseball. I mean, on paper it is.
Yeah, you just got to hope they stay healthy.
And Cortez. You have Nestor Cortez, too.
Yeah, you got to hope Rodon comes back healthy nicely. I think he will, too.
I think he is. I can't wait until he comes back and he has a great season so I could shove it down people's throats.
And by people, you mean Jeff.
Everybody, because I know what Rodon is. I think everybody that knows anything about pitching knows how dominant that left-hander is. He wasn't healthy this year, and I think it's going to change. I think you're going to see a different Rodon this year in Yankee Stadium. So don't be surprised if Rodon starts the season 5-0 with a 1.76 ERA and a whip under like close to 1. I'm telling you right now, mark my words, and he will lead every single lefty in strikeouts this year. Mark my words. I'm telling you right now. I hope everybody's hearing this, because I am going to put it on my trophy, all the different trophies that I have been right about. And I'm going to tell you to go shove it right where the sun doesn't shine. The Knicks have sued the Raptors for $10 million over the alleged theft information. The investigation centers around a video coach and assistant player development coach that stole play frequencies, reports, prep books, and video scouting files when he left the Knicks for the Raptors this season. The Raptors filed a motion to call this lawsuit baseless and a public relations stunt. The Raptors claimed that he stole this information about other NBA teams, not just the Knicks, in this alleged scandal. The Knicks organization has asked that Adam Silver not mediate this situation because he has close connection of the Raptors owner, Larry Tannenbaum. An anonymous Madison Square Garden spokesperson said, "We were the victim of a theft and confidential files, which is clear violation of criminal and civil law. And we remain confident that the court will decide in our favor in this matter." I think this is just the Knicks being smartasses and smacking the Raptors back in the face for what they did. Okay, I think. Listen, $10 million means absolutely nothing to James Dolan. He doesn't give a shit. I say it. I'm trying to be very nice. That's why I cursed, because I don't think he gives a crap. I really don't. I think if you sit back and you wonder what James Dolan is thinking about, I think he's just worried about maybe just building what he's building out. I think in LA or wherever the hell he is, in Vegas, and singing his music and hanging out with his buddies and doing his stupid concerts. You think he cares about $10 million from the Raptors? I think this is just Leon Rose being Leon Rose. He's an agent. He understands how to smack back at another organization. He's done that as an agent over the years for Cat, Karl Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, you name it. LeBron James, he was the for a little while. He helped out with LeBron James and everything like that with some of his some of the clients. So I think that Leon Rose is a smart man. I think Leon Rose knows how to get under people's skin. I think that's what the Knicks are doing here. And I don't think it has anything to do with who's going to win and who's going to get the $10 million. Because in the end, $10 million to both organizations means nothing.
Yep, especially to James Dolan, like you said, who's been great and getting money from everywhere, and that's why I think that it's smart with what they're doing here, because they know James Dolan. James Dolan will throw that money away, and they're going to go for that kind of lawsuit, and they're going to get that kind of money back for the Knicks. And maybe they know since James Dolan's selling the team, obviously too, but also it actually seems kind of plausible too, because this employee was with the Knicks for 4 years too, and all this kind of information that we know, we were talking about it with Michigan with all the cheating stuff they've been going on through. That's important information in a data-driven NBA now, too. Now, NBA is not as analytic-driven as some of the other sports, but they still have been a lot more. That's why you're seeing this three-point revolution in today's game, too. I know you don't like it, but a lot of NBA fans have liked the scoring outbursts that have come into the game now, and that kind of things with player development especially is important. And the Knicks, who've been developing young players pretty well the last couple of years, they traded Obi Toppin for whatever reason, but besides that, they've done a very.
Has Obi played well?
He's been kind of up and down so far to start the year for Indiana, but definitely getting more opportunities. But you look at the Knicks drafts the last 4 years, they've been some of the best in the NBA.
His brother's been playing very well in Westchester.
Yep. Jacob Toppin was a good guy for Kentucky the last 2 years.
They picked him up for nothing. He wasn't drafted. And maybe he makes this team one way or another this year. They actually moved him down to Westchester, but he's averaging like 30 points a game. Wow. I mean, he's playing good basketball.
He was not that good of a scorer in college. That's surprising, but
no, he's playing good.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed, and I heard he's a really good defender too. So.
Yes, and because the Knicks have been so good with this player development, you can definitely see why teams are going to try to take that on. This guy's an assistant player development coach. He's a video coach. They want to study that kind of thing. You look at Toronto since they've lost Nick Nurse, even last year kind of thing with Nick Nurse, they really haven't been that same kind of team after losing a couple key players too. So it definitely seems a little fishy, this investigation. And the Knicks actually, for one thing, seems like they're doing the right thing, which is not really something you would see out of the New York Knicks front office.
No, I just think it's funny. I think the Knicks are just trying to stab the Raptors in the back. It's a joke. I don't think the money means absolutely anything to the New York Knicks organization. I think they're just sitting here laughing to the bank because, hey, listen, they're just trying to speak up. They want the Raptors to know that they know what they did, and they want the league to know what they did. So if the Raptors ever do it, they're going to be ever do it again, they're going to be fined even worse.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe lose a draft pick. So
maybe more than that.
And if another team starts to do it, then they're going to get a big smack around too. So this is just to set the bar. And I think, listen, anything that I could say about the New York Knicks over the years, Leon Rose is a really good executive.
Yep.
I can't say anything bad on Leon Rose, what he's done for the New York Knicks. As a matter of fact, when everybody was making fun of it, when the Knicks brought an agent who's never been a GM before and a president of an organization, he's not even the GM, he's the president.
Right.
But he's running this organization. He has been everything, and really everything that sells you to what the New York Knicks could be in the future. He has been behind it all. So
and everything you wouldn't think it would work with the Knicks too. Like you would think, okay, an agent, he's going to try to go for big swings. He's going to overpay players. No, it's actually been player development.
Yahoo Sports report that Zach LaVine doesn't see the Bulls as a competitive enough team. The Athletic also reports that the NBA insiders aren't convinced that Zach LaVine's style of play will translate well if he were to join a contending team. LaVine says he is interested in playing with a different head coach besides Billy Donovan, who signed a contract extension this offseason. Zach LaVine's agent said he doesn't prefer to go to New York, both with the Knicks or the Nets. LaVine mentioned he has the Lakers, Heat, 76ers as some preferred destinations he would like to go to, and the Spurs and the Kings would be other destinations he would like. LaVine is averaging 21.9 points per game, 5.2 rebounds per game, 3.2 assists per game, with a 42.7% field goal percentage, 34% at the three-point line, and 87% at the free throw line. Here's what I'm going to say about Zach LaVine. We don't want you. We don't want you. We don't want you here in New York. I don't want you. I don't want your big friggin' mouth with your small little head and your big body. I don't need you winning a slam dunk contest, because we had a guy shorter than you that won back-to-back slam dunk contests. You being in 3-point contest, I could give a crap if you're in a 3-point contest. Again, we had Steve Novak, who was a better shooter than you. Honestly, you don't know how to play defense. You don't know how to play team defense. You're taking shots at Billy Donovan, who arguably is one of the best mental and mind coaches in the NBA. You're throwing him under the bus when he really is the backbone of this organization moving forward for Chicago. Honestly, Billy Donovan needs to get rid of this idiot. He needs to get rid of DeRozan. These guys are not good for the organization and the growth of the youngsters that they have there. I think they need to rebuild. I think they need to draft right. I think Billy Donovan is the voice of reason here with this organization. I just think Zach LaVine is another James Harden. He wants to force his way out and tell everybody where he wants to go. Do you think the Knicks give a crap if you want him, if you want to be a Knick? Do you think the Nets give a crap if you don't want to be a Net? Okay. I don't think anybody gives a crap.
The Nets 2 years ago might have not cared, but now, yeah.
And if there are NBA insiders saying that your game won't translate on any contending team, it tells all these other teams say, why would we trade for you? Why would we give up prospects? Why would we give up youngsters to take on a selfish, big mouth, small little head doofus that doesn't work well and play well with others? So honestly, he doesn't belong. You want to go to the Lakers? Go to the Lakers to lose. Okay, you're not winning with the Lakers. The Lakers have had Russell Westbrook with LeBron James, Anthony Davis, you name it. They had Reed. Reed's a nice young player, but they have all these players that they bring to this team, and they're still not going to win. This is an organization that is really putting everything in LeBron James's basket. LeBron's waiting for his son to break wind or whatever the hell he's breaking. And when that happens, LeBron James will be brushing like a forest fire, because LeBron James, even though we haven't seen any falling off when it comes to his numbers, they're never going to win with the Lakers. They're never going to win again with this team the way it's built.
Yeah, and I look at LaVine. When you look at the type of player that he is, I think from a basketball perspective, like, he's definitely a target that a lot of teams should want to go for, because he shoots threes so well, because he shoots free throws so well. In a shooting league, you're definitely going to need it. At the same time, though, inefficiency does hurt. 42% from the field this year is not ideal. And any team that's trying to rely on him as a first or even a high-end second option is not going to be able to trust that kind of thing. And I was all for the Knicks trading for him last year when he was floating around in trade rumors, because I thought the Knicks really needed that. But
I wanted him too, but thank God.
Yeah, now it doesn't seem as plausible.
He's a windbag.
Yeah, and you wonder, we've talked about it in the past too with these other veterans, like how coachable are they? It doesn't seem like Zach LaVine wants to be coached and disciplined.
He needs to be spanked, okay? That's what he needs.
That's why I don't think it really...
Maybe I should pull out my whip on him.
Yeah. Ironically, with the Knicks, too, like Tom Thibodeau went to Minnesota. LaVine got traded that draft to the Bulls in that deal. With
Why do you think that?
Yeah, and that kind of thing. Do I really think it's going to work with Thibodeau? We were talking about with Karl Anthony Towns not working well with Thibodeau. And Karl Anthony Towns, when it comes to the coachability, looks a little better than Zach LaVine does.
Could you imagine Karl Anthony Towns and Zach LaVine go to the Knicks? Now that I hear that Zach LaVine doesn't want to be here, why would I want him?
Yeah.
Why, as a Knicks fan, why would you want him anyways? Let him go to the Heat. They have a guy like Tyler Hero.
Right.
It's the same type of player. Actually, Tyler Hero's a better player. He actually plays somewhat defense. This guy don't play any defense. He will not work over there with Tom Thibodeau. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
And I just think that kid's selfish. To throw Billy Donovan under the bus, I mean, seriously. Billy Donovan won national championships. How many national championships have you won?
Not anything that I can remember, but
how many playoff games have you actually won? Okay,
2 his whole career. And I don't think even Minnesota, they even made the playoffs. They're the longest playoff drought in the NBA.
Yeah, well, why don't you ask Billy Donovan how many times he got close to going to the NBA Finals?
Yep. And that's why I think his market is going to get more limited, too. Now, I mentioned Philly's going to be aggressive because I don't think Daryl Morey's just going to surrender just because they traded James Harden and they got very little value back for him because they want to keep Joel Embiid there. I could definitely see the Sixers doing it. The Kings are interesting because the Kings, that fits what they like to do. They're the number 1 offense in the NBA.
He'll ruin them.
I think it's not really what the Kings should be pursuing right now anyway. I think they need a little more defense. It fits from having the potent offense.
You know where he should go, right?
Miami, I think.
I think OKC.
OKC? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, OKC is a very good young team. They have a lot of good young point guards, so that makes a lot of sense. He's not going to have to handle the ball as much.
No.
I like that fit. It wasn't mentioned, but I definitely
They have so much draft stock, and they won't have to give up much to get him.
Yeah, I think Miami, when it comes from the contending perspective, is the better fit.
It will fail.
It probably will, but I think it's the only chance where you might be able to get LaVine to be a little more disciplined with Pat Riley. With
You have
Eric
the same
Spoelstra.
player in Tyler Hero. Why would you need him? I mean, seriously, it doesn't make sense. Again, Tyler Hero's a better player.
It's just a matter of the injury issues with Tyler Hero.
And the money you're paying Zach LaVine, too.
That's fair. I think the Heat, when you look at where they're at, though, they've always felt like they needed that extra star to get them there, though, because they have such a good coaching system. They have such a good, well-built team. We were talking about it last year during the NBA Finals. They just felt like they were missing that one other star because they got into so many offensive slumps. If Jimmy Butler was off, maybe Zach LaVine's that guy.
He is a smelly fart. That's what he is. That's all he is.
Smelly fart.
That's all he is. He's this fart that doesn't go away. Okay. You ever go into a small room and somebody just whiffs, and it takes a little while for it to really sink into the room, and when it does, you have to. It's like you have to wear a gas mask. It's like it doesn't go away. You got to open up a window or something. That's Zach LaVine.
Welcome to every college classroom.
That's Zach LaVine.
Welcome to every college classroom. I know our guy Tommy knows about that. I'm sure he's experienced that.
Man. He's a windbag. I mean, there's nothing that sells me that Zach LaVine is anywhere or any way going to change an organization when he goes there. So good luck to him. Him and James Harden would be perfect lovers. If they
yeah, and that's where I feel like he'll end up going. I feel like he's
Kardashian.
I feel like he'll end up going to the Sixers too. Ironically, it just fits what they like to do.
Oh, how wonderful! That won't work either.
I didn't say it was going to, but
And
I feel
Joel-
like, that sounds like a Daryl Morey last-ditch effort, though.
And then Joel will want to go to the Knicks next year and say sayonara to this cruddy team that he plays for. Anyways, let's do our picks quickly. Let's go through them quick, and then we'll end the show, and we'll do a Thanksgiving, dance. So maybe you should show people what you're working with, man.
I'm not going to do that.
You got a flat ass. What can I say?
I am not going to do that.
Are you flat?
Am I flat?
You're
What
flat.
is this? Flat Stanley now? The book?
You have flat head, flat brain.
Do I
flat stroke?
No. Kyrie Irving has a flat
I like
brain.
to stroke.
Kyrie Irving has a flat brain.
I like
he
to
thinks
stroke.
He thinks the Earth is flat.
Do you stroke?
Do I stroke?
Stroke. Like different strokes,
No. If they ever do a remake of that show, maybe you could consider
No, I'm not
it.
talking about different strokes, but have you ever stroked before?
I don't know. Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't.
Oh, okay.
But-
I have.
Okay.
I wonder if you have.
All right, let's get to this picks before this
All
gets
right,
even
let's
weirder. The Green Bay Packers at
Let's
the
stroke
Detroit
it.
Lions, 46.5. I got the Lions. I think this will be a blowout.
Oh, well, hold on one second, Speedy. You're hurting me here.
You're
I've got the Lions too. I think it's I'm taking them on the money line, but I think it's going to be a blowout too. This is going to be a fun game because we're going to see Jordan Love just crush and fall apart. As I believe, everybody keeps saying that Jordan Love has played better. I mean, what does he play better with? His fingers up his ass. I mean, honestly, I'm going to go with the Lions on the money line.
all right. The Commanders and at the Cowboys. I agree with Derek. I think Washington will cover this spread. It's 10.5, but I still think Dallas's offense will do just enough. I think this is a shootout, like a 41-24 type or 41-31 type game. I'm going to go Dallas.
I'm going to say that the Cowboys are going to cover the Commanders like a condom. Yeah, I have the Cowboys winning on the money line.
Don't tell Dan Snyder. He might do something weird.
I hope he doesn't, strap me.
All right, the Niners.
If he does, he better not tie me to a chair. Okay, I don't like that.
The Niners at the Seahawks. Geno Smith still not sure if he's going to be able to play after that injury last week.
Geno piss. Yeah, let's go.
I was going to pick the Seahawks if Geno Smith played, but now I'm not so sure. I think they'll keep it close. Obviously, they're at home, but the 49ers have just been so good efficiency-wise since Purdy's come back. So give me the Niners.
It's going to be in Seattle, and it's going to be rainy and disgusting. I think it'll be a very, very close game. I think Seattle will keep it close. Geno will play in this game. Guarantee it. Book it. It'll be close. Give me San Francisco on the money.
We kind of joked about this earlier. The Dolphins and the Jets.
God,
bad blowout. Do the Jets cover 9.5? I don't even see that. Give me the Dolphins.
I don't know what to call you. I'll call this Black Friday because this is going to make it even blacker for Friday. Okay. And blacker for my weekend, by the way. I have the Dolphins on the money.
Well, at least you're not Josh and actually go into that game. That's
Josh could pull his pants down and show everybody what he's working with and maybe scare everybody away.
Oh, nobody will be there. Deshaun Watson to become a Jet, so he doesn't have to do that.
You won't see me waste my time and my money.
The New Orleans Saints at the Atlanta Falcons, both teams coming off a bye week. The Saints favored by a 1.5. I'm going to take Atlanta in this one. I think getting Desmond Ridder back, I think they shouldn't have switched off of him. I think they'll help get his confidence back a little bit. Derek Carr still hasn't been great. Now there's the Saints O-line. Give me Atlanta.
I'm going to go with Atlanta, too. It's home. Bijan Robinson has a breakout game. I think he has 140 yards. Blow a load. Give me the Falcons on the money.
All right, the Steelers and the Bengals. Congratulations, Steelers. You finally fired Matt Canada. And while Kenny Pickett, I don't trust a quarterback either. I do think against this Bengals defense, they'll still be able to do well. No, obviously, Joe Burrow for the Bengals. Give me the Steelers.
I've got the Steelers defense rock and rolling. Roll them over. Not like the Tide, but if you're going to Tide, don't make sure Speedy is wearing his underwear. I'm going to go with the Steelers on the money.
All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Houston Texans. Jags favored by 1.5. This will be an interesting game. Like Duane Starks was saying, the Texans defense playing a lot better than people would have thought. And Will Anderson's actually been a really good player in the second half of the season, but I just don't know if I trust this secondary still with all the injuries against this Jacksonville receiving deck. Give me the Jaguars. It'll be close.
I'm going with the Texans. I think they have the better quarterback. I think they have the better all-around team. I don't know what the Jaguars are yet. I have to see Trevor Lawrence actually show up. And by the way, Travis Etienne actually wake up and, maybe he doesn't, eat oatmeal in the morning. Maybe he eats drinks some Red Bull or something because he's got something.
Who knows?
He needs some energy. Give me the Texans on the money.
All right. Tampa Bay at Indianapolis. Colts favored by 2.5.
I think they're on drugs.
I'm going to take the Buccaneers in this one. I think their run defense against Jonathan Taylor, I think that's going to help contain him and even Zach Moss if he ends up returning this week. I don't know if I could trust the Colts quarterback play to people to keep going. Bucs defense has been good at certain points as well. So give me the Bucs on covering the spread and winning.
I'm going with the Buckies. I'm going to go with the Bucs. I don't know what to expect with the Colts. I know it's in Indianapolis. I think the Bucs are the better team. I think they have the better talent. Give me the Bucs on the money.
All right, probably the easiest under of the week, the Patriots and the Giants.
Who are you going with?
I'm going with the Giants.
Really?
I feel like Belichick against the Giants. The Giants have to give him one more loss. This will be probably the ugliest game of the year. I'm going to say the Giants. I'm going to give a Kenny score, 12-11.
I'm going to go with the Patriots. I think the Patriots win the game outright on the money. I think they're going to outplay the Giants. Bill Belichick loves to go into New York and knock off one of his favorite teams. Give me the Pates.
Yep. All right. The Carolina
on the money.
Carolina Panthers and the Tennessee Titans. Probably another very easy other, but
I'm going to go with the Titans, baby.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Titans as well. Derrick Henry will run all over
money,
them.
baby.
All right. The LA Rams and the Arizona Cardinals, 44.5. I'm going to go with the Rams, but I do think it'll be closer than expected. The only reason I think also Kyron Williams, the running back, could be coming back this week. I don't trust the Cardinals secondary. Give me the Rams.
I think Arizona is going to try to lose every single game, and Kyler Murray will make it a challenge because I think he's real. He's the real deal. Me and Speedy, we've said it. We think Kyler Murray's the real deal. He's just not looked good ever since he's talked into a third person. I think he's lost his mind. But nevertheless, the talent is there. Give me the Rams on the money.
All right, the Browns and the Broncos. We were talking about this earlier with Lance, and I'm going to take Lance's team in this one. I'm going to take the Broncos in this one. The Browns.
I think you're on drugs.
The Browns' defense has been incredible, but so has the Broncos the last couple games as well. I think the Browns finally come down to earth offensively. Give me the Broncos.
I think you need to smoke with Kenny. I'm going with the Browns. I think the Browns are the defense. I think the Browns will figure out how Flack is going to flow. So I'm going to go with Flack and Flow with the Brownies. Give me the Browns on the money.
All right, the Kansas City Chiefs at the Las Vegas Raiders. The Chiefs favored by 8. Upset alert. I'm taking the Raiders in this one. I was impressed with their against the Dolphins, them playing defense the way they did. I wanted to see it against not the Giants or the Jets. They held them to 20 points. So the Chiefs have all kinds of drop problems. Give me the Raiders in the upset.
You're definitely smoking. I'm going with Kansas City. I think Kansas City is the better team. Patrick Mahomes will put up a 300 spot. That's 300 yards, my friend. 2 touchdowns. Travis Kelce will eat the Raiders for dinner or lunch. The Swifties will be hanging, and I will be hanging with Swift. Give me the Swift Chiefs on the money.
All right, the other Swift, the Eagles, and the other Kelce, Jason Kelce hosting the Buffalo Bills. I agree with Derek. I think, and Wes, I think this will be an Eagles pretty easily win. I'm not going to say a super big blowout, but I think they're going to control most of this game. The Bills can't run the ball, and I don't know if I could trust those secondary receiver targets. So give me the Eagles.
I think the Eagles are the best team in football right now. That's all I think, and I think they'll continue at home, giving the Bulls a little roof, like a little whiff, You like a whiff?
I don't know.
You ever smell a whiff?
I don't know. Depends on what it is.
Oh, maybe we'll ask Mr. Duane Starks the next time we have him on the show what a whiff smells like.
All right.
You
could do that if you
on
want.
The money.
Speaking of Duane Starks, his Baltimore Ravens traveling to LA to take on the Chargers.
We know what's going to happen.
Ravens in a blowout.
Yeah, I got the Ravens too. I don't think the Chargers have any chance. But hey, you know what? Justin Herbert might be hanging out with a couple of analysts. I heard he's dating an analyst. Good for him. And Lamar Jackson's dating his mom. So I'm going to go with the Baltimore Ravens on the money.
All right. And Monday Night Football, the Bears and the Vikings. I think Chicago's defense has proven a little bit the last couple of weeks. I think they will keep it close, but give me the Vikings in this one, especially if they do get Jefferson back.
Listen, if you're a Bear man, hopefully they're not sniffing cocaine like the killer bear. But yeah, Justin Fields looked good last week.
Yes.
He's fielding as many footballs as he can, but he might be fielding another team next year. It seems like he will. But I'm going to go with the Vikings on the money line. I like Dobbs, and Speedy wants to touch his bald head. Oh, God. There we go. You like that?
I don't want to touch anyone's balls.
I didn't say his balls. I said his bald head. I didn't say balls. I mean, what are you thinking here? Listen, if they're shaved, maybe
I don't care.
Feel
what
like
they
the
are.
top of
I'm
his
not
head.
touching his head.
I didn't say. You said his balls.
I'm not
I
touching
said his bald head.
I'm not touching any one of them.
Well, you could touch one or the other. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't because I'm not touching it.
What? You touched your own, right?
That's different.
What do you mean? What's different about it?
If Josh Dobbs went up to you and started touching your head, it would be much less weird than if he touched his own head.
Listen, if he was touching my head, I'd just be like, what are you trying to feel? I mean, seriously.
Exactly.
I'm not a pet.
You wouldn't question it if he touches his own head.
Hey, listen, if he's going to give me a couple of bucks, he can touch whatever he wants, okay?
And I don't think he's going to do that.
Well,
I don't think Josh Dobbs.
You, on the other hand.
Josh Dobbs is not going to stoop that low. Maybe you could try to get it from Kenny.
I never said his balls, but if you want to touch his balls, you can grab them.
Ask Kenny. Maybe he'll want to.
You can ask which one hangs to the left.
You can ask Kenny.
Kenny probably will tell you the truth.
I know. Kenny would tell you the truth. He's
He's
more answers
probably
out of you
high
than Josh Dobbs would.
Well, I don't know about that. I think Dobbs would actually have a good conversation with me. Maybe learn a couple of things from me. Maybe you do. Do you like to touch things?
I don't care. Again, ask Kenny. He likes to chase geese. He likes to chase geese.
He does like to chase geese. I don't know what else
he's doing it on his campus.
All right, he chases geese. You chase balls.
Oh God.
I mean, you like basketballs, right?
Yeah, I will do that on my own terms.
Okay. So have you ever heard of elephantitis?
No.
You've never heard of elephantitis?
No. It sounds like a disease that teenage guys will create to just make up something so they sound smart.
No, there is an elephantitis out there. They're big balls.
Congratulations.
So, and the reason why they call it elephantitis is because elephant balls are just as big.
Congratulations.
Have you ever seen an elephant?
No.
I can show it to you.
I don't give a damn.
Anyways, that's it for our show. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving. Make sure you stay away from elephant balls, as Speedy will. And also, I never said that you wanted to grab Josh Dobbs balls. Okay, I don't know why you came up with that, but I don't know what you're thinking in your pea brain. But thank you for giving me a thought in my mind on not to think about. So thank you.
Robert Kraft could do that.
Yeah, Robert Kraft likes his his yin yang touched. I swear. Anyways. We really appreciate every single fan out there. I really do. I hope everybody enjoys it. Thank you to all the podcasters out there on Apple Podcast, downloading our show. 13. What is the number now, Speedy? Do you have it? I don't know. You have your phone. What is the number right now? I think the other day was 13.6 thousand. I think it was. But thank you to all the fans for tuning in and downloading our show throughout the country on Apple Podcasts. We really appreciate you guys. And really
13.4 we're at
13.4. So thank you to all the fans for giving us all the opportunities to entertain you guys, and keep it up, and keep downloading the show and checking out all the new shows that we post. Much appreciated. Much love to all you guys. Happy Thanksgiving. We will be back next week at our normal times, Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. Tune in to the Weekend Crunch. We will be live. Well, yeah, we'll be live. Well, somewhat, but we will be there at 103.9 FM after the Islander game. Listen to our pregame show for the Islanders. Thank you to all the Islander fans tuning into us and enjoying our voices, and Speedy shaving,
I'm not shaving anything,
doing all the stuff that he does for a living.
I'm not shaving anything.
He is the king of shaving. Yes.
No, I'm not.
And I'm the king of
anything. Wishful thinking.
There you go. So I'm the king of wishful thinking. He's the
No, I'm the king of
He's
nothing.
the queen.
I'm
of
the
shaving his
nothing.
balls.
I'm the king nor queen of nothing.
He likes to shave his balls. No, he doesn't actually.
I am not supporting any monarchical thoughts.
Monarchical. Oh, I like that. Is it a monarch? Am I a monarch?
I didn't say you.
No, you just called a monarchical.
I said concepts. I did not say people.
Well, I have a specific terminology for myself. So
good for you.
I really love you, Speedy. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes,
tell
happy
your
Thanksgiving
family.
to you and your family as well.
Tell your family that I love them. Tell your mom that I love her. And then I'm looking forward to coming over for some tea and crumpets. And some.
What is this, England?
Yeah. Well, what can I say?
Why don't you go reach out to their figurehead?
I don't like
king
tea, but I'll have some of her crumpets.
Why don't you go reach out to the England figurehead king and queen, and maybe you could go over there and have some tea and crumpets.
Anyways, thank you to all the fans. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. We'll be back next week. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Of course my kid's in the right